This video is powered by YouTube memberships and Patreon. See the link in the description and learn how you can support videos like this. When Edward Kenway started his journey to the Caribbean, he was not thinking of his legacy, the people he would leave behind or the history he would shape for the future. He was thinking about how others saw him and the envy and respect he could contrive. To get to the man he would become, he needed to travel far across ocean and land. But when he did, the waves he would create would travel through the centuries, and his children and grandchildren would carry much of him with him on their own journey, although perhaps not to the places he himself would choose. The complete story of Edward Kenway involves his direct lineage as well as important figures of history that they help and hinder. This saga is all about belonging, self-discovery, greed, revenge, sacrifice, redemption, liberty, and most of all, legacy. I'm Wolf and I'm the video game storyteller. See links to all my story and lore adventures in the links below, as well as member and Patreon links to watch the next Assassin's Creed installment, Assassin's Creed Unity, right after this. I'm the Patient Wolf, and this is the complete story of the Kenway saga. But not starting with Edward, starting with the lineage he left behind. Starting with Assassin's Creed 3.
Son?
Desmond knows just what to do. His fellow assassins Rebecca, Sean, and now his father William know where it has to be done. They were given the coordinates by the ones who came before. They have guided them here, to Turin, a small village outside of New York, USA, to enter this grand temple. They hope a place where they can stop the impending catastrophe, this cataclysmic event. The ones who came before ultimately succumbed to an event like this thousands of years prior. They see Desmond as humanity's only hope for it to not happen again. The date prophesied for this apocalypse is December 21st, 2012. They have 52 days.
Let's go.
The apple, taken from the vault under the Colosseum, opens the ancient doors. The same apple that Juno worked through to stop it getting into Templar hands. Abstergo's hope was to use it for their satellite launch. Now, not to be. The apple was needed for this purpose. Another artifact found on the temple floor turns on the lights, but there is something missing. Something they need to access the inner chamber. Within it, they can understand how Desmond can save humanity. Juno is here to help them.
The key. You must find the key.
Here we go again.
Desmond has travelled the ages, visiting his ancestors in his time with the Animus. He has been to the time of the Crusades with Altair. He has seen Renaissance Italy with Ezio. And now, here in the temple, as his friends and father place his unconscious body under the rapture of the bleeding effect into Rebecca's newly updated Animus, he is to experience the life of this man. His name is Connor. This is a story about family, about loss, hatred, revenge, duty, struggle, and sacrifice, but perhaps mostly for Connor, it's about belonging. But we're not ready for his story yet. To find the key to the inner chamber, Desmond needs to go back a little further. Across the Atlantic, to London. It's 1754.
Invitation, please.
Who is this man? He finds his target like an assassin. He scales the walls of the opera house like one, and he bears his hidden blade in a way Desmond has seen so many times. This assassin is here for something, just like Desmond. Here for the key. This is what they need. This man is Haytham Kenway, and he returns his prize to his fellow assassins and his master, Reginald Birch. They too search for the temple, fascinated by the knowledge of this lost civilization.
I hold in my hand a key. And if this book is to be believed, it will open the doors of a storehouse built by those who came before. Whatever waits behind those doors shall prove a great boon to us all.
Or our enemies.
should they find it first.
They don't know what Desmond knows, but they were on the trail. A trail that became lost. Why? They know the temple lies on the east coast of America.
And that is why we've called you here, Master Kenway. We'd like for you to travel to America, locate the storehouse, and take possession of its contents. Upon this paper are the names of 5 men sympathetic to our cause. We've booked you passage to Boston. Your ship leaves at dawn. Go forth, Haytham, and bring honor to us all.
On the cusp of his 30th year, Haytham Kenway arrives in Boston on his Brotherhood's search for the Grand Temple. Boston, in the middle of the 18th century, at the very start of the 7 Years' War. America, colonised by over 2 million Britons and far less French. The French compete in the war between them by rallying Native Americans to their cause. In Boston in 1754, Haytham arrives to a city controlled by British redcoats. There is relative peace. Trade exists in the port, but with a war brewing, poverty and discontent is on the rise.
Thief! Someone stop him!
Haytham Kenway has a job to do, and a list of names in which to help him. One of those names is waiting at the port.
Charles Lee, sir. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Charles has been given leave from the British Army to help Haytham set up his team. An order sent over from London. The Brotherhood there has reach.
I had hoped that I might study under you. If I am to serve the Order, I can imagine no better mentor than yourself.
Charles is not part of their order yet, but admires and aligns with what they stand for. He is keen to impress Haytham.
Oh, no need, sir. I've arranged for your bags to be delivered to the inn.
That inn is the Green Dragon Tavern, and it will be the headquarters for all the work Haytham and his team will undertake in the coming years. With the help of Charles Lee, they begin to gather those names. William Johnson, a man with great knowledge of the surrounding lands and native people living within it. Thomas Hickey, a strong pair of hands with his ear to the ground of the criminal underworld. Benjamin Church.
He's a finder and a fixer.
And a doctor with a broad knowledge of the city. And finally, John Pitcairn. He will prove difficult to recruit. He currently serves the British soldiers, his commander, Edward Braddock. Braddock and Haytham share a history. They served their orders as brothers, but
Edward was one of us upon a time, and I considered him a close friend. But everything changed at the siege of Bergen-op-Zoom. He killed and killed. He maintained that violence was a more efficient solution. It became his mantra, and it broke my heart.
Braddock is the same commander that Charles Lee serves, currently released to help Haytham. It's Charles Lee's connections that gets them in the barracks where Pitcairn is currently installed.
Haytham.
General Braddock?
It's bad enough my superiors have insisted I grant you use of Charles. But they said nothing about this traitor. You'll not have him.
Denied but not deterred, Haytham and Charles later ambush a patrol containing Pitcairn. They get their man to the disdain of Braddock.
Traitor! Go on then! Join them on their fool's errand!
I stay my hand today because you were once my brother. But should our paths ever cross again, all debts will be forgotten.
Haytham has his team. He now sets about tapping their strengths.
We believe there's a precursor site in the region. I require your knowledge of the land and its people to find it.
In his business pursuits, Johnson has long had dealings with the local native tribespeople. And when he sees Haytham's artifact, he immediately makes a connection.
It appears Kanyan Gahaga in origin.
Can you trace it to a specific location? I need to know where it came from.
Johnson lacks this knowledge, but the Kanyan Kahaka tribe may know more. This is not information they will give freely, especially to the British.
We'll need to earn their trust before they'll share what they know.
There may be a way. Hickey hears rumour. Men moonlighting among the British are kidnapping and enslaving the native people. Freeing those captured while slaying the man in charge may go some way to earning that trust. Benjamin Church knows just the man capable of such an endeavour. A British soldier named Silas Thatcher.
A crueler and more vicious creature I've never known.
Their plan is simple. Disguise themselves, gain entry under guise of ferrying newly captured natives, and shut down the operation for good. But as Haytham takes his place at the helm of the slaver's carriage, his focus on the task wavers. One of the captured slaves is this woman.
We're here to help you, along with those held inside Southgate Fort.
Free me.
Not until we're inside the gate.
Using the woman and her tribespeople as cover, they enact their plan.
Hold!
Delivery for Silas.
The slavers' ring destroyed, the captives liberated.
See? I'm freeing you just as I said I would. Now, if you'll allow me to explain.
It is clear to Haytham that the trust they seek will take time. Who is this woman, and how has such a brief encounter made him feel this way? He must see her again, for his order's sake as well as his own. It would be months before Charles Lee finds a lead.
Word is she's been stirring up trouble just outside the city in a town called Lexington.
Haytham uses his innate skills passed down through the ages to track this elusive woman.
I come in peace.
What do you want?
Well, your name, for one.
I'm Gadzi Zio.
Godsday.
Just call me Zio.
With her name just as complex as the feelings in his heart, he plainly gets to the point. She recognizes the artifact immediately.
I've only seen such markings in one other place.
She is still reticent to share.
Look, I am not the enemy.
There is more Zio can gain from this man than just her freedom.
That town hosts soldiers who seek to drive my people from these lands. They're led by a man known as the Bulldog.
Edward Braddock.
You know him?
He is no friend of mine.
Haytham spared Braddock once through nostalgia, but his death will now pay for something far greater. Ridding this threat to Zio's people will earn the trust needed to learn of this sacred place. Braddock's death is the key.
But first, we have to find him.
It would take time. Time spent together, gaining intel, putting plans in place. Their connection grew.
That wasn't necessary. But thank you.
We should move on.
They have a plan. They know where he'll be, why he'll be there, and when.
We will ambush him here near the river. Go and gather your allies. I will do the same.
It would be 5 months before their plan would come to fruition. But with the assassins and their allies assembled, it was time to sabotage Braddock's expedition. He plans to take Fort Duquesne from the French.
Everything all right, sir?
Amongst his officers is a young, ambitious George Washington.
Just savoring the moment. The French will leave, or they will die!
Braddock's moment would be dashed. They are ambushed en route, and amongst the chaos, the assassins strike. In a redcoat disguise, Haytham gets his chance.
Your death opens a door. It's nothing personal. Well, maybe it is a little personal.
But we are brothers in arms.
Once, perhaps.
All those innocents slaughtered, and for what?
Whether we applied the sword more liberally and more often, the world would be a better place.
Haytham gives him the assassin blade, but takes a ring. They were once brothers, but even within brotherhoods, method and purpose sometimes fail to align. Haytham sees this as a cleansing and strips him of his life and his place in the Order. Zio's trust has now been earned, and she takes Haytham to the sacred site where the symbols match the amulet. Will this key open a door? The artifact glows, as do the ancient symbols on the walls, but the key is not the right one.
No. No!
This room is all there is.
I expected more. What do they mean?
It tells the story of Yotzitzizu. Her eyes still watch over us. Her ears still hear our words. Her hands still guide us. And her love still gives us strength.
I should go.
With his heart unlocked, and with the door to the answers he sought closed to him, he returns to his brotherhood to regroup.
We need to redouble our efforts and expand our order.
It is time to recognise one of their own. Just as the recruits of times past are inducted, it is time for a ceremony.
He has proven himself a loyal disciple and served unerringly since the day he came to us.
Initially teased privately for being a sycophant, overeager, too keen to please, the assassins have accepted him, and it is vital to their success he becomes a permanent member.
Then we welcome you into our fold, brother.
To Desmond, the ceremony had perhaps changed throughout the ages. The Levantine assassins sacrificed a finger. The assassins of Italy saw fit only to brand their loyalty.
Give me your hand.
Now here, in Boston, this fledgling Brotherhood of the Americas opted only for a ring. But Desmond did not recognise the tone of the ceremony. It did not chime with those he'd seen before. The rhetoric was off. Something was not right.
Together, We will usher in the dawn of a new world, one defined by purpose and order. You are a Templar.
Wait, what?
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
Desmond's ancestry had included a Templar. There were signs obvious to him now, but he had not the time to feel duped by time. After all, they knew who had the key. They must follow its trail. But to do this, they must follow the DNA. Not only did Haytham earn Zio's trust, he also earned her love. And in reciprocating that love, they spent a stolen spell together, which they knew could not last. They stepped away from both of their worlds for a moment, and for a short time created their own in the wilderness. But unbeknownst to Haytham, Zio returned to her world bearing his child. The lineage had passed from father to son. To follow the trail of the key, Desmond must now live the memories of Ratunageddon.
Desmond, you need to keep going.
But in the Grand Temple, Desmond struggled with his more immediate lineage. Desmond left the Assassin Order he was born into at 16. He was captured by the Templars and used. Since escaping, he has spent little time outside the service of his cause, the cause for a time he felt his father imposed upon him.
I'm sick of being a goddamn pawn. I thought it might be different with you. I mean, you're my father, but turns out you're no better than the fucking Templars.
Maybe I pushed a little too hard, asked a little too much, but try and remember exactly what's at stake here.
The emotional disconnection, the one that turned him from his family, from his cause, still exists. But since the moment he entered the Animus, he has seen firsthand the cause of the Assassins through the ages, the oppression of the Templars and the gravity of the impending catastrophe. He does not need to have the cause imposed upon him by anyone anymore. He knows what he must do. This is his cause. Within the Animus, he must follow the key, but within the Temple, they also have a problem. They need to find more sources of power, like Desmond first found in the Temple. In order to power the Temple sufficiently, to gain access to the inner chambers, they need more. This task lies on Sean's shoulders.
I intend to tiptoe into the Abstergo database. Now, if I can cross-reference these particular devices with their database, then maybe we'll get lucky.
The ones who came before led them to this temple. The spectre of Juno seems to be present. She appears sporadically, urging the assassins to keep going, to unlock the secrets within.
Do you think it's a recording? Or is she a ghost? But I can't shake the feeling we're being watched.
I don't know why they had to make this all so complicated. I mean, if they need something from me, they should just come out and say it.
Throughout Desmond's journey, he's met this triad of characters: Juno, Minerva, Jupiter, inside the Sync Nexus, but never collectively.
I get the sense Juno and Minerva didn't exactly see eye to eye, but maybe you'll find something down here that can shed light on the mystery. What happened between them and why?
Desmond doesn't need coaxing from Juno. He enters the Animus. A new ancestor beckons. Ratunageddon had his father's eyes. He was told this. He'd never met him. Despite being a child of two worlds, he was loved by his tribe. Their village was in the heart of the Mohawk Valley. Despite the importance of the valley as a route to the frontier by colonists, they still kept their lands, choosing not to fight with the French during the 7 Years' War, now over. Looking to stay impartial, hoping to be ignored, the village was near that cave. Those symbols, they saw it as part of their culture to protect its mysteries. Ratunageddon's mother, Zio, the daughter of the clan mother, traded that mystery. She loved Haytham once, but she knew him and feared that Haytham's darkness, his lust for control, would rear itself in her son. But at this age, she just saw a playful, curious child and did her best to create a safe and loving world for him. On the day her child went out to the valley to play, that world ended.
What have we here?
You look familiar. Where have I seen you before? We have questions for your elders. Only tell us where your village is, boy, and you can go.
For Desmond, this is not the quiet, helpful, unassuming Charles Lee he had seen through the eyes of Haytham. This was a man with the eyes of hate. He meant harm to the Mohawk people. Ratunageddon would never tell.
You are a nothing, a speck of dust. You and all your ilk. but I am not unkind. Let them know the sooner we are given what we seek, the sooner you can return to your pathetic, empty lives.
What is your name?
Charles Lee. Why do you ask?
So I can find you.
Awakening from the black, Radunageddon rushes back to the place he feels safest. He hadn't seen a white man before. These people with desire and disdain in their eyes. Despite his outward bravery, he had never been so scared in his life. If he were to describe evil, what he saw in the eyes of this man would be it. And that evil had found his village. The men didn't need his help to find it. It was ablaze, burning in the name of ambition and greed. He had one thought: his mother.
Zet fatstek. Radun hagedu. Onak ti ozarni gora tatni du haged.
Dodek!
Oserdek. Toga zu haak. Nekti zaderi ondarak. Dinawe.
Ya! Zadaresta! Nagirihu! Akenyagam te!
Unurungwa.
They say, to raise a child takes a village, and this village rebuilt, raised Radunageddon with love. The clan mother, his grandmother, loved him and knew there was a plan for him. 9 years later, he was 13. His loss was still with him, but he had grown strong. He climbed, he hunted better than anyone his age, better than his best friend, Canon Dorgan, but he never leaves him behind. He does his best to elevate his peers. The valley is still a paradise to them, with all the bounties they would ever need, but more and more colonists have been seen, and it's only a matter of time before they settle here, forcing his tribe out. They gather special items for a ceremony called by the clan mother. Radunageddon has no idea what awaits him. The crowds part. The clan mother knows it's time for him to understand his destiny. Why they do not wander like the other tribes. Why they hide from the conflict brewing in their lands. For they have a purpose that transcends this. To protect what is sacred. The clan mother presents the artifact that has been entrusted to them through the ages. A piece of Eden. Its purpose is to deliver a message to one individual. To show what might be and what might be changed. On touching the artifact, Radunageddon is transported to the Nexus.
Greetings, Guardian.
Juno.
You, who will bring to him the last piece, that he may open the door.
I do not understand.
Nor need you.
In the form of an eagle, the Nexus takes him through the probability of time. How a malevolent group planned to seize their lands, destroy their sanctuary. Juno explains his special lineage.
Many who have changed the world, who will change the world, so too shall you.
He and his people know it only as the sanctuary. They'll never know it as the temple and what it holds within it. He knows only that he is chosen to save his people, to protect this site. For if the men with evil in their eyes enter it too soon, it will mean the end. Radunageddon must save his home and his people at all costs. He must then retrieve the key.
What am I to do?
You will learn of a man who will provide additional training. Seek this symbol.
As he emerges from the Nexus, he scrambles to remember this symbol. It is his first breadcrumb. The clan mother knows it well. Once upon a time, her daughter, his mother, sought help from this same man. He lies to the east. It is 1769, and at 13 he will leave the Mohawk Valley for the first time and enter the frontier. He feared what lay ahead, but knew the fate of his people if he chose inaction. He will find this man, and after days of travel, he does, at the homestead described by the clan mother.
What? I was told you could train me.
No.
This is not the outcome he had rehearsed during those miles through the frontier, but there was no question of him giving up. The homestead was grand, but it used to be grander. It had clearly been neglected in its structure and surroundings. He used its ramshackle stables to rest and shelter, persisting daily, meeting the same outcome.
Get the hell off my land!
He would not even when the skills he wished to learn were used against him.
You... Stay this course, and the only thing you're gonna be is dead.
Fear had never been a deterrent for Adunagerdon.
The world's moved on, boy. Best you do too.
He licked his wounds in the stables.
You will train me. You have to.
His chance to break through to the old man would arrive, in the form of bandits, here to strip the homestead of further value. Adunagerdon's fighting skills are instinctive, but rough. The man could see this.
Thank you.
Clean this up. Then I suppose we should talk.
This is Achilles Davenport. Like the house he hides within, he is old, broken, and past his best. Like Adunagerdon, he is a man of different colour to the European colonists who brought their entitlement, greed, and oppression to this land. He once defended himself and others against this, mentor of the colonial order of assassins, but both the Brotherhood and his will was broken and collapsed. He did not know it, but inviting Adunagerdon in, he had invited in hope. Hope he thought was lost forever.
Who are you?
My name is Radohangado.
Right. Well, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that.
I was told to seek this symbol. The spirit said that I am...
These spirits of yours have been harassing the assassins for centuries. Ever since Ezio uncorked the bottle. But you don't even know what an assassin is, do you?
Over the course of that long evening and into the night, Adunagerdon found out about the history of the Brotherhood, the Templars, the ones who came before, and about his lineage. Painful truths like his father, Haytham, the leader of the Templars, will stand in the way of his ultimate mission. To save his people, to protect their secret, he is and has the key to all of this. He also remembers those eyes. Charles Lee is a Templar, and now an enemy in more ways than one. The man responsible for his mother's death.
They have to die, don't they? All of them. Even my father.
If they succeed, your spirit's visions will become reality. Come on, I've something to show you. I don't think you can just come in here, throw those on, and call yourself an assassin.
I did not. I would never presume...
Before that, he needs to prepare himself for everything that is to come. What he sought comes to pass. Achilles spends the next weeks, months, indeed years training him. His body and his mind, sculpting him into the beginnings of an assassin. He is exposed to history, philosophy, politics, and how to kill. While feeding Adunagerdon the wisdom he needs, he has also fed life into himself. He sees a future he did not care to fathom before, and with that, a care to improve the house, the homestead around him, to make a home instead of a prison. The closest city, Boston, has some of the supplies needed to do this. Adunagerdon sees the beauty, bedlam, and bureaucracy of the big city of Boston for the first time. He is awed by it.
There is so much life here. So many opportunities.
For a few, my boy.
He also learns its dangers and how to avert the gaze of the redcoats, to blend in and divert, and also how to get around the city fast and undetected. Achilles explains the change that is starting to brew in these new lands. The British spent big in their 7 Years' War against the French. Their efforts to tax the colonists to pay for it are met with disdain. There is talk of revolution, but will that also be for the few? Maybe it is this change in the air that prompts Achilles to suggest a change for Adunagerdon.
You're also going to need a new name. Your skin is fair enough that you might pass for one with Spanish or Italian blood.
What would you call me then?
Achilles knows instinctively.
Connor. Yes, that will be your name.
So Connor has a new name, home, a new life, and a mentor. His mother once worried that he may inherit some of his father's nature, but our nature reacts to the movements and mentors around us. Connor absorbs and adopts the assassin philosophy with all his heart, perhaps never to be wavered or broken. In all his fibre, he is a guardian, as Juno called him. He would choose to guard the freedom of all those denied it, denied by men like his father. The biggest lesson he was to learn, that went against his nature, is patience. He knows he needs to spend time absorbing everything he can if he's to stand up to the skills of his father. It's not until 1773, his 17th birthday, that both he and Achilles believe he can begin his fight.
If you're going to stand a chance against the Templars, you're going to need these.
And this.
Put them on. You've your tools and training, your targets and goals, and now you have your title. Welcome to the Brotherhood, Connor.
He is now ready to take the fight to Charles Lee, to the Templars, to his father. Back in the temple, Sean's hunt has borne fruit.
I've managed to locate a power source, and it's relatively close by.
A short drive to Manhattan, but there's a catch.
I think we're better off having you drop in from above. What do you mean, above?
Desmond parachutes from the adjacent building to the Abstergo office below. It's too easy. The artifact is on display in a corner office. Did Abstergo even know what they had?
That wasn't so bad.
So, you must be Desmond.
Who are you?
Ask your father. I'm not supposed to kill you, but the boss man didn't say anything about fucking you up, so you got to the counter.
Abstergo had tracked them, but Desmond has the artifact, and on returning to the temple, the assassins filled Desmond in on this mystery Templar.
So who the hell is Daniel Cross?
Believe it or not, he used to be an assassin. It turned out he was a sleeper agent for Abstergo, programmed to infiltrate and destroy the organization.
Cross is a dangerous asset to Warren Vidic and the Templars. His volatility, his mental state has been exacerbated by extended periods in the Animus. They must be wary of him. Abstergo know what the assassins search for, and they are tracking them. They need 2 more power sources which Sean will track down, all the while avoiding Daniel Cross and the cross he represents. Desmond focuses again on the key. In the 4 years since Connor had been at the homestead, he had seen great change in both himself and the people of this land. The British were losing their grip on America, and something new was brewing. But underneath this, the assassins sensed strings were being pulled by the Templars for their own ends. He saw this in Boston, as Charles Lee's gunshot lit the touch paper of discontent outside the Boston Custom House. He saw the satisfaction in his father's face as lives were lost and hatreds galvanized. They want power. If not through the British, then they look to place themselves somewhere in this emerging regime. Connor must determine where, but where to start. It will start with Connor on the back foot. His childhood friend, Canandorgan, delivers news of the British looking to force them from their lands.
They said that the land was being sold and that the Confederacy had consented.
Do you have a name?
He's called William Johnson.
At this moment, he resides somewhere in Boston, preparing for the purchase of the land. Connor must defend the tribe he still feels so much a part of. Achilles knows who can help draw out William Johnson. Connor finds Samuel Adams, a member of the Sons of Liberty.
Samuel Adams, at your service.
Adams has discerned that William Johnson is funding the purchase of the land by smuggling and selling British tea from the ships at the docks.
A stage requires a spectacle, and I may know the play.
The play is twofold.
The Sons of Liberty get to send a message to England, and you rob William Johnson of his financing. Your village will be saved.
On December 16th, Connor leads the Sons of Liberty in raiding the ships, fighting back the British and dumping the tea, profit centre of both the British and William Johnson, into the harbour waters. The village has been saved for now, but America will never be the same again. The revolution has officially begun. The threat to the village is stemmed, but the Templar threat is still ever present.
You should have killed him.
There was no need.
Time will tell if you speak the truth.
Connor took no pleasure in killing, but if it stands in the way of liberty, he would do so in a heartbeat. He pledged his blade to the people, liberating areas of the city from the hands of oppressors, and recruiting those that would aid in this endeavour. Wherever he could help, he gave back power to the people so they could live in freedom. He saw a way of life away from control and greed. Indeed, he looked to create that ideal in his new home. Surrounding the house, the homestead boasted bountiful land. Too long had it languished untended. He encouraged a community with people who did not fit in the wider world. He invited them to stay and put their skills towards this ideal.
Our village is growing and in need of all forms of trade. Just business and a new life.
People who just wanted to contribute. Farmers, carpenters, hunters, clothes makers, doctors, priests, and publicans. The homestead was its own ecosystem and thrived. What resources they did not need themselves, they sold. The proceeds fed back into the community and into the fight. Below the homestead, its harbour was rejuvenated, and within it, pride of place, docked the famed assassin ship, the Aquila. Now restored to its former glory.
Why, the Aquila, boy! The ghost of the North Seas!
Captained by the oft inebriated Robert Faulkner.
She'll fetch 12 knots in a stiff gale. Ne'er a ship from here to Singapore can outrun her on her best day. What do you say we take her out? Show you what she can do firsthand.
As Connor does in the cities, he does so on the high seas, seeing to the Templar threat wherever it lies.
Victory for the Aquila! For her glory! Hip hip hurrah!
Adventure on the waves also brought mystery, as he tracked treasures in far-flung seas. A local character that frequented the harbour kept letters left by William Kidd, the famed sailor and pirate who 100 years before Connor looked to keep artefacts from the hands of the Templars. Connor found the artifact he looked to protect. This Shard of Eden would help Connor in his fight with the Templars, a precursor device to help shield its wearer from projectiles. Each time he ventured to the horizon, he always returned to the bosom of his adopted family. He will always be Canyon Kahaka, but this is the world he hopes he can help create in the whole of America, where people respect difference, embrace cooperation, and love one another because of it. It's while basking in the glow of his creation that Achilles' warning becomes a reality.
William Johnson has returned with all the money required to buy our land. He meets with the elders as we speak.
If Connor stayed his blade once, he would not do so again. Achilles is right. They will not stop. The elders try to resist.
We are not here to negotiate, nor to sell. We are here to tell you and yours to leave these lands.
Perhaps you'll respond better to the sword.
Connor does not hesitate. Like many Templars of the past, even in death, their convictions remain.
I could have saved you all.
You speak of salvation, but you were killing them.
Because they would not listen. And so, it seems, neither will you.
William Johnson believes the colonists will turn on the Mohawks in time, but for now they remain. On his body is revealed information on his next target, John Pitcairn. John Pitcairn has risen to command level within the British Army, and his orders are to target Patriot weapons and supplies to stem the flow of the revolution. The Templars care not where they assume power. At this moment they have placed themselves in both camps in order to have total influence, but topple Pitcairn, and Connor rids the world of a Templar and tips the scales towards the resistance. Connor can't do it alone. He joins the Sons of Liberty in helping gather the Patriots to the cause.
The British are coming!
And stands beside them in defending the town of Concord as Pitcairn looks to take those Patriot weapons and supplies.
Fire! Fall back! Fall back! We did it! They're turning tail!
Connor helped aid the cause of the Patriots but failed to further his own.
I should have struck when I had the chance.
It would be weeks before he had another. He meets Samuel Adams at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The Patriots are gaining strength, becoming organized. The new Continental Army elects a leader, George Washington. An ambitious individual, he did not find the advancement prospects he desired within the British Army, and he left for politics. A decade after the French-Indian War, he finds himself at the spearhead in the Revolution for Independence, to the vexation of one man.
Truly, there is no man better suited to the task.
Leave to assure
Really?
the Congress that
I
as
can
no
think of several.
pecuniary
Charles
me to have
Lee.
accepted this arduous employment.
Do I know you?
Come, Connor, there's someone I want you to meet.
Charles Lee won't recognise that scared young boy in the face of Connor, but Charles Lee's face is seared in Connor's memory. It was Lee that killed his mother. Here, Charles Lee has been passed over for this command, a blow for the Templars. What a boon it would have been to be at the very top of this emerging power. An independent United States is close to a reality. The Templars need to grasp the reins. For Connor, Lee must wait. The grasp of the British is loosening, and it is near Bunker Hill that Connor gets his chance to meet Pitcairn. He fights his way through the British to end his life. Like so many Templar last words that have occurred before, their aim is that of peace, but method is the difference between them.
And I would have succeeded had you let me play my part.
Part of the puppeteer.
Or better, we hold the strings on another.
No, the strings should be severed. All should be free.
And it's on his dying body that Connor discovers the next Templar plan, to assassinate Washington and place Charles Lee as his obvious successor. The man charged with completing the task is another name on the assassin wall, Thomas Hickey. Connor heads to New York. Thomas Hickey runs a counterfeiting ring in the city. Connor looks to shut it down and take Hickey out of action.
Right. Ain't supposed to be none of your kind left. Suppose I'd best be rectifying that then. Get him!
Connor is not the only one looking for the counterfeiters.
You are both under arrest!
The Patriots have shut down the ring.
What are the charges?
Counterfeiting!
I had nothing to do with that. Listen, there are more important things at stake here. This man is planning to...
He awakes, imprisoned, and with only the bars separating them, he gets closer to his father than he ever has before.
Thank you kindly for the rescue, gents.
There can be no further mistakes, Thomas. Am I understood?
What about the assassin?
Deal with this, Charles.
At once, sir.
Haytham knows who Connor is. He was unaware at the time that he had a child, and he has not known for long, but he knows. He will not meet his eyes. Lee remains. They were unaware of the rise of the assassins here on American shores until now. They capitulated long ago with Achilles.
Your meddling in the revolution has caused us no small measure of grief. It cannot continue. Our work is too important. The child in the forest was you. You know, all of this might have been avoided had you only done what I asked.
What does he mean?
I think I have an idea. Yes, 2 birds with 1 stone.
That idea is to frame Connor for the murder of the prison warden and accuse him of the plot to kill George Washington. While Washington looks over the gallows to see his plotter hanged, the Templars will complete their plan. But as Connor approaches the noose, he sees the assassin order he has rebuilt with Achilles come to his aid. He knows not which of them severed the rope, but he is free. Free to stop Thomas Hickey and end the plot.
Go!
Thomas Hickey was a faithful servant to the Templars, but his reason for service was not as grand as some.
They has the money, they has the power. That's the reason I threw in with them. That's the only reason. You're just some blind fool who's always chasing butterflies, whereas I'm the type of guy who likes to have a beer in one hand and a tea in the other.
Connor's purpose stretches further. The plot scuppered for now, he joins Washington in Philadelphia for a pivotal moment for their country. They officially declare independence. The British are all but finished. The months draw on without event. Despite the inevitable impending return of the Templars, it is quiet. Connor travels to the Continental Army's encampment at Valley Forge. He can help Washington, and possibly the assassin cause as well.
Supply caravans meant for the camp have gone missing. I suspect treachery. A traitor named Benjamin Church, recently released from prison, has vanished as well. The 2 events are surely related.
Connor investigates reports on the Southern Road. Benjamin Church is an enemy of the Patriots, passing information to the British, but he also has other enemies. Connor hopes to find sign of Church here, but instead has a meeting he has long rehearsed in his head.
Father. Connor, any last words?
Come to check up on Church? Make sure he'd stolen enough for your British brothers?
Benjamin Church is no brother of mine.
Haytham sees the man his child has become without his influence. He is awash with emotions, pride, envy, possibly even hatred, but he sees opportunity and a dovetail of purpose. To seek revenge on the traitor church and subconsciously the chance to know the child he sired.
Perhaps some time together might do us good. You are my son, after all, and might still be saved from your ignorance.
Connor's silence speaks to an agreement.
Excellent. Shall we be off?
Their accord lasted the following weeks, as they tracked a weak trail through the snows of the frontier, the burnt-out shells of the Great Fire, and bustling docklands of New York.
Speed, Connor! We need more speed!
Culminating in a sea voyage to the Caribbean, where Church looked to profit from his theft of Patriot supplies. Throughout their partnership, they found common ground, but just as many differences as has been held between Assassin and Templar for centuries.
Order. Purpose. Direction. It's your lot that means to confound with this nonsense talk of freedom.
But they stuck, for now, to their common ground. Haytham did not know his father well. He lost him at a young age, but he settled into a shorthand with Connor, although one of critique.
You could have killed me when we first met. What stayed your hand?
Curiosity. Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to come along and hold your hand, perhaps? Provide kind words of encouragement?
It's almost as though you want him to escape.
You do it.
Why me?
Because I said so. Now go.
How is it you came to captain a ship, given the way you sail?
It was at least resemblant of a father's love for his son.
You I recognize, not the savage.
He is my son.
But bubbling under this is Connor's resentment he has always held for his father, the Templars, Charles Lee.
I found my mother burning alive. Charles Lee is responsible for her death by your order.
It's impossible. I gave no such order.
It is done, and I'm all out of forgiveness.
Further discussion may jeopardize Connor's immediate mission. They must find Church, and they do so on the Caribbean Sea. They board the ship and take their prize.
Enough! Where are the supplies you stole?
Go to hell.
Connor aims to understand the mind of Benjamin Church. Like Braddock, he had drifted from his order.
It's all a matter of perspective. There is no single path through life that's right and fair and does no harm. Dedicated as you are to fighting Templars, who themselves see their work as just.
Connor understands this. He always has. Good people do bad things out of ignorance and fear. But he fights for what he thinks, knows is right, and he will not see people controlled, manipulated, oppressed. He fights for freedom, and he is wary of the mindset of the Patriots. Do they have everyone's freedom in mind? And like his father hopes of him, he hopes Haytham can be saved from his ideologies. Their work together is not done. They return with the stolen supplies. Both Assassin and Templar want rid of the crown. In order to defeat them, they must know their plans. They capture British officers to find out. They are to march on New York.
When do they begin?
2 days from now.
I must warn Washington.
They head to Valley Forge.
We should be sharing what we know with Lee, not Washington.
You seem to think I favor him, but my enemy is a notion, not a nation.
You oppose tyranny, injustice. These are just symptoms. Their true cause is human weakness.
You have said much, yes. But you have shown me nothing.
Then we'll have to remedy that then, won't we?
As Connor delivers news of the British attack, Haytham finds just the evidence to deliver the revelation he has kept to himself for now.
And what's this?
Private correspondence.
Of course it is. Would you like to know what it says, Connor?
Washington, the Patriots are due to attack a native village. Reacting to intel that they are working with the British against them, Washington's orders are to burn the village, salt the land, eradicate its people. The village in question is Connor's.
Not the first time either. Tell them what you did 14 years ago.
Since that day, the day he lost his mother, he blamed the Templars for her death, Charles Lee specifically. But it was another. During the 7 Years' War, as the natives worked with the French, it was Washington's orders to stop this threat at any cost. Washington ordered his village to burn, and he does so again.
And so now you see what happens to this great man when under duress. He makes excuses and does a great many things, in fact, except take responsibility.
Enough!
Connor knows there are many minds and many moving parts to a collective greed. Washington is guilty, yes, but he has his village to save. Not to save his nation, but to enact a notion. Connor is an assassin, and he stands for those that struggle to stand for themselves. He realizes he can't forge peace on such disparate ideals of how to live. He must do this alone.
A warning to you both! Choose to follow me or oppose me, and I will kill you.
Connor rides for his village. As Charles Lee lit the touch paper before the massacre at Boston, he does so here. The Templars have sculpted the perfect scenario. They have forewarned the village of the Patriot attack. They will see the British fall under a preemptive strike from the natives, and in doing so, Charles Lee will see the certain death of the natives he so despises. Connor tries to head off the Mohawk attack. He must stop it. He must save the village. He subdues who he can until he meets his childhood friend, his brother, Canondogan. Charles Lee had spread lies to manipulate the village, that Connor wants the end of the village, that he has been corrupted. The hate and the betrayal that this has engendered is unassailable. Connor has no choice. Another of those he loves has to die due to greed. Charles Lee is acting like every powerful Templar before him. He is pulling the strings and manipulating the tide of change on both sides. His plan has always been to weaken the British while at the same time undermine the leadership of George Washington. Lee wants the seat of power in this new world. Lee does such during the Battle of Monmouth. Connor aids the Patriot victory despite Lee's tactics.
Charles Lee has betrayed you. He forced retreat in the midst of battle, hoping the loss would take the lives of your men and see you relieved of your command.
What?
That man is your enemy, and he will not stop until you are dead or dishonored. Should you choose to spare Lee's life, then I will take it myself. Enjoy your victory, Commander. It will be the last I deliver you.
Connor hates Washington. He has every right to, but at least his leadership is free of Templar grandeur, and at least he is steering the country towards revolution. He no longer needs to guide this ship. It will reach its destination of its own accord. They will get their independence. Charles Lee is the only person who can stop it. Connor knows what he must do. In order to open the door and gain access to whatever is in there, whatever the ones that came before needs Desmond to get to, the assassins must have Haytham's artifact. But before then, they need the power sources. The first one Desmond found switched the lights on. The second, taken from Manhattan, saw movement behind the door. Sean hacked into the database and found news of more. They travelled to Brazil to find a third artifact. Just like in New York, Daniel Cross was there to scupper them. Desmond narrowly escaped with the prize. News of the fourth and final artifact came from Egypt. Desmond needed to concentrate on Haytham's amulet. William would step up to the plate and retrieve it from the museum there. Desmond woke from the Animus to hear the news.
Abstergo has your dad.
Where?
Italy. Same place they were holding you.
And the man holding him is familiar to Desmond too.
Hello again, Mr. Miles.
Warren Vidic, the man that kept him prisoner, forced him into the Animus, turned Lucy Stillman to his will, and now has his father.
I propose a trade. Bring me the apple, and I'll return your father to you, no worse for the wear.
Desmond knows William would want them to move on, find another power source, focus on the mission, but despite their differences, the parental missteps, the misconnection, he loves his father. There is no question what he must do. They leave for Italy with the apple left by Ezio beneath the Colosseum that opened the door to the Grand Temple, the apple that holds so much power.
They know I'm here, Rebecca. There's no way they don't.
Subdue the subject, please.
Desmond doesn't need to be shown. He knows exactly where to begin, where it all started. But Warren Vidic's pet, his best soldier, stands in his way.
Give me the apple. All right, Desmond. Game's over. Not now. Not now.
What the hell was that?
That was Cross's addled brain. Too long spent in the Animus in the care of Abstergo, the care of Warren Vidic. so close to the apple held by Desmond, it triggered the bleeding effect.
Kill the bastard, and then bring me the apple.
Cross was no longer a threat. He could not defend himself.
Where's Vidic?
Fifth floor. Please don't kill me. I'll let you in.
Desmond has the apple, but he has no intention of handing it over.
You want it? Fine. Here it is. Wait! No!
He knows how to wield it. It was meant for him, left for him. After all, he's had the practice. He has his father. They have the final power source, and Desmond has the apple. With the 3 power sources in hand, Desmond begins to bring the temple back online. When doing so, the ever-present Juno tells stories. Stories of the ones that came before and their failure to stop the sun.
4 towers would be built to pull her fury into this place and dispel it.
They did not have the time. The first tower was only partially completed, and the project was abandoned.
But while we labored on other endeavors, a few returned. They thought to automate the process. Metal might finish what flesh could not.
They tried to use their existing shield technology to perhaps shield the Earth, but they could not scale it enough. They looked to harness the power of the apple. The phenomenon that multiple minds harnessed to it could change the very fabric of reality. Their aim was to place the apple in the atmosphere to do this, just as modern-day Abstergo hoped to do.
Once placed, a sentence would be uttered. Make us safe.
But they could not control it. Minerva took charge of a divination project to enact a future solution. They created a device so complex as to predict the infinite possibilities of the future, enough so they could communicate with future allies. That device was called the Eye, but every future they predicted led to the same outcome: the destruction of the world. They turned to bioengineering, Juno's project, to change their genetic makeup to resist the effects of the cataclysm.
In this manner, we might thrive in a world made poisonous.
Juno's husband, Aita, volunteered to test the process. He was consumed with pain. He begged for the end.
I pleaded with him to give us time to find another way. But there wasn't one. Not for him. Not for us.
Juno could see their race's fate was sealed, for their bodies at least. But what if they could save their minds? What if they could transfer it to another vessel, one more sturdy, like stone? For this, they found a way.
It proved easy enough to enter. But to leave required something more, something wrong. And so this too they abandoned. I wondered, though, were they right to turn away?
However, Juno is communicating with the assassins now. It's clear that before her kind passed, she suffered great pain. Somehow, she is even able to communicate with us digitally, hacking the emails and leaving written diatribes of her disdain for the human race, who are inferior, animalistic, wretched things. A hatred that is familiar to Desmond. He has seen it through the ages, none more so than with Charles Lee, and his similar disdain for the natives and those that oppose the Templars. In one email, Juno describes how she lost her father to human hands during humanity's revolution. In the temple, there is no Minerva, no Jupiter, just Juno. It is clear she has no love for humanity. Why is she helping them?
Whatever's on the other side of that door, it benefits Juno. We need to be careful.
The temple is now powered. They just need the key.
Home stretch, Desmond. I can feel it.
Haytham has that key, but he is nowhere to be found. Connor still hopes to spare him, to make him see sense. But in the homestead, his other father, his mentor that gave him the strength to fight, his strength is waning.
Connor, he's asking for you.
Washington spared Lee's life.
So long as he lives, all are in danger. The same is true for your father.
But with Lee gone, my father might...
Listen to me. Both men must die.
Connor leaves the ailing Achilles to construct his plan. Lee currently takes refuge in Fort George in New York. Connor can't enter from the ground. He will use the underground system to gain access, and with the help from his allies, who will cause distraction at range from the sea.
In the chaos, I will slip inside, find Charles Lee, and silence him forever.
Connor infiltrates. The guns rage. The bells ring out. He continues to the heart of the fort.
Where are you, Charles?
Gone.
Come now. You cannot hope to match me, Connor. Give me Lee!
Impossible. He is the promise of a better future.
Haytham knows he cannot turn the tide in Connor's mind. Connor knows the same. There was a time for Haytham, but that time is long gone. He is too old, too buried in the work he has done, in the lives he has taken, in the cause he has championed. Lee must live to see this world thrive under Templar ideals. He is their best chance. He does not hope to best his son. Maybe he will. He just needs to stand in his way.
We did not harm your people! We did not support the crown! We worked to see this land united and at peace under our rule!
Surrender, and I will spare you.
Brave words from a man about to die. We require no creed, no indoctrination by desperate old men. All we need is that the world be as it is. And this is why the Templars will never be destroyed.
Haytham has the upper hand, but he knows the assassins. He knows where they wear their hidden blades. He wears one himself. To truly give the Templars the world, all he has to do is use it. But who he is, the life he has lived, the product of that stolen summer with Zio at his mercy, he won't. He leaves his son's blade arm free. He has given Lee the chance to flee. It's up to him now. And it's up to Connor.
I will not weep and wonder what might have been. I'm sure you understand.
What might have been is a story unto itself. As a young boy, Haytham was leading a different path, until that path was diverted for him. Not unlike the relationship he had with Connor, not unlike the relationship William has with Desmond, Haytham's father was cold, distant, but intent on instilling skills and a mindset. His father was an assassin, and before he could impart that wisdom, he was killed, unbeknownst to Haytham by a man he would come to know well. That man would become his mentor and his master. He was a Templar named Reginald Birch. Before Haytham found out the truth, Birch trained him, taught him the Templar mindset, and inducted him. He lived a life he was born to despise, a Templar life. Around the time Zio was having his son, Haytham acted on the knowledge that Birch was his father's killer and took his life. Revenge was its only outcome. Haytham now was who he was. He was a Templar, and he still longed for a world under its ideology. Over the preceding years, he would wrestle with this. After so long trying to unite his opposing thoughts inherent from his father and the Templar life he has led, sick of being pulled in opposing directions, now, here, he accepts the world as it is. He accepts who he is. He accepts who his son is. Like Haytham's father, Connor was an assassin. Connor's grandfather's name was Edward Kenway. His story is yet to be told.
We've got a problem. Haytham doesn't have the amulet anymore.
Before bidding Lee to flee, before facing his son, allowing Charles to escape, he gave him the amulet. Charles Lee now leads the Templar Order, and Connor must track him down and face him. Like his father, Connor has been pulled in myriad directions. Is he Canyon Kahaka, American, patriot, homestead owner, assassin? Like his father, he must remember who he truly is, a guardian of those oppressed.
I cannot afford to be consumed with doubt. The people need me. Now more than ever, I must stop the Templars. I will kill Charles Lee.
Connor knows he will find him at the memorial service for his father. Connor knows the Templars know he'll be there. He doesn't care. He needs to face his enemy.
I will kill you, Connor. This I swear. Not here, though. Not today. First, I'll destroy all you hold dear. I'll burn that homestead of yours to the ground and roast the severed heads of your precious founding fathers in its flames.
You can try, Charles. But as with all your schemes, this too will end in failure.
Take him away.
He knew Charles would not strike here. He knew when held the Templars could not keep him for long. He knew that his presence would unsettle Charles, and he knew, despite his threats, his defiant eyes would strike fear into Charles Lee. Connor would just need to wait for his moment, and with patience, it came. Charles's time in the Americas has come to an end. The threat of Connor's next move is too much for him. He knows he is no match. Lee is at the harbour booking passage from these shores. Connor's there to meet him. He gives chase through the harbour into the shipyard.
Why do you persist? You try so hard, but it always ends the same. Yet you fight. You resist. Why?
Because no one else will.
His midriff punctured, blood loss clouding his vision, he will not be stopped. He winged Lee. Connor tracks him up the Charles River to Monmouth, to the Last Drink Tavern. So long has he waited for this moment. Charles Lee was not responsible for his mother's death like he thought, but his leadership of the Templars have been and will be responsible for so much more pain in the world. This is not for Connor. This is for the people he protects. Charles Lee knows this is the end of the line. There is nothing else to be said. Connor finally has the amulet, the key to the Grand Temple. The task set him by the Spirit all those years ago has been completed. Recovered from his wounds, Connor returns to the village. His endeavours were meant to save it, to keep his people here, unopposed by the changes outside the valley. But the village has moved on without him, headed west to delay the inevitable. All that is left is the door to the Nexus, to Juno.
Now you must hide it, where none shall think to look, and then in time, what once was, shall be again.
I do not understand.
Nor need you.
But what of my people?
You have saved this place, as was your people's purpose, and that matters most. Remember, you must hide the amulet where none might find it.
Connor started out all those years ago on a journey to save his people, but his people have gone. The independence, the freedom he helped the Patriots attain has been achieved, but not for all. Although the Templars are beaten for now, his fight is not over. Not until freedom prevails for everyone. Radunagerdun is an assassin, but in the homestead, by the community he built, he's known as Connor. This is the world he hopes to see multiplied across the land, where peace, laughter, and unity prevail. Where people share success, share problems, and work together for peace. Not a nation, but a notion. This is where Connor belongs. When Connor arrived, it was a shell that housed a broken man. He was once a great assassin. He was once a happy family man. His story we may yet hear more of, but for now, the house, the lands, they are repaired, and that broken man found hope again.
Achilles.
As Achilles sat in his chair for the last time, he could be happy that the cause he fought for so long would be in good hands. The hands he helped shape. In the young native boy, Achilles saw hope. So much so, he gave him a name very dear to his heart. The name he gave to the little boy he lost years before. He lost everything the day he lost his family, but in Connor, he glimpsed a future. The community they built together gathered round as they buried the old man on the hill.
I will make you proud, old man.
and it is here that Connor will hide the amulet at the request of the spirit. Guarded by the grave of his namesake, Achilles' infant son Connor and his wife, and Achilles, a family, at rest on the hill overlooking the community that has been born. And that is where the assassins in 2012 find it.
Guess this is it.
We're right behind you.
They make their way to the door, to the inner sanctum of the Grand Temple.
Moment of truth.
With his assassins behind him, his friends, his family, he meets Juno at the altar of what he hopes is humanity's saviour.
Here, at last. You know our story now. Of how we tried. Of how we failed. All our hopes extinguished. Save one.
One of their ideas to repel the sun was to do so with the construction of 4 towers to absorb the sun. Time allowed them to barely complete one. Although abandoning the project, they left the job to machines. They automated the project. It took centuries, long after the ones that came before had succumbed. The machines finished their work. To activate it, needed just one thing.
Your touch. A spark. A spark to save the world.
Wait! Do not touch the pedestal.
Minerva?
Minerva returning as a projection to warn Desmond.
You? But how? You left! You destroyed the device!
Did you think there was only one? You must not free her.
Free her?
One of the projects the Triad abandoned was that of transcendence, rehousing consciousness to another vessel. Juno resurrected this technology and moved her mind to the very fabric of this temple, waiting for the moment she could be freed. Juno's priority was not to save the world from the sun.
While we worked to save the world, she sought instead to conquer it. She used our machines to set her plans in motion.
The eye that Minerva built to divine the future was appropriated by Juno, to use it for her own ends, to deliver a message to Desmond in the Colosseum, to kill Lucy Stillman.
When we discovered her treachery, we put a stop to it. And then we left. But first we called to you.
To Desmond and the assassins to come to the temple to try where they had failed. Minerva wanted to save humanity in the future, even if she could not save her own species. With the message sent, she destroyed the eye in the temple, but there was another, kept safe by Minerva, used to project to this moment.
Now I see we were deceived. She survived, she endured, and then she began to work.
After the temple was sealed, she transferred her consciousness to the temple, to the first civilization computational hardware within it, to be immortal but trapped. Whatever her plan was before her treachery was discovered, she now had thousands of years and the power of the temple to communicate through the pieces of Eden scattered throughout the world, to communicate with humanity through time. The tribe of the Mohawk Valley, Subject 16, with Desmond, to formulate a new plan to free herself and set about conquering the Earth. Her message to Desmond in the temple under the Colosseum as he stepped towards Lucy, blade drawn, was cryptic.
It is done. The way lies all before you. Only she remains to be found. Awaken the 6th.
In the Grand Temple, as Desmond placed those power sources, Juno talked of 6 methods the first civilization attempted to save the world. The 6th of those she described was transcendence. She was saved, but trapped by the 6th method, and she needed to be free, to be awakened. What she needed was a spark. Desmond's high concentration of first civilization DNA. The touch from him would activate the towers that took so long to build. They would absorb the sun's power, saving the world, but somehow transferring Juno to another vessel, one in which she can leave these walls, seek the power she craves, and an opportunity to punish, enslave the species she so despises. Minerva's message to the assassins is that it's too late. In touching the pedestal, the catastrophe may be averted, but a worse catastrophe would take its place.
Only touch the pedestal and the world will be saved. Better the world burn than she be loosed upon it.
Is that so? Show him then.
Minerva long ago divined what would happen when the sun's rays hit. The world would burn. Its people would perish save a lucky few. The few, people like Desmond and his fellow assassins, safe underground, protected. When they emerged, Desmond would become a leader amongst them, inspiring unity to rebuild, to be at one with each other in peace. That word would spread and take seed, but in time, like all great leaders, his body would fail. Those words would be taken and corrupted, and the cycle of humanity's failings would begin again.
So tell me, how is this better?
They will enslave your kind, Desmond. Is this not why you fight? Is this not why you came here? To ensure more than just your race's future, but its freedom?
What future? What freedom? Billions dead and the whole cycle begun anew?
Enough!
You must not do this.
Whatever Juno's planning, however terrible it might seem today, we'll find a way to stop it. But the alternative, what you want, there's no hope there. It's done, Minerva. The decision's made.
Save the world, but free a tyrant. That is the decision. Desmond will not wipe the slate clean, killing billions. However bleak the state of the world, however terrible the things to come, there are still assassins out in the world that will dedicate their lives to changing it, to freeing it, to stopping those that look to oppress it.
You need to go. All of you. Now. Get as far away from here as you can. Son.
In his time in the temple, Desmond achieved something he never thought he would. He became his father's son again. Desmond is the world's savior, but his father and his fellow assassins will be its hope. They must live on.
It's already started. I need to do this now. So go. Go!
Desmond is not the boy he was, that fled from the farm all those years ago. He ran from a cause he felt was not his. His father knew he was special, so wanted him to be prepared. Abstergo knew he was special and slaved him to the Animus. The ones that came before knew he was special and pulled all the strings for him to be here, before the pedestal. But he was no longer anyone's puppet. This was his cause, his choice. And in touching the pedestal, he would give humanity a chance, however small, to be free.
It is done. The world is saved. You played your part well, Desmond. But now it's time that I played mine.
Another revolutionary. Another face that struggles to belong amongst the cruel civilization that looks to oppress. While Connor was taking the fight to the East Coast, down south, another assassin was rising. This is the story of Aveline. This is the story of Assassin's Creed Liberation. Abstergo is a corporation that started out in pharmaceuticals and has branched into many areas of revenue creation. To the masses, Abstergo is a corporate giant with fingers in all the pies. In private, they are a front for the Templars, a secret order intent on controlling humanity. That line of work is expensive. Their front needs to foot the bill, and the latest attempt to accrue this revenue is to monetize their most ingenious invention.
Connect with the past, relive history.
The Animus has been a secret project for decades, to use genetic memory to source ancient objects of power. But now, they'll record those memories, edit them, and sell them to the masses via their new home consumer console, also named Animus. To the world, the Animus has been created with the exclusive purpose to entertain. Under their new division, Abstergo Entertainment.
Using Abstergo's incredible research into genetic memory, Animus gives you the chance to game within the past.
Liberation is their first offering to test the waters before investing in larger, more lucrative experiences. Liberation features the genetic memories of Aveline de Grand Pré, a girl who becomes a misguided assassin but is eventually steered towards championing the wonderfully important work of the Templar Order. That is what Abstergo would have you experience, have you believe. Others will stop at nothing to reveal the truth. In the year 1765, around 4 years before Radunagerdon set out on his journey to find Achilles, and over 1,000 miles southwest of the Davenport homestead in New Orleans, a young girl awakes from a haunting dream. A dream she has most nights, reliving the moments she last saw her mother. Aveline was an adventurous child. A worry to her mother, she would often wander off as things caught her eye. Her mother, Jeanne, feared the day she would lose sight of her beloved daughter. But on this day, it would be Jeanne that would disappear. A mystery that many years later is still not solved. Aveline missed her mother crushingly, but she was lucky. She had a stepmother that loved her and cared for her. Madeleine.
Shh, ma chérie, shh. A mother worries, even a stepmother.
But from her real mother, she had a keepsake. A locket with Jeanne's likeness within.
Did you forget me? Or are you gone?
Aveline was the daughter of her father, Philippe de Grandpré, businessman and trader of goods between the old and new worlds. On a trading excursion to Saint-Domingue, he returned having purchased a slave, Jeanne. He slept with her, as most white slave owners deemed it their right. But he fell in love, made her his placée, his slave wife, and Jeanne gave birth to Aveline. Rather late in these proceedings, he freed Jeanne from the bounds of slavery, and in turn made Aveline a free citizen of New Orleans, and his daughter for all the world to see. Despite the gossip, mutterings and disdain from peers both in society and business, he adored Aveline with a father's love and would not cover it up, or his love for Jeanne. As Aveline grew, Philippe exposed her to his business dealings and saw an aptitude in her that he encouraged. In quick order, she was given a role in the enterprise, a position she relished, but Aveline also had another role. She was a member of a secret order. Aveline was an assassin, and she never wasted a restless night.
The night has better uses than sleep.
Aveline picks up news from a fellow assassin, Gérald Blanc, at the Pigeon Coop.
We have uncovered news of a plantation from which slaves are vanishing. Our network can find no trace of them. Perhaps you can investigate this mystery from within.
Due to the colour of her skin, Aveline could change her guise to move freely within many circles, with one aim that eclipsed all others: to give liberty to those oppressed and in chains, literal or otherwise. She was lucky enough to be freed. She now lives to free others. Although she was often dressed as a lady of society, today she disguises as a woman enslaved, here to investigate just what is happening to these slaves. Are they escaping? Or are they in danger? Aveline blends with her environment, uses her innate skills she has always had to track one of those missing slaves, Therese.
Who did this?
Therese not liberated but chained and abused by the plantation owner's son. This will not stand. Aveline has been impeccably trained. An assassin now for 6 years, since she was near 13. Although Aveline's secret was kept from her father and stepmother, Aveline and Madeleine recognized a calling in each other to help those that could not help themselves. Therese needed help. Aveline was sure Madeleine could.
While walking, I discovered a woman, a slave.
Where is she?
In a wagon, outside.
Aveline!
Don't be cross. I knew you'd know the thing to do.
I will see that she is treated in utmost discretion.
Ah, thank you, Madeleine.
If you have any more womanly problems, do not hesitate to see me.
Despite her long night, the day also demands Aveline's attention.
Monsieur Blanc requests your assistance at the warehouse.
Gerald Blanc is the family accountant and a vital part of this small trading empire. But unbeknownst to Philippe, he is also an assassin, and the warehouse offices also double up as the Louisiana Assassin Brotherhood headquarters. Philippe enjoys the leisure that Gerald and Aveline afford him. They capably run the business, and Philippe increasingly lets them do so. They operate in New Orleans, on the bank of the Mississippi River. Due to its prominent position, it has become a booming centre of trade of all things, none less so than slavery. Money here flows, and the city is an epicentre of power struggle between the world's superpowers of Spain and France, and in 1765, the city was transitioning to Spanish rule. It's Aveline's assassin skills that overcome the more tricky elements of business in this city, like lost shipments, pirate activity, and underhand rivals looking to upset trade in the area. And it's usually while navigating these murky waters of business that Aveline finds her best intel on the assassin's greatest enemies, the Templars. And they have their hand in the current transition of power.
Aveline, the documents you found aboard the Rat Captain's ship, I recognize the name. Rafael Joaquin de Ferrer, a known enemy.
How can I help?
He will attend a social soiree at the governor's mansion this evening.
Aveline listens in to the meeting between the Templar Ferrer and Jean-Jacques Dabadie, the governor of Louisiana.
With the Spanish under our spell, the company man will at last have the power to fulfill our true purpose.
I will do all I can to smooth the handover of the colony, and your mission will have all the workers it needs.
I drink to the death of the Brotherhood.
This is serious. Templars at the centre of power. What is this mission they speak of? And who is the company man? De Ferrer leaves. Aveline must know more. The Templar accomplice Dabadie under her blade.
Why does de Ferrer want workers?
I know nothing of his plans. I was to send him slaves and vagrants.
Rest in peace, Gouverneur.
After infiltrating the mansion, slaying the governor, and complicating Templar plans, the town of New Orleans is too hot for Aveline right now. She will seek a moment's safety in the bayou and meet with her mentor, Agate. In 1759, shortly after arriving in the bayou, Agate needed to recruit to continue assassin work. He chose Gerald, but also a young mixed-race girl who could navigate and transition between cultural worlds, helping fix cultural problems, Aveline. Now, these swamps where Agate has his hideout currently has its own problems and mysteries.
Deep in the bayou, a dangerous imposter spreads real roots. He calls himself Francois Macandal.
For Agate, this name died long ago.
My own mentor, to whose cause I devoted my life. He was put to death by fire. I failed to prevent it.
This imposter has taken and is spreading this name for a reason. But what?
The false Macandal gathers followers. They attempt to overtake smuggling operations on the bayou. To finance what, I cannot say. Who is this imposter? This you will need to uncover.
Agate has delighted in the evolution of his charge, Aveline. It's time to broaden her skills. Before she embarks on this mission, he trains her in a new weapon for her arsenal, the blowpipe.
You may use this to your advantage, if you approach in stealth.
To find the location of the false Macandal, Aveline will engage the very smuggling rings that are threatened by this new rival in the swamps.
You give up the river?
Or we take the river.
The false Macandal's men. She uses a blowpipe and more familiar means to temper this threat. This is Elise Lafleur and her smuggling partner, Roussillon. In gratitude for Aveline's help, they will impart their knowledge of the swamps and help track down the imposter.
I seek the leader of these men. No one knows these waters as you do. In return, I'll restore your control of this territory.
Their help is vital. The bayou's waters are sprawling with often impassable vegetation, obstacles, and dangers.
Well, here it is. The realm of the dead.
With time and the smuggler's knowledge, they track down the imposter, calling himself Macandal. Aveline and Elise catch a conversation in progress with a familiar face. De Ferrer.
If you make good on your word.
Fear not, Signor. I was trained by...
I know only too well who your master was, Baptiste. Just remember where your loyalties lie.
The imposter's name is Baptiste, and he is presiding over a ceremony for the supporters he has gathered, using superstition and religious fervour to gain loyalty. Baptiste has amassed an army to gain wealth and control and to help the Templars gather help for their cause.
My faithful acolytes, the time of our ritual is now.
Baptiste is known for his knowledge of poisons. As Aveline infiltrates the ceremony, she is prepared. She has already taken the antidote, prepared for her by the witch doctor of Saint-Donge. She has everything she needs to take down this imposter, but why did he take the name Macandal? Baptiste infects her with the poison. He thinks he has her.
I have captured his pawn. Now he will be forced from hiding.
How do you know Agate?
Baptiste was an assassin, a former slave. He joined the Brotherhood with Agate, and together they were protégés of Francois Macandal in Saint-Domingue. When Macandal died, the Brotherhood there disbanded. Agate left for new lands. Baptiste was left feeling lost and betrayed, and with the promise of a new affiliation in the Templars, he was to offer them the head of the Louisiana assassins, Mentor Agate, his perceived betrayer. By spreading the name of Macandal, he had hoped to draw him out. Instead, he drew this girl, now under his control.
The poison fails? When I am done with you, I will destroy your mentor! Look at you, I know it well. The first time Agate betrayed me, it was for the woman, the thief. She wore one just like it.
What was her name? What was her name?
Had Agate kept secrets from Aveline? Did he know her mother all along, the owner of this locket? Abstergo have outdone themselves. What a story! What a mystery! What a debut to launch their new console! This has to be the most significant leap in entertainment media since the invention of cinema. This experience and its subsequent offerings will surely make billions. It needs to. It has been long in the crafting, designing, marketing, and now it has shipped. But it has shipped with an unwanted feature. A bug. The software has been hacked by a group that have been a thorn in the side of Abstergo in recent years. Erudito.
Here is something they did not want you to know.
Little is known about Erudito, a hacker or hacking collective seemingly intent on exposing Abstergo for who they really are. Their work often aligns with the Assassins, but the Assassins have little intel on Erudito either. The most direct contact to date is an email left in Desmond's inbox, supplying him with his colleague's passwords. Erudito's intent in its latest hack to supply the players of the Animus console with the truth. Although a wondrous tale, Abstergo are careful to redact any details that reveal the Templars in any light but positive. When the player does as Erudito instructs and finds and assassinates an innocent NPC, usually discouraged by the game, Erudito reveals the truth. In this instance, the content of De Ferrer and Baptiste's conversation before this point.
If you make good on your word.
The conversation that was redacted.
Here is my special Erudito cut.
The nobles of New Orleans shall perish by poison, and the slaves shall be avenged. My mentor's work will be complete.
And control of the river will fall to those who know what to do with it.
Francois Macandal was put to death by Templars for his attempt to poison the white colonists of San Domingue for their role in slavery. Abstergo is redacting the fact that Baptiste is doing the same here in the Bayou with Templar support. Baptiste looking to complete his master's work and the Templars looking to cull the powers that prevent them from controlling the region. Aveline has stopped the poisoning, but the Templar plot continues. And the question remains, if Agathe knew Gian, why did he not tell her so? Her trust in him has faltered. She elects not to ask him directly, but wait and uncover more information. She delivers news of the death of the imposter, redacting her own information, holding back the name Baptiste.
You have destroyed the hornet's nest in the bayou, at least for now.
Years would pass in Louisiana. Aveline would continue to protect her father's business, stamp out cruelty and oppression where it lay, and assist her new friends in the bayou where she could. Aveline failed to reveal any further details as to her mentor's knowledge of her mother until the start of a trail was handed to her by her father, Philippe.
Perhaps you are old enough now.
A solitary page of her mother's diary.
You should have it.
Mama.
Over time, Aveline would track down many more of these pages, and they began to outline a tale. The names were redacted, left only with an initial, but the story was clear. It told of Gian's early life as a slave in San Domingue. She formed a relationship with Agathe, a fellow slave, and sometime after Macandal recruited and trained Agathe and his friend Baptiste, he attempted to recruit Gian to the Assassins too. She loved Agathe, but despite this, she did not trust these men. She was scared of their rhetoric and their deadly sense of justice. Macandal asked Gian to help them poison her masters, to kill the family. She refuses. Shortly after, she is purchased by Philippe and taken to a new life in New Orleans. Gian welcomed this, to escape from the pressure and brutality of these men, but she would continue to live in fear. Agathe did know her mother. He loved her once. Aveline will find out more, but for now, there are more immediate matters. There is a discontent brewing in the city. Citizens are unhappy with the Spanish rule. The new governor, Ulloa, rules with a tight grip, and rather than reside in the governor's mansion at the heart of the city, locks himself and his family away in a fort away from the city and its people.
This Spanish governor has placed so many restrictions on trade, even plantation owners are practically begging for an excuse to riot.
Amongst this unrest is instances of people going missing since the Spanish took power.
Torturers! Kidnappers!
We demand answers!
Aveline has heard this tale before a few years back. The then governor promising workers for Deferre's mission.
I thought we ended that with Gouverneur d'Abadie, but it happens again, and not only slaves now, but laborers, the poor. Where are they all going?
Travelling to the bayou, it is clear this region is suffering the same problem. Aveline investigates news of transports of people leaving the fort. With Elise's help, they stop the convoy and free the captured people in the fort, but they are not thanked.
Does this mean we don't get aboard the workship?
Where is this workship bound?
Away from this wretched colony forever, that's all I know.
What do the Spanish want with these workers? What are they promising? Are Deferre and his Templars involved? And where are they taking them? To find out, they must interrogate the man giving these directives in Louisiana, the new governor, Ulloa. The assassins draw him out from his fortified retreat to find out more. Where are these people being taken?
They are not harmed, merely transported to Mexico.
To what end?
The region is rich with relics predating even the Mayans.
Ulloa hands over a decoding lens used to decipher encrypted documents. Aveline spares him.
This is not mercy. I merely leave you to contend with the arsenal of your own employers.
Despite her mistrust, Aveline checks in with Agathe, here to report on what she has learned and to hand over this Templar cipher.
Ah, a valuable find.
This will help the assassins learn future plans. But when he learns that she spared a Templar, he is incandescent.
What?
I must follow our enemy to Mexico. Now.
You will do no such thing!
I must follow my own instincts.
You will regret your insubordination.
I'll take that chance.
This secret has carved a chasm between them, one that ever widens with anger and betrayal on both sides. Aveline dons her slave guise, tracks down the ship headed for Mexico and steals passage. She will find out what the Templars are up to. Why do they need these people? This ship is bound for Chichen Itza, a site of Mayan heritage. Greeting the arrival of this new batch of workers is the man she has been tracking for years, the Templar, Raphael Joaquin de Ferrer.
Welcome, friends, to a new life of freedom, productivity, and peace. Together, we will prosper!
No wonder some were willing travellers. They promised so much. Aveline sees a familiar face.
What a joy to see you here!
Therese, the slave she rescued, that she handed into Madeleine's care. Therese had found her way here.
Are you as happy as they say? Happier. Our homes are comfortable, food is good and plentiful. It's like Eden.
And in return, the Templars received willing, productive hands for what looks to be an excavation site. They are searching for something. Doing her own digging, Aveline reveals the oppression that occurs if they do not respond to the carrot. Then they will meet the stick. And in listening in, the search for whatever it is they are searching for is not going to plan.
The company man is already displeased. If we had more people, be patient. Vasquez will soon be in place in New Orleans. He will succeed where Baptiste failed.
Another Templar name, Vasquez, but that is back in New Orleans. Here, she meets an escapee and hears something she has been hoping to hear since that day in the market. News of her mother.
Your locket? I've seen one before.
It is one of a kind. My mother made it with her own hands.
The woman who wore the locket was named Jeanne. She was one of the first workers to come here.
Where is this woman? I must see her.
She lived in a private house at the south edge of the camp.
Aveline sets out on the trail. Her mother is on the island. While searching, Aveline also finds more diary pages written as her mother arrived to the island. Like Therese, she speaks of her optimism and being treated well by the Templars. Jean worked hard and was eventually given more responsibility as foreman. But like Aveline, she quickly saw malintent under the surface and mistrusted their goals. The Templars are searching for ancient artifacts, and every day the workers failed in producing it, de Ferrer's impatience showed. Jeanne found the artifact and recognised the similarities with something she had in her possession. While with Agate and the assassins in San Domingue before she departed for New Orleans, she took something from the assassins, something valuable to them. They called it the Heart of the Brotherhood. And on travelling to New Orleans, she kept it hidden. Jeanne saw similarities between the heart and this artifact. The same instinct to hide the heart from the assassins rumbles to the surface here as she hides this artifact from the Templars. Jeanne senses its power and trusts neither group to hold it. After she hides the artifact, she hides herself from de Ferrer, and in following her mother's trail, Aveline found a piece of the artifact. These artifacts are from an ancient, advanced civilization from a time before time. The ones who came before, this site created by them. Aveline finds one half of the prophecy disc. But she has been followed. De Ferrer.
How wonderfully useful you are. You find pieces of the prophecy disc, saving me the effort. If you weren't my enemy, I would take you for my friend.
He underestimates Aveline. De Ferrer slain, but the ruin is collapsing. She emerges and is reunited.
Aveline! Maman? You and my heart. I thought you were dead. And carrying the blade of the enemy? Has Agate sent you here to kill me? Kill you? Please understand. They would have killed me. Taken my heart. I never wanted to leave you. Aveline, the disc can never fall into Agate's hands. How do you know him? Why are you so afraid? I'm sorry, Aveline. I hope you can forgive me someday. Mama!
Aveline searched for her mother again, but she vanished. Her search for the other half of the prophecy disc also came to nothing. The colony was now free of Templar rule and free to live as they please. Aveline would return back to New Orleans with half the disc and many more questions. Why is her mother so scared of Agate? Why did she leave? Who is Vasquez? Who is the company man? It is 1771, 2 years since she left for the shores of Mexico. The city has changed. Peaceful, no more rioters. Business is booming. The Spanish seemingly free of Templars and relaxing the laws on the emancipation of slavery.
The Spanish are sympathetic to our aims now. New laws may ease your efforts to help the slaves.
Could it be that for the first time, home holds more comfort than conflict?
Perhaps, but not all is without concern.
There has been strange activity. Men in Spanish uniforms raising havoc in the bayou.
Are they secretly working for?
That's what we need to find out.
The Templars have been knocked down, but they are getting up. This name heard in Chichen Itza. Vasquez is recruiting to swell the ranks of their dwindled Templar army and take control of the bayou for the power and wealth it provides. Is Vasquez the company man? She heads to the bayou to warn Agate, and despite her mother's plea to keep the disc away from him, she still feels a loyalty to her mentor and wants to bridge this gap between them, if not just to know more about his relationship with her mother.
Mentor, I know you have doubted me. But please, my absence has not been in vain. Look what I found.
Contrary to her mother's fears, he does not want it.
You should have left it where it lay. Do you have any idea of its purpose or power?
Someone told me you were looking for it.
You should not allow gossip to infect your mind.
The Templars will be looking for it. Please, send reinforcements to help me retrieve and guard the other half.
No.
Agate will not take direction from this insolent girl who defied him. Despite the sense she speaks and the work she has achieved, the gulf between them remains wide and Agate's blood runs hot. Aveline and her allies disrupt Vasquez's attempt to control the bayou as best they can, and in doing so reveals that Vasquez and his Templars are planning to take back Chichen Itza from the freed colony. She must return to Mexico once more, to stop the Templars, to perhaps find the next half of the disc, but most importantly, to protect her mother. Her mother has helped shape and galvanize the community here. It is stronger than ever.
Aveline, you have returned. Mama, you're not afraid of me.
My love is stronger than my fear. You are no assassin. You are my daughter.
Will you ever understand why I had to leave? You thought your life was in danger.
Your father made me free, but I could never be free in Nouvelle-Orléans. Not with the assassins watching.
Are you free here?
No. I traded one enemy for another, and they will not rest until they have what they seek.
The picture is not complete for Aveline. Her mother's fear of the assassins, why she left without saying goodbye. There will be time for answers later. The Templars are closing in on the other half of the disc, and to keep her mother safe, Aveline must draw the Templars from this place. Gia gives her daughter a map and sets her on the path.
Fear not, Mama. You will know peace soon.
The second half retrieved. The disc is complete, but Aveline does not seek its power, just its safety and that of her mother's.
Mama, I will return to New Orleans and set everything right. Then I will send for you.
I want nothing more than to be close to you again. But this colony is my place now. The people here need me.
This will not be the last you see of me.
Be careful, my child.
Reconciled, But their purpose will keep them apart for now. Gia must protect this haven she has helped create, and Aveline must return to find Vasquez, the company man, and stamp out the Templars from Louisiana for good. But in her absence, her father Philippe has fallen ill.
Do not worry, ma chérie. It is only...
Papa!
The fever has him mistake his daughter for Gia.
Why did you leave? I would have married you if I could. You know my arrangement with Madeleine was business. She convinced me. How can you ever forgive me?
Aveline, I need your assistance. It is urgent.
Of course.
She leaves her ailing father. Madeleine has a request. She knows of a slave in need. George.
Is there anything you can do with your business booming and your contacts in the bayou?
Oui. I will get him to safety, in utmost discretion.
With Aveline's guidance and help from the smugglers, George, an escaped slave, is in safe hands. He is handed over to the Patriots, who are collecting supplies given to them by the Spanish to aid the burgeoning revolution in the north against the Loyalists.
If he's willing to fight, the Patriot cause will be glad to have him.
I will fight for you, sir. Over any cause.
Another slave freed. This is what drives Aveline. Her very soul yearns for the day that all of humanity will be free of its chains, and she yearns to defeat the Templars. In a bid to track down the head of the snake, the company man Vasquez, she attends the captain's ball in the city, hoping he'll be there.
Señorita.
He is.
Why, I do believe the minuet is the next dance, Senor Vasquez.
She has the company man. Aveline lures him to a quiet spot and puts an end to the Templar leader.
Good night, company man.
Company man? No, you are mistaken. She will make you suffer.
This is not her man. It is a woman Aveline seeks. But as the confusion sets in, comprehension must wait as Madeleine delivers grave news.
A ball with your father on his deathbed. Save your words. It is too late. He is gone.
Papa!
I am so sorry. But you had to know with your circumstances that he could not leave you anything. Of course, my house remains open to you.
I care not about his will. Only that he has gone.
His business is in my name, but I consider it yours. The law has no place between us.
Bereft, but she can always rely on Gerald. They will continue the business together, and the cause of freeing as much of this world as they can. But with her rift with Agate, her mother's fear of the assassins, their continued failure to track down the company man, her doubts in the Brotherhood have never been more acute. In the following years, Aveline kept busy but heard no more news of the company man. To distract from her slow, fading grief and break the fugue state she feels these days, she volunteers for a mission to New York to meet a fellow assassin who has news of a Templar, Officer Davidson, who may have information.
Please, go to New York and find your brother Connor.
The year 1777, New York.
Connor?
Yes. Achilles told me you would come.
I seek a loyalist, Officer Davidson.
Their trail leads this way. We will follow them carefully.
Connor has his own fights here in New York. He has helped lead the nation to independence, but still the Templar threat eludes him too. They are both spirits of few words, but they recognise in each other an unbreakable drive to help those that can't help themselves. Connor helps get them to the fort where Officer Davidson takes shelter. They infiltrate, but the Templar officer is the very man she helped free just the year earlier.
What? George?
Officer Davidson, if you would kindly pay me the respect my rank commands now. The Loyalists have guaranteed my freedom. Charity should begin at himself, Miss Aveline.
She must know more.
the company man?
The answer has been in your own backyard all along. Just open your eyes.
In an instant, she does, seeing what she should have seen all along. As Vasquez said, the company man is a woman. The same woman that bid her to get George to safety in the north. The same woman that promised to keep Therese safe, though she turned up in Templar captivity. Aveline must return and confront the company man, the leader of the Louisiana Rite of the Templar Order, her own stepmother, Madeleine de Lille. It was uncovering further pages of her mother's diary that painted a fuller picture. In 1752, despite Philippe's love for Gian, the secret Templar, Madeleine convinced him to marry her, for the sake of his failing business. Madeleine used Gian's fear of the assassins to convince her that they were here to harm her. For the sake of her child, for the sake of her own safety, she left instantly, trusting that Madeleine would tell Aveline and assure her of her mother's well-being. Because Madeleine had gotten to know Aveline, she had love for her, but she saw her capabilities and natural skills and earmarked her for another purpose. And with Gian out of the way, she could have a firmer hand in raising her. In her stepdaughter's eyes, Madeleine was a loving mother and a caring, progressive soul that ached for the abolition of slavery, as she did. But she was not rescuing them. She was diverting them for the Templar cause.
You may quit your maternal act, company man.
Do you think that I do not know where you go when you climb through your window? As if you could conceal your true self from me. Join me, Aveline. Finish what you started. At ease.
My whole life you lied to me.
I am sorry. It was necessary. Am I really so strange to you? I cannot let the assassins waste your talents. Your aims match mine. Join me, Aveline. Finish what you started.
This is not the meeting she went over in her head on the long journey back from New York. Their aims don't match. She does not believe that. But she still sees the loving, caring stepmother that gave her so much solace over the years, and Aveline's fractured state from her brotherhood, her mentor. She leaves her stepmother and journeys to see her mentor. She's filled with anger for her stepmother, for Agate, but can he give her the clarity she needs?
Agate!
The student returns.
I have discovered the identity of the company man.
What? Did you not kill him years ago?
That was not the company man. All along, my own stepmother, Madeleine, was the company man.
Iniquity runs in the family.
He makes to escape in a haze of hallucinogens. Aveline fights through its effects. Agate had been too long in the swamps, amongst the solitude, reptiles, and voodoo, and his poisons. His life had been a series of perceived abandonments. Gian left him, taking their artifact. Baptiste defected to the Templars, and now in his anger and his rage, he arrives at his own conclusion about his protégé. She has betrayed him. She has been turned. His Aveline is a Templar. She corners her mentor at the top of his hideout viewpoint.
Mentor, do not force my hand. The Agate who trained me is a man of truth and courage.
I should have stayed with your mother, raised you as a daughter, not twisted into this monster.
Agate left Saint-Domingue after Macandal was put to death to find Gian. He and Gian had to end their relationship. He needed to choose the Brotherhood. He regretted leaving the woman he loved and needed to rekindle what they had. When he arrived, searching for her, Gian had already left. She left behind a daughter. He would stay close to protect her, train her for Gian. But years later, atop Agate's hideout, the gap between them is unbridgeable.
Go now, Agate. Run, and promise never to return.
You would bid me a coward's death? I will not live with the dishonor!
Agate! No!
The necklace of her former mentor. Aveline will take it as an offering to her new mentor, proof that her allegiance is forever fractured and now dedicated to a new one. Aveline meets her stepmother, and a gathering of the entire rite of the Louisiana Templar Order for a ceremony. To further prove her new allegiance, she hands over what the Templars have been seeking for years, the prophecy disc. Aveline de Grand Pré is inducted into the Templar Order to embrace a new cause.
My daughter, you are one of us now. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
Aveline is a Templar. That is what Abstergo Entertainment would have us believe. But Erudito's hack reveals the redacted.
It does not work! We have all the pieces, I am certain of it. Why can't I understand?
Because there is something missing. An amulet that Aveline has possessed all along. To her mother, it was the heart of the Brotherhood. To Aveline, it was hidden in a locket given to her by her mother. Despite her identity crisis at being an assassin, Aveline had no intention of joining the Templar Order. She tricked them all to this ceremony to eradicate them from Louisiana and to kill the company man, her stepmother, Madeleine.
I see through you.
My daughter.
Only two people can call me that. You banished one and sacrificed the other.
Aveline had surmised the truth at her father's demise, remembering her father's complaint at Madeleine's potions and that deadly plant at her father's bedside.
Foxglove, you killed my father with your care and your tonic. I will not serve you.
No!
With all the pieces united, the prophecy disc complete. This is a first civilization recording device. Aveline watches the message recorded on the prophecy disc tens of thousands of years ago.
Eve will lead us through the war of generations.
There will be great sacrifice, great sorrow to end the enslavement of the human race.
These are not the ones who came before, not an advanced species, but human. This is a moment in time from our earliest ancestors. After Eve broke free of the shackles of servitude at the hands of her masters, escaped with the apple of Eden, their tool of control, it sparked an uprising. This is the moment that Eve is elected to officially spearhead that revolution.
Now is the time to claim our freedom. Eve will lead us.
Eve will lead us.
The start of humanity's very first revolution. The first of many throughout the ages. Like the one that exists in North America at this moment. Like the struggle for the emancipation of slavery. Aveline's own revolution that she will never cease to spearhead. She remains an assassin and will work with the network her and Gerald have created, but that is just a means for Aveline. To her, it matters not that she works under an assassin banner, for she remembers a conversation she had with a fellow assassin in the snow outside New York.
Connor, are you always certain in the means and ways of the Brotherhood?
I trust my own hands.
That is what Aveline will do. To trust her own judgment, her own compass, and not get bogged down by title or belonging. Like Connor, Aveline is an assassin, but above all, she fights for freedom. That was Abstergo's first foray into genetic memory entertainment. And although the Abstergo console was shipped with Erudito's bug built in, it was likely quickly patched and covered up expertly. The populace delighted with this new way to kill time and aching for the next installment on the horizon. The Kenway ancestral line stretched back further than Edward's, of course. But any saga needs to start somewhere. And for the Kenway saga, it starts with Edward at the beginning of the 18th century. This is where it all began. This is the story of Assassin's Creed IV: Black Flag. Desmond gave his life so the world could carry on as it was, but not quite as it was. A malevolent force once entombed in the fabric of the Grand Temple has been set free by one touch from Desmond. The act that ended his life. All that remained from that moment was Desmond's lifeless body, and hours later, that body was claimed.
The subject displayed burns to the right hand, severe enough to fuse the bones, indicating some kind of spontaneous, intense burn trauma.
Abstergo had been tracking the assassins, and that trail led them to their prize. Not the assassins, not the apple, but for what the body contained. Desmond's DNA.
Thanks to the work of Abstergo Sample Recovery Unit 3, the legacy of Subject 17 will continue uninhibited as Sample 17.
Sample 17 contains, for the Templars, the lives of some of the most important people in history that came into contact with important objects of power. Altair unlocked the secrets of the apple. Ezio helped decipher those secrets, and Haytham and his son Connor found the amulet to open the Grand Temple. Abstergo know that these pieces of Eden and First Civilization technologies can only strengthen their control of the world, and they'll stop at nothing in procuring them. They have spent a great deal of time, money, and energy tapping the value of Desmond Miles. But there is one more ancestor of note that Abstergo could profit from. This man led a life of adventure, action, intrigue, great riches, and soul-searching. The life of the pirate, Edward Kenway. With great power comes great outgoings. Abstergo are a corporate front for the Templar Order, an ancient group hell-bent on ordering the world as they see fit. To fund this endeavour, Abstergo have many legitimate cash cows to keep these wheels turning. They started in the late 1930s in science and pharmaceuticals, and in their history expanded to finance, technology, fitness, telecommunications, and in 2010, Abstergo Entertainment was born. By 2013, their primary objective was to turn genetic memories heavily edited into pre-packaged entertainment products to sell through their console, Animus Omega. They had already released one small-scale experience entitled Liberation, featuring the life of the misguided assassin, Aveline de Grand Pré. As long as they have the samples, they can tell its stories, because they don't need subjects anymore. They don't need a live mind to tap into. A technology long developed alongside the Animus project, the Surrogate Initiative, now perfected, uses DNA from anyone to be accessed by anyone for long periods with reduced risk. And on floor 2 of the brand new Abstergo Entertainment building in Montreal, Project 17 has numerous employees scouring the ancestry of Desmond Miles, recording material for impactful stories for the masses, all the while, mostly unknowingly, searching for tools of control for its masters. Just such an employee is being put through their paces on their first day at Abstergo Entertainment.
Look up.
Their name is not important. It's what they discover that's important. It could be anyone. It could be you. It could be me. It's we. And we have impressed Melanie LeMay, a senior executive of Abstergo Entertainment, our main point of contact in our new career.
You're very good. The data streams are very stable. So, welcome to the Sample 17 project.
The building is state-of-the-art, with vending machines and restaurants offering its staff unimaginable choice. Coffee shops, elaborate plant and water features, and a central elevator housed in an aquarium.
Can you believe how beautiful this building is?
We are given an earpiece and a tablet named internally as a communicator.
Power it up and give it a look. It's pretty slick.
It holds your messages, notes, data, access keys, and tracks your position within the building.
Your communicator is your key to getting around.
We ascend to the second floor to commence our new life here.
Ah, there's the boss, Olivier Garneau, our CCO. I'll introduce you.
Bonjour. What project?
Edward, the pirate.
Yar, matey. Very exciting. Welcome aboard.
Everyone's so friendly. Melanie, the boss Olivier. Our colleagues seem engaged too. Not everyone seems happy though.
This pair of legs is John, one of the wizards in IT. He's just fixing something for you.
Not fixing, calibrating.
Calibrating, right. So here we are. Your very own Animus workstation. This is all yours, so sit back, relax, and find us some good footage.
The cubicle is all ours, a space of our own to decorate our way. There's even a wall of trinkets given as bonuses by Abstergo for good work. We've got some catching up to do in comparison to our more experienced colleagues though. And this is Animus Omega. No longer accessed with the subject lying down, we can now sit upright with the Helix headset and experience the lives of anyone as long as we have a descendant's DNA. Time to get to work.
You have been registered as part of the Sample 17 project. Your primary research target is Edward James Kenway.
Cape Bonavista, June 1715. Edward is a pirate, and this pirate ship has bitten off more than it can chew. The English Navy's mandate is to bring pirate ships to heel on sight, and the English were winning. It was through the hail of cannon shot and shards of splintered wood that Edward first saw what he later came to know as an assassin. His bearing, the silhouette of his clothes, his posture and gravitas. An image so striking to Edward because he spent his life daydreaming about becoming such a man. To rise above his dirt-poor upbringing and show those in and around the Bristol taverns he once frequented, to people that looked down on him, that Edward Kenway is a man of quality. And to Edward, this man embodied this.
Douse the flames! Get in there, you mongrel!
Edward had never seen such swiftness and speed, and that blade that protracted from the wrist. Why was Edward so transfixed with this surreptitious steel? Edward had not set out to be a pirate. He left English shores through the Bristol Channel with one hope in mind: to come back dripping with gold and the status that brings, to be respected, and to win back his estranged wife, Caroline. The shame of it was, Edward had her. She loved him for who he was. She came from wealth and power and status, and all she wanted was him. They lived on his parents' farm. She helped with the chores. They lived in the outhouse. She was happy, but he was not. He wanted more.
We don't need a fortune.
It's not about need, Caroline. I want a decent life.
And to fund this decent life, privateering was the buzz around the ports. Militia men of the sea, given carte blanche by the Crown to attack Spanish ships and keep the plunder therein. But the war between the English and the Spanish was cooling, and 2 years into Edward's stint at the sea in the West Indies, privateering ships were outlawed. If the practice was continued, you were a pirate. Not sanctioned by a government, but hunted. And Edward's ship had been hunted. His captain killed, his vessel destroyed. He is alive.
Was it good for you as well? I must get to Havana. I can pay you. Isn't that the sound you pirates like best? You don't have that gold on you now, do you? Bloody fucking pirates!
He's a man of quality, yes, and he might have money. And that blade, that mesmerizing blade. Edward bests the hooded man. on his person is a glass trinket, papers including maps, and a letter.
Senor Duncan Walpole, if you truly possess the information we desire, we have the means to reward you handsomely. Though I will not know your face by sight, I believe I can recognize the costume made infamous by your secret order.
The letter is signed Governor Lorino Torres. Edward has a plan. The blade won't function as demonstrated. This may give him away. He begrudgingly disposes of them. The clothes fit perfectly, like he was born to it. His shoulders naturally pulled back. He feels a foot taller. He feels as good as this man looked. It's as if by putting on these clothes, Edward was saying goodbye to his old life. He's now a man with a second chance to become something, and maybe the means to become it.
Mr. Walpole, let's collect your reward.
He just needed a way to Havana. The gunshots on the horizon heralded that way.
My crew and I had merely anchored to water and resupply.
A bumbling merchant named Steed Bonnet had been caught up in the conflict that marooned Edward, and the English have commandeered his ship and detained his crew. Edward had always been good with the sword. Fighting came naturally to him, but something about the garments he now wore and the glimpse of effortless majesty and stealth he saw in Duncan Walpole led to Edward adopting a silent economy to his kills.
By God's grace, sir, you saved me. A profusion of thanks.
There was an urge to save this man from the English, but a greater urge to earn passage to Havana on his ship.
I'm Duncan.
Steed Bonnet.
I'm on a secret errand for His Majesty the King, and I must get to Havana with speed.
Steed was not made for the waves. He needed Edward to pilot, but he did yearn for adventure.
There's a tug of the wind at my hair. I find a bracing comfort in the feel and smell of the ocean.
The high seas as a plantation owner ferrying his wares was a start for him, but he romanticised a more adventurous life. And with Edward at his side, he may soon find it. Havana, 1715, founded by the Spanish 200 years prior, the capital city of Cuba and a bustling port of trade.
Mad to think Spain and England were at war 2 years ago, isn't it?
The English welcomed back after the war's end to boost that trade. Here, money is king, and anyone that hampers the flow of that is an enemy. Convicted pirates are sentenced to die slowly in the gibbets, in full view of any ship docking. A warning. Those former privateers heeding that warning would languish, spending what they had in the city's taverns.
I'm English myself. Biding my time till the next war calls me to service.
While waiting for Steed to make his trade, Edward would join them. Edward had always capped his waking moments with alcohol, to celebrate small victories, more often to drown his sorrows and bypass the pains he felt of not being the man he hoped to be. He frequented the taverns as a young farmer. He did so when the honeymoon period of his marriage to Caroline waned. And as he knew he could not find a way to keep Caroline as his ego thought he should. 2 years later, and on the verge of what he hoped would be a big score, he takes a drink in this tavern.
I've seen your face before. You's mates with them pirates down in Nassau. Edward, is it?
Edward's face was known because, as the Treaty of Utrecht was signed, banning the practice of privateering, Edward turned pirate under the charge of some known pirate faces. Edward's former captain and mentor was Edward Thatch, and Thatch was in turn mentored by Benjamin Hornigold. And it was these names that made the famed Pirate Republic of Nassau their home, an island that Edward also called home. But here in Havana, he was not Edward. He was Duncan Walpole, and he could do without this. Escaping the attentions of the Spanish law enforcers, it's time he focused on the task at hand. Before he does so, he says goodbye to his new friend.
Will you stay here long?
For a few weeks, yes. Then back to Barbados, to the tedium of domesticity.
Don't settle for tedium. Sail for Nassau. Live life as you see fit.
Oh, God. That would be an adventure. But no, life can't be all pleasure and distraction, Duncan.
The name's Edward, in truth.
Duncan's only a handle.
Secret name for your secret meeting with the governor.
The governor, right. I think I've kept him waiting long enough.
It would turn out Steed would take Edward's advice and turn to pirating himself and for a time find the adventure he so craved. It was a meeting he would be grateful of.
Your constant friendship has been my most treasured find on these seas. I prize the courage you have inspired in me this year. Thank you, sir.
This gratitude lasted until his death in 1718, where he was hung for piracy by the crown. Edward arrives at the governor's mansion in his new disguise.
Mr. Duncan Walpole of England to see the governor. I believe he is expecting me.
Duncan Walpole would not be the only guest of the governor. There would be others at this meeting.
Woods Rogers, a pleasure.
Woods, a former privateer himself, now charged by the English Navy to help rid the world of pirates. He is joined by
Julien Ducasse,
an arms dealer.
I hope your conversion to our order is an honest one. I have no love for assassins, but even less for liars.
Was Julian onto Edward? But at least Edward had a name for the ancient order Duncan belonged to, as referred to in the governor's letter. Duncan was an assassin, but looking to defect?
Duncan, where are your wrist blades?
Damaged sadly beyond all repair.
Julian had evidence for how little love he had for assassins, but a gift for Duncan.
Where did you find all these?
I took them. These are souvenirs.
Edward felt born to these tools. He instinctively knew how to fit them, how to wield them. They seemed to guide him as he bonded with them like long-parted relatives. These additions further instilled the sense that he was shedding old skin. He wasn't Duncan, he was Edward, but new and improved. But for now, he was Duncan, until he could get what was coming to him.
Grandmaster Torres, Mr. Duncan Walpole has arrived.
You were expected 1 week ago.
Apologies, Governor. My ship was set upon by pirates.
Were you able to salvage from these pirates the items you promised me?
Yes, sir. I was.
Increíble. Come, gentlemen. We have much to discuss.
Duncan Walpole was a disgruntled assassin and was using these secrets and artifacts possessed by the West Indies Brotherhood of Assassins to grease the wheels of transition to an order in opposition to them. A group Edward had never heard of, but as he would soon find out, long knew of their power. Edward was about to be inducted into the Templars, a group that spans the world and here in this part of the world has influence within all governments, the British, the Spanish and Portuguese.
The secret and true legislatures of the world. Please, hold out your hands.
Edward had seen the cross that adorned these rings before. The last time, not long before he took to sea. Caroline Scott, the woman he impressed enough to call his wife, was from a rich, influential family, and her father opposed the marriage, withheld a dowry, and persisted in trying to split them up.
This Tosspot is a ruined man, Caroline. Unfit for life on land, much less at sea.
He did not know the name of the order Caroline's father, Emmett Scott, belonged to, but he used his influence within it to aid in ridding Edward Kenway from his daughter's life. Emmett wore Caroline down to return to the family home. He also used his connections to warn Edward away for good by setting fire to the family farm and beating Edward. He agreed to leave for the West Indies but vowed to return a man of means. He left with a souvenir, a scar from a ring worn by Emmett's associates in the shape of a cross. He recognised that ring and that cross here. As far as Edward was concerned, this group had hurt his family, driven a wedge through his marriage. These were not the friends he wanted, but he wasn't leaving without his reward. And in waiting for this reward, he was to hear what the Templar Order sought most: to track down an artifact that would galvanise their power and help them truly control the world. For more than 2 decades, Lorino had been entrusted by the Templar Council to find a mythical device known as the Observatory.
A device that would grant us the power to locate and monitor every man and woman on Earth, whatever their location. This is the Observatory's promise, and we must take it for our own.
They do not know its location, but they have the key to it, and that key may know where the door is. For the key is a man the Templars call a sage.
It has been 45 years since anyone has seen a true sage.
What is a sage? The Templars seem to know, and as the ceremony comes to an end, we are invited to meet him the very next day at the very place Edward arrived, the Havana docks.
Here he is, a man both Templars and Assassins have sought for over a decade.
The man is named Bartholomew Roberts, and it's his blood, housed in the glass vial procured by Duncan Walpole, that will open the door to this observatory. Edward notes nothing extraordinary about this man so revered apart from his differing coloured eyes that demanded attention.
We have the key. Now we need only its location.
They can force the blood from him, but they cannot force its location. He will be transferred to Lorino's villa so they can work on extracting it from Roberts forcibly. This has been a whirlwind for Edward. In keeping up the pretense, he has had to bottle his surprise at some of the things he is hearing. Templars, assassins, the precursor race, superior beings that lived thousands of years before, leaving behind knowledge and devices. It's so far beyond Edward's understanding of the world that it does not bear study. He has more terrestrial concerns like his reward. It's as he looks to ground himself from these lofty concepts that the assassins strike. As he defends the attack and slays the hooded aggressors, he's not defending Governor Torres. He is defending his outstanding prize. The assassins are here for the sage, but the sage opts to choose his own freedom.
Stop him!
Edward returns the sage to the Templars.
Well done, lapdog.
Quiet.
And finally gets his due.
I consider this the first payment in a long-term investment. I would like you to be present for the interrogation tomorrow. Call around noon.
The Templars disperse. Woodes Rogers is to leave for Britain. He hopes for his own reward from his country for the work he is doing to rid the world of pirates. His own governorship here in the West Indies. Edward is far from happy with what he's received. He wanted a clean break with a fortune, but Lorino seemingly has further plans for him. Edward has no love for the Templar cause. Why should he assist them further for such scant reward? Edward resolves to take the prize of the observatory for himself, to free the sage, to convince him to divulge the observatory location and sell it to the highest bidder. Free the sage for the riches, yes, but Edward has never held with the sight of a man in chains. Always a pirate at heart, freedom is a state held dear to Edward. Spanish bodies. What's happened? Whether the Templars had deduced before or Edward's mere presence at the sight of the escaped sage had revealed him, they knew he wasn't Duncan Walpole.
What is your true name, rogue?
It's, Captain Pissoff.
Where is the sage? Did you set him free?
I had nothing to do with that, much as I wish I did.
Take him to the ports. Send him to Sevilla with the treasure fleet.
Edward is shackled in a ship bound for Spain. Torres does not wish this impostor dead. He is to send him back to the Order back in Spain, who can aim to extract more from him. Besides, the ship is bound for Spain anyway. On it are all the riches collected in the West Indies headed for the motherland. Gold, silver, as well as prisoners. It is with one of these prisoners that Edward masterminds his escape. In finding his weapons, Edward sees the piles and piles of Spanish gold headed for Europe. Just a trunk of this would allow him to return home with his head held high. But his life and his freedom are more valuable at this moment. They emerge on deck to the beginnings of a storm.
It's a hard wind coming!
Edward and his new friend resolve to free the other prisoners, steal one of the more nimble ships and make for the horizon, away from the bloated Spanish warships carrying their annual boon to the motherland, away from this devastating hurricane. The stolen brig can outrun it, but the remainder of the Spanish fleet cannot, and would sink along with its riches to the bottom of the sea. Edward had lost the fortune in his grasp, but he had won the next best thing. He had taken a ship for his prize, and a skeleton of willing men as his crew. Edward didn't set out to be a pirate captain when he left Bristol 2 years before, but he was one here. His new friend Adewale would be his quartermaster, himself the captain of what Edward would name the Jackdaw.
A sly bird I loved as a child back in Swansea.
And where does any free ship head to rest and recuperate? To the Free Pirate Republic of Nassau.
All hands aft, lads! We're taking this one home!
It may not look it with its shanties and dishevelled populace, but to a pirate, this was paradise. Rich in food, resources, materials for ship repair, easily defendable with its narrow cove and shallow waters, and the fort's high vantage point could see aggressors coming from miles away. Here you could almost kid yourself that the pirate age would last forever. Here you could be free.
By God, you're a sight for salty eyes. Come you in and have a drink.
Edward knew this island well, and he knew the founders of this pirate republic. His mentor,
Ed Thatch,
Thatch's former mentor,
Ben Hornigold,
and another pirate.
James Kidd.
Who's this?
Adewale, the Jackdaw's quartermaster.
You named your brig after a poxy bird.
Despite the teasing, these men want the best for Edward. They know what he's capable of, but they also have experience as ship captains themselves that they wish to impart to Edward in his early days with the Jackdaw.
Well, I'm going to teach you how to sail her right, and how to take a prize the proper way.
How a ship should be tamed, approached, boarded, and taken.
Lock him in the hold, and take everything that isn't nailed down.
Edward has experienced with and learnt so much from these men, and he learns more here.
All it takes is a few drops of blood, sweat, and a swatch of cloth.
So let the black flag signal nothing but your allegiance to man's natural freedoms. This one's yours. Fly it proud.
Edward has graduated.
Here's to our pirate republic, lads.
Nassau is a haven for the pirates, but with more governmental intervention on piracy throughout the world, it has received attention. British have been sighted.
A shipload of the King's sailors showed up a fortnight back, causing trouble and knocking about like they own the place.
A shipload can be dealt with, but what if this is the first ship of many?
If the King were to attack the town, he'd trample us.
Nassau is an idea men have worked hard for. It needs protection.
If we're to keep our republic afloat, we'll need guns as well as gold.
Edward Thatch has a plan to steal the Spanish galleon. This won't trouble the English. Position all the guns to one side and moor the ship in the harbour, the first and deadly line of defence against approaching enemy ships.
It will not be easy to steal a full Spanish galleon. Have you one in mind?
I do, sir. She's a fussock, she is. Fat and slow.
The biggest ship Edward had ever even thought of taking. These pirates' goals are lofty, but to protect everything they've built, it will be worth it.
She's sailing for that island.
I know the place. A natural stronghold used by a French captain named Ducasse.
Julian Ducasse, the Templar. I know the man. And if he sees my ship, he'll know it from his time in Havana, meaning he may wonder at who's sailing her now.
Edward escaped the Templars, but is presumed dead on the sunk Spanish fleet. It would not pay to let them think otherwise. If they are to take the galleon, Edward needs to take care of Ducasse first. The Jackdaw will approach the island from the opposite side. Edward slips ashore, treks the jungle, and surgically removes Ducasse.
You remember the gift you gave me? Well, it answers just fine.
Fils de putain!
I'm sorry about this, mate. But I can't risk you telling your Templar friends about me still kicking around.
After all we showed you of our order, still, you embrace the life of an ignorant and aimless rogue.
Edward has no interest in the rantings of a Templar, but he's happy to see one fall, and the pirates happy to get their prize.
The cove is ours!
A cove that Edward would soon make his home. It's been a cyclonic time for Edward since taking over the Jackdaw. He has a ship, A loyal crew who will follow him anywhere, and he has made some decent coin in the process. Despite this, he wants more.
Do you ever dream of the big score? A ship so full of gold and silver, you just split it and sail home.
Sure, but it's only a dream.
Many of Edward's friends live the pirate life for its own sake, but for Edward, he is looking for an exit strategy. A lifetime of gold, and to be the man that makes him. He's not forgotten about the place the Templars seek.
Have you heard of a place called the Observatory?
Aye. It's an old legend, like El Dorado or the Fountain of Youth.
What have you heard?
It's meant to be a temple or a tomb, hiding a treasure of some kind.
That's it. You see here.
It's not only the Templar ring Edward took away from the governor's mansion. After the ceremony, while eyes were scarce, he pocketed drawings of what the observatory is said to look like. Diagrams.
Oh, rot.
While the others sneer, James Kidd stays silent.
That ain't a fortune. It's a fantasy.
With no leads and no enthusiasm from his peers, Edward submits for the moment. But something in him will not let it go. He tells himself it's the money it promises, which may be sizable. But his friends are right. There are much easier scores out there. What is it that's fueling this desire? Why can he not put this place out of his mind?
Hey! Well, looks like Olivier wants to meet with you. It's exciting.
We were a long time in the Animus. The trauma of long stretches in the machine have been lessened with each iteration of the machine, but we need to acclimatise before we meet the boss. We have taken to Edward's memory like a ship to water. We synchronise so effortlessly. This is the best job ever. I mean, look at this building, this view. What a way to synchronise with the present day.
This is John from IT. I was calibrating your Animus. Do you have a minute? Damn it. The tracker says you're on your way to Olivier's office. I'll ping you when you're done. I have a favor to ask.
Go right in. He's waiting for you.
Hi, thanks for coming in. I know you're busy. So the main reason I asked you here concerns something called the Observatory.
We know it well.
I'd like to encourage you to focus on locating this specific set of memories as soon as possible. Some bigwigs at Abstergo Industries have been hounding me for days. So, follow whatever leads you find and hopefully we can... Oh, incoming call. I have to take this.
Why is this so important to this corporate umbrella? Did they know about it before we did? Edward's obsession is now ours. It makes for a great adventure anyway.
Hi, John from IT again. You got a second? A colleague of yours left for vacation this morning and forgot to send a video file she promised me. I was hoping you could help me.
We're itching to get back to the Animus, but we're happy to help. John gives us an increased security clearance, and we log on.
Now, you need to bypass the core to find the data inside.
Isn't this hacking? John is IT, so we guess it's okay. The file is a post-mortem report of Desmond Miles. He's the guy whose memories we're experiencing. Why do Abstergo have access to this? Taking samples from dead people. This doesn't look legal. What have we got ourselves into? The file is on our communicator. John instructs us to hand it off to a courier waiting downstairs. The courier in animated discussion with the coffee guy.
I followed that recipe to the letter.
It's an art, Sean, not a science.
They must know each other well.
Oh, look who's here. Made poor Rebecca here wait for nearly 30 minutes.
So, how should we do this? Data transfer? Great, that should do it.
What are we into here? Corporate espionage? Maybe it's our curious nature that makes us so good at memory retrieval. Why we're flavour of the month here at Abstergo Entertainment. But that curiosity, coupled with this access John has given us, is overwhelming. We must know more. We hack our colleagues' workstations as the rabbit hole deepens. Voice recordings from Desmond's cell phone before he dies. His kidnapping by Abstergo. Historical figures from the past purported to be Templars. Decades-old covert recordings of early Animus prototypes and research. Reports on ancient devices and phenomena linked to a precursor race. This mysterious concept we witness Lorino and his Templars speak of. Why do Abstergo want these files? With John's next call, we find out.
Do you have a second? Of course you do. I have another job for you.
We're too far in now. John raises our access. This time we hack the cameras. Olivier and Melanie conferencing with an Abstergo higher up. Her name? Letitia.
And if we want information
or Templars or the Observatory or whatever the fuck else interests us, Olivier, you will deliver it. Your entertainment products are simply a means to pay the bills for larger and more important work.
We have our best employee working on this, but it will take time.
Until then, I'll see you at the shareholders meeting, Olivier.
Did you know that Abstergo was run by Templars? Oh, yes. I'm curious about this shareholders meeting, though. How about you break into Olivier's office and see if you can find his schedule? Oh, what? You don't like that idea? I own you!
We hack Olivier's desktop. John, and now the courier, has the location and the date of this Abstergo shareholder meeting. It's in Chicago on the 15th of November.
Thanks for this. We'll be in touch.
Who are these people, and what is this company we find ourselves working for? And how many of these employees know how deep it goes? It's pretty certain Olivier knows about Abstergo's link with the Templars, but does Melanie? What is clear, as the wool is pulled from our eyes, we are starting to hear discontent within the company's staff, unhappy at the level of scrutiny, control.
They confiscated my Animus key, and now my position here is under review.
Some talking of moving to other corporate giants to work, like Bloom in Chicago.
I'm just not happy here. Not really.
We return to the sanctuary of the Animus and sink into its mysteries once more. The cove at Great Inagua was perfect for Edward and his crew. Much like Nassau, it's shrouded from the elements and easy to defend. Here, the Jackdaw could have a base to truly make its fortune. Perhaps build a fleet made up from the ships we take and send them on trading routes to bolster the crew's income. The Cove also has existing infrastructure they can build upon to really make it their home.
I will make something of it in time.
And a grand mansion left behind by the late Julien Ducasse, with all the decor and trappings that a Templar arms dealer could accrue. All this impressed Edward, because it could impress others. It could impress Caroline.
Might even convince my wife to come one day.
You're married, are you?
She left me some time ago.
Keep that fact hid away. Most of these pirates don't respect a man with higher commitments than rum and plunder.
Edward had a respect for James Kidd and sets him apart from the other pirates in his mind, like a riddle that he can't begin to work out. James is quiet and reserved, but Edward senses an attention from James that teeters on a knife edge between exasperation and fascination, as if he sees something in him that Edward doesn't care to see himself. While Edward is interested in the island's riches to come, James is interested in the riches of its past.
Odd-looking things, aren't they? Old and weathered.
The Maya, the civilization that spanned this corner of the globe, had in recent centuries receded under Spanish conquest, but left behind the ruins of their culture and clues to their mysteries. The Stellas, stone structures that pointed the way to keystones dotted around the West Indies in islands like this.
Clamber on top of this thing here, will you?
James used this discovery to prove something he had long suspected. Edward was gifted. He could effortlessly access the gift inside us all. Eagle vision.
Most never find it, but for a rare few it comes as natural as breathing. Any man's senses can be tuned well past what he's born with, if he tries.
Since before Edward can remember, he has felt different to the others. Felt like he has seen the world in a different way. Yet he's never been able to find his place in it. He's never been at home in his own skin. He has worn the skin of a farmer, a pirate. These clothes that once belonged to an assassin about to become a Templar. He tried to fit into all of these personas, often using a good drink to smooth the passage. Sometimes believing it himself.
We're pirates, kid. We take as we please and become who we like.
James Kidd knows different and is frustrated Edward can't see otherwise.
It's not who you are.
Who am I then?
All I know is you like dangerous prizes.
Like the observatory. I think you know more about that than you let on in Nassau.
Meet me at 20 degrees, 3 minutes latitude just off the coast of Yucatan. I'll have something to show you there in a few weeks' time.
What Edward finds is an island populated with Mayan ruins and what looks to be assassins. He eventually finds James, who, good to his word, has secrets to share inside the ancient ruins.
Captain Kenway?
This is Atabai, the mentor of the West Indies Brotherhood of Assassins, and James Kidd is an assassin amongst them, and he has been so for a couple of years.
I met Atabai in Spanish Town, and there was something about him I trusted, sort of wisdom.
The West Indies Brotherhood have been established since the early 16th century as Europeans populated the area.
The natives of this new world had a philosophy like our creed, and when Europeans arrived, our groups sort of matched up. But there's something in the Assassin's Creed that crosses all boundaries. A fondness for life and liberty.
The assassins here do not have a fondness for Edward.
Where is the assassin, Duncan Walpole?
Dead and buried, after he tried to kill me.
We are not sorry to see him gone, but it was you who carried out his final betrayal.
When Edward handed over the coveted glass vial to the Templars, he also unknowingly handed over the location of every major assassin stronghold in the West Indies. The Templars now have the upper hand. It's only a matter of time before those with this knowledge land on these shores.
You murdered our brothers and sisters in Havana.
He has the sense, Mentor.
James tells me you treated with the Templars there. Did you see the man they called the Sage?
Aye.
Would you recognize his face if you saw it again?
I reckon so.
Inside the Mayan ruins, behind layers of gateways and fail-safes sits, protected, an ancient caste. A caste that shows us the face of every sage that has ever graced the earth. And what Edward sees is Bartholomew Roberts, the ordinary man with the extraordinary eyes.
You're certain it's him?
Aye. It's the eyes that mark him.
We're finished here.
Was that the man you saw in Havana?
Spitting likeness, aye.
It seems another sage has been found.
The sage is confirmed, but the island is under attack.
This is your doing, Captain Kenway. The maps you sold to the Templars have led them straight to us.
The Templars have taken the island and the crew of the Jackdaw hostage. Off the coast of the island awaits a Templar associate.
See that mangy old codger? He's a Dutch slaver called Lorenz Prins.
A man looking to enslave and profit from those he can with this Templar knowledge. Knowledge given to him by Torres, who has also given him a special task.
Bastard's been a target for years.
They need to free the captured and drive them from the island.
Take this. You'll attract no attention.
As Edward gets used to the added stealth the blow dart affords, he and James clear the Templar-controlled soldiers, free the pirates and assassins and drive the slave ships of Lorenz Prins from the coast. The assassins safe again for now.
Captain Kenway, you have remarkable skills, but you're churlish and arrogant, prancing around in a uniform that you have not earned. I absolve you of your errors in Havana and elsewhere, but you are not welcome here.
He's not welcome here because of what James Kidd saw and hopes to change. Edward thinks only of himself and the prizes he can win. Despite everything he's seen, his compass is set firmly towards riches, and him wearing the assassin garb is an insult to those that cherish what it stands for. James thinks Edward can set a different course, but until then, he wants to keep him close and keep him busy.
I know you ain't exactly impressed by our creed, so would the sight of money make you more friendly to our ways? Work these contracts around the West Indies for us, and we'll pay you, as simple as that.
Just like magpies, jackdaws are attracted to shiny things to add to their nest, as is this ship's captain. Upon the body of Julien de Casse, Edward found a key to a locked closet. 4 more keys would open it to gain access to this Templar finery. The keys reside with 4 Templars.
They've been sent to kill these 4 targets.
Hang me, that's the map I sold to Governor Torres in Havana.
You think maybe you owe them a bit of warning then?
Edward will work with the Assassin's Bureau there, stop the Templar threat and collect the keys. The prize awaits. As it does in collecting the buried keystones littered around the islands of the West Indies. Within it, Mayan armour made from an array of First Civilization material, said to aid in deflecting projectiles. Things are good, but money is better, and Edward and his crew take it wherever they can find it. Discovering chests, diving for lost treasure, catching prized creatures of the deep.
Look at the size of him!
Taking on ships, and robbing plantations where resources are plentiful. They can trade those resources or upgrade the ship, the integrity of the hull, the power of its weapons, and with every improvement, they increase their ability to take on bigger and more lucrative vessels.
We'll make it a point to keep this ship and its crew in fine condition.
The Jackdaw is a successful pirate ship, and Edward Kenway, its pirate captain.
Come all you young sailormen, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes.
By the beginning of the year 1717, there were some new faces in Nassau. 2 experienced pirates, ex-privateers and old acquaintances of Edward Thatch.
You're welcome to Nassau, gents. Everyone is that does their fair share.
Jack Rackham and his captain, Charles Vane. And they don't arrive empty-handed. They are keen to team up with the famed pirates of this island and have news of a job.
The word is, Cuban governor himself is fixing to receive a mass of gold from a nearby fort. Until then, it's just sitting there, itching to be took.
Loreno Torres, the Cuban governor and the Grand Master of the Templars, will be at this fort to pick up this gold. What the gold is for is less important to Edward than the desire to take it. Sticking one to the Templars and the chance to see what they know about the whereabouts of the Sage. Attacking the fort opens up a whole new avenue for the pirates. They learn to attack others like it, not only for the riches it contains, but in the conquering, easing the passage of the Jackdaw to further, more profitable waters. At the fort Punta Guarico, the pirate crew incapacitate the firepower, scale the walls, take out the hierarchy, and locate Torres in the war room.
Well, hello, Your Excellency. So, what's a Templar Grand Master doing so far from his Castillo?
I'd rather not say.
And I'd rather not cut your lips off and feed him to you.
2 years ago, we offered a reward for the Sage's recapture. Today, someone claims to have found him. A slaver by the name of Lawrence Prince. He lives in Kingston. This gold is his ransom.
We like this story, Torres, and we want to help you finish it. But we're going to do it our way, using you and your gold.
Torres will meet Prince in Kingston, Jamaica, and when they make their trade, Edward will be there to take the Sage. The hunt for the observatory is on, but also tracking Prince is James Kidd. Prince, an assassin target for years, he will have his prize. He is persuaded to hold off until the handover, but Prince senses being tailed and takes flight.
Deal with this!
No Sage. Torres makes his escape also. James cannot let Prince evade his blade again.
Jim, stop! I can't let you kill those men, kid. Not until I found the Sage.
When I locate the Sage, you're helping me take Prince. Got that?
And James does locate the Sage at the plantation of Lawrence Prince. James has a plan. There's too many guards to go in quietly. Edward will cut the warning alarms, and James will disguise himself to trick the guards to open the gate. Except, it's not a disguise. It's the removing of another.
Your name's not James, is it?
Not most days.
What's your real name, lass?
Growing up, Mary found dressing as a man allowed her to live her life her way. In the West Indies, she went by and dressed as James, but to those she held dear,
Mary Reed to my mum, and them I call friends. But not a word of it to anyone, or I'll unman you as well. Please, I've been shot. I need aid.
Mary opens the plantation gates. Edward finds Prince.
You absurd cutthroats and your precious philosophy. You live in the world, but you cannot make it move.
You mistake my motive, old man. I'm only after a bit of coin.
As was I, lad.
Prince dealt with. The Sage will be more difficult. He has Mary.
I remember you.
We've come here to save your ass from this slaver.
Save me? I work for Mr. Prince.
Well, then he's a poor man to call master. He meant to sell you out to the Templars.
Oh, you can't trust anyone, it seems.
Roberts!
The sage eludes him again. The assassins flee, and the months drip by. No leads. Edward knows that draining tankards in the old Avery Tavern won't bring any, but he does it anyway. He always has. It's how he has punctuated every disappointment in his life. Edward has hit a wall. Many pirates in Nassau feel the same. None less so than Edward Thatch. He has seen his star rise over the preceding couple of years. His name is on the trembling lips of every merchant, sailor and government official in the West Indies and beyond. But his given name, less than the name his legend has come to call him. Blackbeard.
Why fly a black flag when a black beard will do?
Edward was used to working for his prize, weakening the ship with cannon fire, boarding the ship to clashing steel and taking lives in order to take the plunder. For Blackbeard, his legend was often enough. Sailing his ship, Queen Anne's Revenge, under the absence of colour, the sheer sight of his flag was enough for many ships to capitulate.
Appear to be the devil, and all men will submit.
Those that didn't had to face the terror of this black-bearded devil who placed lit fuses under his hat, producing an aura of hellish fire. Showmanship was a weapon he used well, and profited greatly because of it. But on his return to Nassau, he does not see those same symptoms of success. Nassau is hurting. The promise of freedom has come at the expense of organisation, cooperation, sewage and detritus are ill-attended. Rats line the ramshackle streets and disease is taking hold. Edward is more able to ignore it up in the old Avery, through the haze of ale and the sight of the new barmaid, Anne Bonny.
A rum flip this time.
And where'd I find fresh eggs in this wretched town? There's little else but piss and insects.
There is something else upsetting this pirate republic.
It's a ruse to keep us off before they attack Nassau.
It's no ruse, Fiend. There's a pardon on offer for any pirate that wants it.
To Charles Vane and Thatch, to even think of giving in to those that wish to strip their freedom is mutinous. But Benjamin Hornigold's head is turned.
Look around you, man. Is this cesspool worth dying for?
Aye, it's our republic. A free land for free men.
But when I look on the fruits of our years of labour, all I see is sickness, idleness, idiocy.
I can't believe the shite I'm hearing drop from your lips. Why not take the pardon now and be done with it?
With the news of this pardon, the British are soon to follow with firepower to enforce it. They can do nothing but wait for this. All they can focus on is what they can control. And Nassau needs healing. They need medicine in great supply. They can't steal it and rile the British, so they try the Spanish Rex. To no avail, the supply is ruined. Blackbeard is impatient to get Nassau healed. He cares not for the British circling its waters. He takes action to get the medicine against the wishes of his former mentor, Ben Hornigold.
It were Blackbeard who struck first. Opened fire on a British man of war, the pillock. But he's gone bar me if you ask me.
Edward Kenway is concerned he might be right. He aids Thatch in taking the man of war and retrieving the medicines, but it's not nearly enough.
But the medicine we found bears a Charlestown stamp.
Edward Thatch does not stop at taking a British man of war. He'll do anything to save the republic he forged, even taking men of Charlestown hostage to get what he needs.
Hostages for merchants! These were my only terms!
What the hell are you doing, man? All of Charleston can see this mess.
It's the idea.
Desperate to limit the damage and ire of the British colonial powers, Edward intervenes and looks to take the medicines from the town by stealth. That approach fails, but Kenway escapes with the medicine anyway and returns to Thatch. Despite his hard-earned victory, this siege has given Thatch time to think. He can see the opposition to their pirate life escalate, and the lengths he's willing to go to overcome it. He knows where this path will lead, and this apparently fearless man fears it. Edward notices the change.
You're done, aren't you? Giving up on us? On Nassau?
Look, lad, I'm late into my 4th decade on this earth, and if I don't find some means to make the 5th quiet and cozy voyage, I'd rather sink to the devil's doorstep.
then call myself captain. Another year. We'll meet again, lad. In this world, or the one below.
Edward returns to distribute the medicines in Nassau, and it's while in the old aviary the rumour of the impending pardon becomes a reality. It's headed by a face Edward recognises, the Templar Woodes Rogers. He has returned to the Caribbean as governor and is in charge of ridding it of its pirates. The pardon is his method to achieve this. British ships have blockaded all other ships from leaving the island. One man is quick to welcome them.
Verily, you are a man of principle, Captain Hornigold. A man I believe I can trust with my best ideas.
What the hell is Hornigold doing?
Lily-livered punk!
Edward, keen not to be recognised.
I pray you take the prudent course, gentlemen, and accept the king's pardon as soon as your hearts allow.
Look on this as a stroke of fortune, lads. We should take the king's pardon and salvage what dignity we own.
I'll be hanged before I surrender to that bobbin.
We had here a rare opportunity, but in 2 years we pissed it away. I won't make that mistake again.
You'll all be dead men, bastards!
While Hornigold has made his choice, Vane, Rackham and Kenway make theirs. They won't stay here a prisoner to Her Majesty. They steal explosives, rig a ship and break the blockade.
Burn, you bastards!
Nassau is done, but they are still free for now. They head north. They need their pirate poster boy back in the fold. But despite Vane's efforts, this pirate is not for turning.
A great disappointment you are, Thatch. And hang all of you lot that follow this sorry bastard into obscurity.
Now with Nassau done in, I feel I'm finished.
I'm not of the same mind, mate, but I won't begrudge you the state of yours.
You still looking for that sage fellow?
Aye.
I heard a man named Roberts was working a slave ship called the Princess.
The Princess? Cheers, Thatch.
Oh, don't sit there like a barrel of wet fish. We're celebrating my retirement!
Thatch is to hang up his hat, never to darken the horizon again. But he has ruffled too many British feathers to go quietly. The British have tracked him and his crew down. They attack. Under fire, the pirates man the ships. Thatch delaying his retirement with one last naval battle, boarding the British ships, taking British lives, cementing his legend.
Kenway! Here! In a world without gold, we might have been heroes!
To Edward, Blackbeard was a hero. He was his mentor, helped shape him as a man. He may have killed for gold, but he also killed for freedom. His friend, Edward Thatch, would live on in tales that stretch far beyond these waters, and for a long time to come.
We'll drop him down with the long, long row, and we say so, and we know so, where the sharks will have his body and the devil take his soul. Oh, poor old man.
Devil damn the man he was fierce, but his heart was divided.
It's hard to let go of the life.
Vane, Kenway, their icon had gone, but their work is yet complete.
Right, Kenway. This observatory you're always going on about, how do we know it exists?
We find a slave ship called the Princess. Aboard should be a man called Roberts. He can lead us to it.
The plan is to look for slave ships on the open ocean, any working for the Royal African Company, engage, board, and interrogate the officers for the location of the Princess.
This captain claims the Princess sails out of Kingston every few months.
Right, we'll set a course.
But it will be a long while before they make it to Kingston.
Lads! See, the boys and I had a bit of counsel, and, well, they figured I'd be a fitter captain than you reckless dogs.
I'll cut you another cunt, traitor!
This one I figure I might sell for a tenner down in Kingston, but with you two grog blossoms, I can't take any chances. Tie 'em up,
Rackham takes the jackdaw a prize, Adewale to profit from, and leaves Kenway and the incandescent Vane stranded on the no longer seaworthy Ranger.
I'll gut you, Jack Rackham! I'll open you up! I'll tear out your organs and string a bloody loop with them! Shut your gob!
It was a while until the Ranger found land. They eventually washed up on Isla Providencia. Maybe it was the trauma of the betrayal of his crew, the malnutrition, lack of water, or it was a psychosis that had been a long time coming.
It was your bloody imagination that landed us here, Kenway, and you was the reason Jack Rackham took my crew.
Charles Vane's blame drove him to distraction. Edward feared for his life. It's either himself or Charles.
Because I'm not going to sail again in a world cursed by your ugly mug.
You goddamn fucking knave, Vane! Don't save me a spot in hell, Shanka. I ain't coming soon.
There's no saving Vane. He's lost to insanity. Edward commandeers a schooner and sails for Great Inagua, free again once more. Charles and Edward would meet again months later. Vane later found and captured as a pirate and left to rot in a Jamaican prison.
That's me!
Never to recover from the psychosis that gripped him.
Best of luck to you, mate. I wish we'd parted as friends.
Jack Rackham didn't last long at the helm of the Jackdaw. Detained here for now. Adewale and Kid retrieving it and returning to Great Inagua, where Edward would be reunited with her.
So what now? Still chasing your elusive fortune?
I've heard the Sage is sailing out of Kingston on a ship called the Princess.
Put your ambition to better use, Kenway. Find the Sage with us.
I've no stomach for you and your mystics, Mary.
Edward, forever consumed with his lust to be respected, to have enough, to feel enough, that he has spent no time thinking about the hard things, about a philosophy, adopting a code. The assassin mindset has not spoken to him, and the Templar one, with its order and control, certainly didn't. One could imagine he could have travelled home, gold in hand, to Bristol months prior, to show Caroline his success, to share in it with her, if she'd have him. Desire may have been joined by shame. All he has now is this elusive prize, the observatory. But why will this make him? Adewale has seen this obsession spiral for months.
I grow tired of chasing these fantasies of yours, Edward. As does the crew.
Hang in there, man. We're getting close.
While in Kingston, hoping for a sight of the princess, Edward catches wind of a Templar and an old friend, Woodes Rogers and Benjamin Hornigold. Hornigold having taken the truce and now taken with the philosophy his new friend espoused. Benjamin was now a Templar. Edward was saddened by Hornigold's complete defection, but surprise was an emotion lower down on the list. Although he was there at the inception of the Pirate Republic, it was a freedom he wanted to shape and ultimately control. He dressed apart from the others, more naval captain than pirate, and he was quickest out of all of them to consider the king's pardon. It wasn't the pirate life for him. He found another that suited him more.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
Does Torres mean to spy on me then? For I've just given him a sample of my blood.
As will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
And trust, I reckon.
Although the Templars have no idea of the location of the observatory, they are preparing for the day they do. Taking samples of their own and any important, powerful figure they can. Knowledge of these people's actions is indeed power. They are about to ship these samples to a safe house in Rio de Janeiro, ready for the day they can wield this power. They are there to meet Torres with news.
The princess was taken by pirates 6 weeks ago, and so far as we know, the Sage Roberts was still aboard.
And Ben Hornigold, their new loyal naval captain, will lead the search for the taken vessel. It was last seen off the coast of Africa.
Remind me, where in Africa are we looking?
Principe, sir, a small island.
Hornigold spots a ship in the harbour he knows well.
Edward Kenway! Have you heard all you came to hear?
A pox on you, traitor! You sold us downriver.
Because I found a better path. The Templars no order. Goodbye, old friend. You were a soldier once. When you fought for something real, something beyond yourself.
They must leave these shores. To Africa, Edward needs to find the sage. And there, through the evidence of a skirmish, he does.
Captain Kenway.
Roberts was a carpenter on the Princess. It was taken by pirates, but he managed to negotiate a spot in their crew. This ambitious pirate captain had bitten off all he could chew and finally succumbed to an ambush by Portuguese Templar soldiers.
I warned him not to go ashore.
Bartholomew Roberts has been evading the Templars for years, trying to keep a low profile, but he decides to stop running from Kenway.
I see now there is no escaping the Templars' attention, is there? I suppose it is time to fight back.
I do like the sound of that.
And I know just how I'll do it.
Edward would have to wait to be inducted into the plan. For now, he watches on as Roberts claims the position of captain of the Princess. He is impressed in his short time with the crew. Bartholomew Roberts is a pirate captain, just like Edward. And he's finally able to ask him the question he wanted to ask since that night in Havana.
I'm looking for the observatory. Folks say you're the only man that can find it.
Folks are correct. I've no secrets to share with you now. But if you'll lend me your aid, you'll get some answers, I promise you. Sail to this location. Bring only those you trust.
The plan is set.
The flagship of this fleet is transporting a valuable treasure in a large chest. Crystal vials filled with blood. I want those blood vials intact. And if that does not happen, we part as enemies.
This ship contains the blood of all the Templars that are hunting Roberts down, and more besides. All the samples Torres and his men, have managed to take. Edward boards the galleon and secures the vials.
Woods Rogers, Ben Hornigold, even Torres himself.
You must take me to the observatory, Roberts. I need to know what it is.
To what end? Will you sell it from under my nose? Or work with me and use it to bolster our gain?
Whatever improves my lot in life.
A merry life and a short one, that's my motto. All right, Captain Kenway. You've earned a look.
The Jackdaw meets the Princess off the coast of Long Bay, Jamaica, the site of the observatory.
We'll cast anchor and meet ashore.
You were followed, Captain Kenway.
It's Hornigold!
Edward has brought the Templars right to the sage. Once a hero, now an enemy. Edward looked up to Hornigold. He cherished his counsel. Their paths crossed through Edward Thatch, who mentored him. It was watching Hornigold on the water that Kenway learned to perfect his sailing. And it was these skills that run Benjamin Hornigold aground. He would follow them no more.
You could have been a man who stood for something. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You flew in with the very kind we once hated!
If you continue on your present course, you'll find you're the only one walking it, with the gallows at its end.
Bartholomew Roberts is now free to share his secret, and Edward free to receive it. They convene on the shore of the sacred site.
Why is it you alone can find what so many want?
I was born with memories of this place, like another life I've already led.
Curse you for a lurch, man, and speak some sense.
Despite Edward's frustrations, Edward had some sense of what it meant to be a sage. In his travels, he came across diaries of a man who died just over a decade prior. He claimed to be a sage. He was hunted by Templars, Torres in fact, marked as a sage due to his piercing, heterochromatic eyes. Just like Roberts, this man, Tom Kavanagh, knew he was born different, had flashbacks and memories of another life entirely, another race entirely, memory of a love lost, a love longing to be rekindled. Like Roberts, he knows this place, knows what to look for, having never seen or heard of it from anyone in his lifetime. On the island, Tom met a people who, on seeing his eyes, dropped to their knees in praise. The Tiano tribe had been charged with protection of the sacred site 150 years prior by another sage. This very same tribe who lie in wait for Edward as he is asked to clear the way towards the observatory by Roberts. Tom Kavanagh spent many years with the observatory. with the Tiano tribe, and on his death was buried here in a ceremony of great reverence. In stark contrast to the reverence this sage, Roberts, shows for them, choosing to have them killed rather than presenting himself as the next sage. Perhaps it was quicker this way. Time spent with Roberts was often like a mirror held up to Edward, a mirror in which he disliked what he saw. They are both Welshmen, from poor backgrounds. Roberts ran his ship well as their new pirate captain. He had opportunity to converse on occasion during their time and looked to discern a personal calling within this man so highly prized. He found only a relentless lust for hedonism and yearning for adventure and power. Roberts saw people as a means to pursue this lust.
A merry life and a short one, that's my motto. No men are sheep, and an old wolf like me deserves every ounce of blood he draws.
Knowing what he knows, why was Edward trusting him here? He could not see past his desire to know what it is. Edward has seen many ancient sites on his travels, Mayan mostly, but this is different somehow. Crew members carrying the Templar blood vials.
All it needs is a drop of my blood.
Jesus, Roberts! Have you gone mad?
These wags would have gone mad at seeing what lies beyond this gate. But you, I suspect you're made of sterner stuff. Now, pick up that chest and carry it hither.
He's come too far now.
Look at this place.
Scale and architecture he could not have possibly imagined. Corridors lined with blood vials.
These cubes contain the blood of an old and ancient people. The blood in those vials is not worth a single real to anyone anymore. It may be again one day, but not in this epoch.
Those familiar spheres, outlined in the plans he stole. Edward is here at last.
Ah, yes, a security measure. Just a moment.
So what is this place?
A device capable of seeing great distances.
This is bloody witchcraft.
No, this is Mr. Jack Rackham, somewhere in the world at this moment.
Placing blood vials in the crystal skull at the centre of the spheres allows those present to see through the eyes of the owner of that blood. Through Jack Rackham's eyes. Rackham forgiven for his mutiny. Edward sees Kidd and Anne Bonny at the Old Avery in Nassau. Kidd and Rackham are pirating together, trying to persuade Anne to join them.
But you have to want it and work for it. There's no stumbling into true success.
Hey, that's my lass you're making love to.
Up your arse, Rackham.
The blood of Woods Rogers sees a meeting with Torres. They plan to take more blood in lieu of finding the observatory. This time the blood of the British Parliament, tricking them to supply blood as part of an induction ceremony.
You must get a sample from each man. We want to be ready when we find the observatory.
They would have access to the secrets of one of the most powerful empires in the world.
A precious tool, you see.
Sorcery, that's what it is.
Every mechanism that gives this device its light is a true and physical thing. Ancient, yes, but nothing supernatural or strange.
We'll be masters of the ocean with that.
Oh, such ambition. You played your role, but our partnership is done!
A dead man, Roberts!
With the way blocked, he must ascend, emerging with an impossible way down. His ship has retreated under threat of Robert's crew.
Oh, your jackdaw's flown, Edward. That's the beauty of a democracy. The many outvote the one. I know the king's bounty on your head is a large one, and I intend to collect. Have you ever seen the inside of a Jamaican prison, boy? Have you?
This isn't our cubicle, our workstation. Where are we?
Hello? If you're anxious, that'll pass. It's the Midazolam. I'm sorry about this. We've had so many security breaches, we were forced to take drastic action. And Olivier is missing. He left for Chicago 2 days ago, but no one's seen him since. I know this seems excessive, but rest assured, we will compensate you when the hacker is found. Take care.
While we were in the Animus, they drugged us. We should have read the small print in our contracts, though they are in their legal right to detain us. What if they find out it was us that supplied the meeting schedule? Is Olivier dead? Was it our fault? What have these guys done?
So, I think we need to erase all the dirt they might have on you.
John imbues us with level 3 clearance. We witness through the CCTV as he leads Melanie away from the server rooms. Now's our chance to purge our involvement in this mess. The scale of the Abstergo Entertainment Network is enormous. Surely they don't need all this server space.
Here we are. I'll update your communicator one more time. A little program I cooked up just for this purpose. There we go. Try it out.
Juno.
Lingering in networks and nodes, the nervous system of the world.
When Desmond touched the pedestal, Juno was free from her shackles, and her essence, her consciousness could leave the temple after 80,000 years. She made her way here to the mainframe of Abstergo, a network so large she could hide here, something that can keep her, help make her stronger, perhaps hitching a ride through Abstergo's visit to the temple shortly after Desmond's death.
We bless poor Desmond, who gave his life so that you, the children of our labors, would live on to fulfill your purpose and ours, in mine.
Her goal is to inhabit a human host, to transfer to a being made flesh and walk amongst her tools of domination. John is just such a tool, here to facilitate this transfer, earmarking us for this purpose. But thankfully, not just yet. We are too strong and Juno still too weak.
Now is not the time. My strength is not sufficient to inhabit an organic vessel. There is more work to do. More samples to acquire, more artifacts to find before my will can obtain. Make me whole again, my instruments.
During our moments of curiosity, hacking our colleagues' workstations, listening to their gripes and worries, we came across little notes, written diatribes from a member of a secret ancient group. Not an assassin or a Templar, the instruments of the First Will. A group with knowledge of the ones that came before, a group accepting their role within existence as always and forever being a tool for their ascendance. We were invented by them, so we belong to them. John is just such a member. He knows of Juno's existence in the digital world, and as her instrument, his service was to help her become a part of the flesh world, to truly start her reign. This is the symbol of that group. How many members are there? And is that courier, that barista, a part of it too? John's purpose was to be realised in this moment, but not to be.
God damn it! She should be here! Now! Living in that goddamned head of yours! Why are you still here?
We leave the server room, not oblivious to the fact that that could have been our last act. Surely, to populate the consciousness of another being, ours would have had to have been eviscerated. Back in the holding cell, nothing to do but wait. We miss Edward. It's been over 6 months since Edward was handed over to the British, incarcerated as a pirate, malnourished, starved of daylight, whiling the hours with his memories, some of fondness, some with regret, most of Caroline. The Templars know he's here, of course. They will use torture to extract the location of the observatory. He knows he won't talk, despite they speaking of her.
She's a beautiful woman, I am told, but not at all well these days.
If you touch her, you bastards,
The Templars brought Edward here to witness a consequence if he doesn't talk soon. Edward heard tales while in prison of the pirate crew of James Kidd, Anne Bonny and Jack Rackham terrorising the British Navy in Caribbean waters. But their reign had come to an end, like many pirates.
You, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, are to go from hence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck.
We're pregnant! Do you all hear that?
Anne's child fathered by Rackham, now hanged. Mary Read, from a young man in their crew, killed at sea.
What the devil did she say? If what you claim is true, then your executions will be stayed, but only until your terms are up.
Then I'll be up the duff the next time you come knocking.
Remove them!
Back to their cells. A night in the gibbet for Edward. 4 months later. Atabai.
Do not mistake my purpose here. I have come for Anne and Mary, but if you would lend me your aid, I can promise you safe passage from this place.
With hidden blade and blowpipe restored, Edward and Atabai reach the cells of Anne and Mary.
Mary? Mary, it's me, Edward. What's wrong with Mary?
She's ill.
And her child?
They took her.
Anne, still heavily pregnant, goes with Atabai. Mary, close to death from the traumas of delivery.
Put me down, Edward. Go.
You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could.
I'll be with you, Kenway. I will.
Edward knew the frustration Mary felt in how he lived his life, how he was wasting his gifts on personal gain rather than something that helped, that endured. Perhaps he thought he might change one day, perhaps he thought he had time. It's too late for Mary to witness it. In an instant, what he knew in his heart comes to the fore. He ran from Caroline not to better her, but to chase what he had always sought, to feel enough. Chests of gold wouldn't cure it, nor killing, nor mythical prizes like the observatory. He had always been on the wrong path. His friend was gone, the greatest mentor he ever had. Edward is resolved to seek the right path, but not today. Today he needs his old friend, one that has always been there in good times and bad. These pains need medicated.
Just leave me be!
Change course, Edward! Change your bloody course before it's too late!
Captain Kenway! On your feet.
Ade there to direct the way.
And you'll be chuffed to know your jackdaw is still in one piece.
But he has a different calling now.
You're leaving. When your heart and your head are ready, visit the assassins. I think you'll understand then.
He was ready. The moment his friend Mary Reed was taken from him, he knew he was ready. Ready to turn his back on his inadequacies, the painful image that he had of himself, and the image he strove to see. His ego was tamed.
For years I've been rushing around taking whatever I fancied. And yet here I am, with riches, feeling no wiser than when I left home. Yet when I turn around, there's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me.
There is time to make amends, Captain Kenway.
He can start with the threat he inflicted on this island, on the Assassins 6 years ago. He gave the Templars intel on the Assassins that has caused them immeasurable losses ever since. And they are back here today. Edward stands with the Assassins. There is one person left from his life in Nassau, recovering here with the Assassins. She has lost her child.
Everyone's gone, aren't they? Mary, Raccoon, Touch, all the rest. I miss them so. Do you feel that too?
I do.
In May, in the year of 1721, Edward, the Jackdaw, and her new quartermaster, Anne Bonny, set off with a singular task. Not to gain riches or reputation, but to rid these lands and waters of its threat to freedom and peace. The Templars and the Sage, Bartholomew Roberts. They need to safeguard that crystal skull.
Weigh anchor and let fall the courses, lads! We're sailing for Jamaica!
There they meet with the Assassin Bureau and have the whereabouts of Woodes Rogers. Before he sets off to deliver his end, he is to post a letter he has long been meaning to send.
Caroline Scott Kenway, Hawkins Lane, Bristol.
Woodes Rogers is attending a farewell gathering. He is being recalled as governor by the Crown. He must be dealt with.
I've seen the observatory, and I know its power. You'd use that device to spy and blackmail and sabotage.
Yes, and yet all for a greater purpose.
There's no man on earth who needs that power.
Yet you suffer the outlaw Roberts to use it.
In this, their opinion is aligned. Woodes reveals what he knows.
Our best sources say Principe.
Grab your kit and pack well. We're sailing for Africa.
It's there they find the pirate ship of Bartholomew Roberts.
Shall we sink your ship, Captain?
No. There's a device with him that needs taking.
A merry life and a short one, as promised. But perhaps I was wrong about you. She might have had some use for you after all.
She? Of whom do you speak?
Oh, she who lies in wait, entombed. I had hoped to find her, to see her again, to open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more.
Aita, the husband euthanized by Juno before the cataclysm that ended their civilization 80,000 years ago. The ones that came before strived to save themselves in many ways. Aita volunteered to test one of the methods to genetically modify their bodies to hardy themselves against the apocalyptic winter to come. Aita achieved only catatonia and an unimaginable pain that would not relent. Juno ended this pain, but only knowing that she may have the chance to see him again. During the ones that came before's interbreeding program, where they looked to fuse some of their gifts with that of their human creation, Juno spliced and distributed the genetic code of Aita through the program. Thus, throughout time, when those pieces of genetic code aligned, Aita would be born again. A pre-civilization mind in the same mortal human body, born at random intervals to different parents throughout the ages, with memories of his past, his love of Juno, and a laser focus to find and prepare for the return of his wife. A plan carefully formed before his death. Bartholomew Roberts, Aita, dies knowing that his work will be continued by another somewhere in the world, and one day he will see Juno again.
Where's the device, Roberts? Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me...
This sage blood is destroyed, but Torres still has his original sample. They receive news he's found the observatory and is on his way there. He does not know that the crystal skull has already been claimed. He thinks he's still in the race, but the Grand Master of the Templars must be dealt with. They break the barricade of the island cove, fight their way to the observatory to chaotic scenes. Knowledge of the security system soothed by sage blood is lacking in these Templar invaders, and they are perishing under its effects. Torres stranded at the altar.
We could have worked together, Edward. I could show you things, mysteries beyond anything that you could imagine. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly furnished prison, dulled beyond reason, and sapped of all spirit.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
As Torres acknowledges the change in him in his dying breath, Edward Kenway's transition is complete. He is now, at heart at least, an assassin. And the assassins return the crystal skull to its spherical throne.
We will seal this place and discard the key. Until another sage appears, this door will remain locked.
There were vials when I came here last. Filled with the blood of ancient men, Robert said, but they're gone now.
Then it's up to us to recover them.
Only after I fix what I mangled back home.
The letter Edward sent while in Kingston has received reply. News that incites pain, regret, and hope in equal measure.
Wakey, wakey. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Not in this era, anyway.
The face of the man we had just seen killed is here before us in the holding rooms, in the basement of Abstergo Entertainment. John, the man that coerced us into doing his bidding, is the incarnation of Aita. John is a sage.
You saw my beloved Juno, and for a brief moment, I thought she might occupy this tender body of yours. But something went wrong, for the world is nearly ready for her return, wired, prepared for a second coming. Here Or maybe assassins this time. Idiots. All of them.
Aita's last act is to inject us with poison, perhaps a last-ditch hope of weakening our body for Juno to enter it. But his body won't live to see it.
Now! He's got a gun! Guide me into the grave, beloved! I am your instrument! Drop your weapon!
Are you okay? Can you hear me? Hello? Talk to me.
We are okay. The poison, far from a lethal dose. Our culpability for the leaks and corporate espionage was covered up by John. Life returns to normal, but we are forever changed. This company has secrets and goals that need uncovering. They know the location of the observatory, but the power it yields is not their priority. The surveillance technology they have developed over the years more than gives them that power. Perhaps it is the vials that they search for. The vials of pre-civilization blood. It's not clear what the Templars seek, but they need to be stopped. And we know just the people that can help us do it.
My name is Sean, and back there is Rebecca.
Since they left the temple, the assassins needed to find Juno and decipher her next move to continue to monitor the Templars. The assassins, depleted, used whatever assets they could, and in John, they found one. Why he worked with the assassins is not clear.
We take who we can get.
But in us, they have another asset, and we still have the access given to us by John.
The assassins don't have the resources to pay you like the Templars do, but we'll make it worth your while.
Finding out about and helping stop the Templars is payment enough. Our work here at Abstergo continues. As the assassins regroup in their new home of Great Inagua, Edward comes to terms with everything he has been, everything he is now, and everything he is to become. He started his journey 9 years ago, a scared, clueless, shameful boy, but in the world he found here, and the people that helped shape him, he has become much more than the man of quality he hoped to be. He is now a man for those outside of himself, giving himself to the care, freedom, and safeguarding of others. His work is to start in earnest now, with a new guest to the island. She is arriving here to be with Edward, travelling from her home in Bristol. But it's not Caroline, his wife he left due to his shame and inadequacies all those years ago, because the letter received in the observatory made that an impossibility. Caroline grew ill from smallpox, was not given adequate care by her father Emmett Scott, and died. But she left behind a part of herself and a part of Edward, the child they made before he left. Edward did not know he was a father, but does now, and he will cherish the piece of Caroline he has left, the woman he failed. As she stands here now, Edward knows he will not fail Jenny. Edward returned to London a man of means. He invested in business and in the cause of the assassins. He got his revenge on the Templars that hurt him and his family before he left, and the father-in-law that failed his wife. He married and had another child, Haytham, who he loves, but would never get the chance to mentor, to teach about the ways of the assassins like Mary Read and Atabai taught him. Edward died, aged 42, in 1735. But he died a man of differing colours. For in life he no longer flew a black flag. He sailed under the banner of the assassins. No longer a jackdaw, now an eagle. Edward's time in London brought him riches. Not that that was his goal anymore. He would create a family estate he would hope to pass down over the generations. In 1735, he fought bravely to protect his home and his family, but lost his life to Templars, employed by Reginald Birch. Edward's son Haytham would see revenge on his former master Birch years later when the plot was uncovered. Nearly 150 years after that, Assassin Evie Fry would enter the mansion in search of Edward's secrets, in search of a vault. The story of Assassin's Creed Syndicate coming soon to the channel. Members and patrons, watch first, hit join or the links down in the description. And for the patient ones, make sure to hit notifications for when that video comes to YouTube. It took Edward many months and nautical miles to align himself with the values of the Assassins. His former first mate Adewale was won over to the cause far sooner. By the time Edward was ready to fly the flag, Adewale had found his own calling. This is the story of Adewale. This is the story of Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry. After the dust had settled, after the leaks had been plugged, the bugs squashed, life returned to normal at Abstergo Entertainment. There was time to make up. Work to do for the Animus analysts populating cubicles dedicated to finding stories to tell their hungry consumers. A market they created, offering the world a chance to relive interesting lives throughout the ages. They had seen the life of Aveline, Edward Kenway, and right at this moment, a researcher was plugged into the Animus looking to record another of those interesting lives. One the world had seen already, one they already knew and loved and would profit from knowing more. The life of the pirate turned assassin Adewale. "14 years after relinquishing his role as quartermaster on the Jackdaw, Adewale was captain of the Victoire, an assassin ship sailing off the coast of San Domingue. His sights were set. In his former pirate life, his prize would have been plunder. But his work these days is of a higher purpose.
The parcel is with the Templar Admiral on the lead ship, Captain.
The parcel itself is less interesting than its intended recipient.
Adewale's role now was to stop the Templars, uncover their plots, stifle their hierarchy, and promote freedom where he could. Goodness knows these lands and waters need it. The parcel is headed somewhere in Hispaniola, to unknown Templars. The assassins yearn to uncover where. They need to stop and board these ships.
When I became an assassin, I swore to leave piracy behind. But the old methods have served the Creed more than once.
Everything is permitted after all, Captain.
The Templar Admiral slain, Adewale moves past the piles of coin to the real prize, this parcel. The hope is that the intended recipient would reveal a new Templar web of control in the West Indies. The parcel is addressed to
Bastien Joseph, Port-au-Prince. What business do Templars have there?
Captain! More French vessels at our tail!
The assassins had a lead, but the Templar ships were closing in.
Too many! We'll retreat through the storm!
Just as Adewale had escaped from the Spanish 20 years ago, this assassin ship looks to do so now, to use the storm as a weapon against the dominant Templar fleet. But this time, that weapon would turn on him too. The Victoire and her crew are lost, but the shore of Port-au-Prince would find Adewale. Shipless, crewless, weaponless, but still laden with purpose. To find the name on this parcel, a woman, Bastien Joseph. San Domingue, 1735. A French-controlled colony for nearly 40 years. Over those years, it has become the richest colony in the West Indies. It supplies Europe with the sugar cane to satisfy its sweet tooth, and receives piles of money for its troubles. But that trouble is passed on to others. Because the reason it is so profitable is that San Domingue is a slave-based society.
Just look at that bone structure. Perfect for any kind of work.
The triangle trade of bringing slaves from Africa to the colonies is ceaseless. African slaves outnumber the rest of the population, yet they are kept in line under the most brutal conditions, far harsher than the Code Noir was meant to prohibit. The Code Noir, the rules put in place on how to treat an enslaved human being, was hardly recognised here, let alone enforced. The European plantation owners, often living in absentia, have employed overseers and given them a mandate to use any methods possible to keep the machine running at full steam. Before Adewale can come to from his ordeal, he witnesses the lengths the overseers will go to control.
Sale truie! Non! Ça te coûtera une oreille!
The Templar can wait. This woman must not suffer.
This woman has made her bid for freedom and nearly succumbed to it. Now saved, she will do what most need to do when they free themselves from the shackles that bind.
Do you have a place of refuge?
My family waits in the mountains.
Les Montagnes Noires, the home of the Maroon. Escaped slaves from all over the world who sought safety away from the greed of the European West. Communities were formed, protected by geography, accepting of fugitives in need. Despite the hopelessness, a hope was rising from these mountains. A hope for the next 2 years Adewale would come to commit himself. Ade would come to help the Maroon resistance movement. Before this fugitive departs, she sets Adewale on his path.
I'm looking for Bastien Joseph. Do you know her?
Any fine gentleman may lead you to her.
What was a fine gentleman to do with their time and money when others toiled in their stead? This man would lead him there.
I'm on my way there now to present her with a gift.
The girls of the Dame en Rose had that effect on the men of the island, the most eminent brothel in Port-au-Prince, because it is run meticulously by Bastien Joseph. Adewale, using what he has learnt from the assassins to listen in to her conversation.
You think me a traitor?
Slaves will be safer for it.
Monsieur Gouverneur, they felt safe at the plantation. Do you think they would rebel?
Of course. It's their animal nature. Violence is the only currency that motivates them. Like coin to you.
I will deliver your message.
This is Gouverneur Pierre Marquis de Fayette, Governor of Saint-Domingue since 3 years. He has presided over the greatest surge in production and profit for the region since its inception, and in turn, the slaves to achieve it. It would turn out, though, despite fitting the mould, he is not aligned with the Templar Order. Is Bastien Joseph a Templar? Why would a free black woman truck with such a man? Adewale wastes no time in finding out.
Madame Joseph, expecting a package.
It, but not you.
Tell me, how do the Templars allow you to carry on like this?
I am only the messenger.
This woman has guile, cunning, gravitas, and a command of her surroundings and the people within it, but she is not a Templar. Bastien Joseph has slowly built an extensive network of intelligence throughout the region, from masters to slave and everyone in between. She hears the whispers, knows the movements, and is paid handsomely for those connections. Her brothel does a roaring trade, but information pays just as well.
But before you judge, the Templar's coin, like any, will buy the freedom of men like you.
Bastien did what she could for the slaves of Saint-Domingue. Money from people like the governor was directed to help them. The Templars would here employ Bastien to deliver this parcel. To get that coin, she would need to fulfill her task. Ade hears the words of her intentions, but must witness for himself them in action before he accepts her story.
Prove that what you promise is true, and perhaps something can be arranged.
Very well. Then you will do me a favor.
Adewale is to pass on the message from the governor to the Maroon resistance leader, Augustin Dufour.
He's a very secretive man. Repeat this password. Sili badodo krabla va manger.
Sili badodo krabla va manger.
The wise man is down that path.
Thank you, sister.
The Maroons have been doing what they can to help the slaves, attacking the owners, plantations, freeing who they could. As long as there has been slavery, there has been rebellion, and the overseers knew how to deal with most of it. But for the overseers, the Maroons are becoming problematic. Within the letter from the governor are conditions outlined for a peace with a greater threat underlying that. Continue this trouble, and it shall be returned tenfold to those left in chains. But the governor is not a man of his word. The truce broken before it can begin. Here, his overseers have found the Maroon hideout and are killing without mercy. Augustin Dufour is captured. When Adewale washed up on these shores, he did so without weapons. He picked up a machete. He now takes a blunderbuss. These weapons will help him in a tight spot against these hired thugs. Augustin Dufour, the Maroon leader, is free to continue his difficult plight.
Bastien helps as she can, but Maroon independence is long to build. A warrior like you would be a great asset to our cause.
With due respect, I serve a different brotherhood and am honor-bound to return as soon as I find the means.
His means sank off the coast, but he had time before he could source another. He could help.
I suppose I might lend a hand for a time. What do you need?
Recruits, liberated slaves. The warriors among them join me. The others grow the community for which we fight. Best begin soon. There's much to do.
As Ade carried out this work, he would realise that the group he was honour-bound to return to would be aligned with such a cause, to free the enslaved and halt oppression despite there being no obvious Templar involvement. To Ade, more than most assassins, this particular work spoke to his past, and he cared deeply for its future. The Maroons are glad of the new recruits. Adewale has done more for them than Augustin could possibly hope, but he hopes for more. At the prospect of galvanising his continued support, he presents Adewale a dilemma. A plan to steal a brigantine, for Adewale to sail once more, but to what end?
Every day, more slaves arrive. With the right vessel, you could intercept the slave ships before they arrive. Or you would be free to leave. I cannot choose for you.
Adewale has everything he needs to leave, and in regard to his original purpose as an assassin, nothing he need stay for. The Templars don't seem to be prevalent here, in Saint Domingue at least. He is content that Bastien's intentions are not malevolent, but there is a calling here for Adewale. He can help this land, and the people that were brought here against their will. Augustin joins Adewale at the helm of their new ship, the Experto Creed. The name meaning to trust in one experienced. That is what Augustin is doing here.
But when you are gone, who will captain this ship? You must teach me.
Aye, I will.
Now the cause has a ship. They can head off the slave ships before they reach the shore and divert them to the mountain communities, or more numbers for the fight. The Maroon learn much with Ade at the helm, and they free many on the seas. Adewale has spent his whole adult life at sea, but it was his experience with the jackdaw that made him assess that life.
But when I sailed with Kenway, plunder was the only prize. When the assassins offered me the opportunity to pursue more serious aims, I left the plundering behind.
And it was Adewale's example that helped Edward see the light for himself.
To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward. And I have come to feel the assassins and their creed a more honorable cause. I would not trade my years as a pirate for anything. They hardened me for the work we do today.
Like Ade, Edward would leave the pirate life and further the assassin cause back in England. The jackdaw was donated for use by Atabay's assassins.
Legends tell that she sunk somewhere off the coast of Hispaniola, but none know just where.
In between attack on slave ships, whilst also finding the resources and coin to support their work, they would find the final resting place of the Jackdaw. The former quartermaster, in a surge of nostalgia, would replace the figurehead of the Experto Creed to honour the time he had with her. After months of work, the Experto Creed returned to Port-au-Prince and Adewale returned to Bastien.
I do not know how much longer I'll be able to continue, but the Maroons are outstanding warriors.
I believe you owe me a parcel then.
Let me hold it a while longer, for safekeeping.
How little you must think of me.
On the contrary, I respect you highly, but would be a fool to trust anyone so clever so soon.
In lieu of that trust, Bastien has a task for Adewale. He's not going anywhere yet.
I need a careful and observant man to investigate the gouverneur. I must know what distracts him. The lives of the slaves depend on it. You will need a disguise. Please, change into these.
The governor, true to his word, has been cracking down on the enslaved people of the island with a firmer hand. The terms of the Code Noir, such as resting on Sundays, not striking to wound, raping, splitting up families, were all violated by his overseers with ever-increasing frequency. Governor Fayette paying back the Maroons for their disruption in the only way he knew how. Any information on him and his next move will be valuable to the cause. The governor arranges a party.
To celebrate the success of the city guard over the past year, donations will be collected to help fund the city watch for the upcoming year.
Ade infiltrates his mansion as he organises his soiree.
Back to work. The grounds must be fit for a king when my guests arrive.
Adewale would spend the rest of the day as a slave, a role he had not served since he was 16. He would toil and experience the oppression firsthand once more. And when exhaustion was almost unbearable, they would catch the little sleep they were allowed in the cramped shelters provided. Adewale took this moment to find out more about the governor.
Well, the science of navigation is expensive. Your name will go down in history with mine if you supply the funds and the ship.
The man's name speaking to the governor is Louis Gaudin, and he is the leader of the geodesic expedition, a joint venture by the Spanish and French to measure the circumference of the Earth. Their funds were low and the project needed investment. This knowledge would vastly improve nautical navigation and combat and give these tenuous allies a boost against the Queen's navy and ensure the safe arrival of more slave ships. Adewale's quest has not turned up Templars or objects of ancient power. But if the assassins can glean this knowledge from the scientists, then the assassins and Maroons could also boost their efficacy on the waves and track down and apprehend more slave ships faster. Ade tells Bastien of the expedition.
Why is this the first time I hear of him?
How many more could be freed with this knowledge in our hands?
And the state of the governor.
The governor is overconfident. Despite his guard, I could have ended him with my bare hands. He would have deserved it. What makes you believe you need him?
I keep my friends close, and my enemies closer.
Bastien has worked hard to appear neutral and allied to all factions in San Domingue. She can be more useful to the cause that way.
Curfews are strict. Punishments are harsher and more frequent.
She is also concerned that more pressure from the Maroons will cause ever more brutality from the governor.
All things require balance, Adewale. The storm brought you in, and you will leave on the tempest of opportunity and imagination.
Adewale's actions have always been forthright and swift, but this is a delicate land. With a power so rich and fierce, killing it will take subtlety and guile. 1,000 cuts, one concerted blow will have the Maroons trampled never to return. Adewale does not embody these virtues.
You help the ones you freed, but at what cost to the ones you can't?
A small price for independence. Any day now the Maroons will rise up. Then I will leave, not before. I've decided.
You are as arrogant as the French. Go now!
They both need time to understand what is needed next to help the cause of independence. While they do, Adewale can enact some of those 1,000 cuts. He frees those he can in the port, at sea, and in the plantations where they ply their back-breaking work to produce the sugarcane. Adewale was moulded on a plantation like this. He once told Edward of his experience.
I was born in Trinidad, a slave from my first breath.
Taken from his family and traded for labour.
But you worked the plantation, no?
A modest one, aye. It's a hard process making sugar. Dangerous. Must be why it fetches such a dear price. But let me tell you, brother, boiling sugar is near the hottest thing on earth. Just a touch on the skin will stick like birdlime and burn on, leaving a terrible scar.
He is reminded of this toil, his lost family, those scars he bears from both the boiling sugar and the scars self-inflicted, a ritual of his Yoruban heritage. Scars like tracks of tears that he often wept for his own freedom as a boy. Like the tears he weeps for those still enslaved. Those tears and that hatred and rage hardened him for his escape then, and his work as a liberator now. His obligation to return to the Assassins is all but forgotten for now. This is his cause. It always has been. Returning to Bastien, she has made a decision.
Your ambition still gives me pause, but I promised Augustin my help.
What's this?
Before this, in further investigations around the port, Ade would find out more about the research. Most notably,
Monsieur Godin requires, for reasons of scientific record-keeping, 3 literate slaves.
Augustine has forged the manifest for the research ship and planted 3 Maroons dedicated to the cause. They will pose as the literate slaves and take the findings of the scientists aboard. Ade switches the manifest and sees the 3 safely aboard and past the horizon, onwards along the equator of the globe. The success of their mission? To be heard another day. The Maroons have been given a new confidence since Adewale joined them. Their numbers have swelled and their attacks on the slaving populace have been ever grander. Bastien is nervous of poking the bear further.
Ade, Augustin has learned of another slave ship to intercept. I beg you to reconsider.
She sees the increasing brutality from the governor and fears she may lose her power to help them.
The sooner Augustine's revolution comes, the sooner all slaves will live in peace as free people.
Gouverneur de Fayette threatens retaliation.
Despite her warning, Ade and the Maroons meet the slave ship and its escort head on. Down to its last escort ship, it starts to fire at the vessel it just before was assigned to protect. The governor's explicit orders: if attacked, the last ship will fire on the slave ship, making sure not one of them is rescued. The governor would rather lose them to the water than to the mountains.
Captain Ade, I think we must act fast.
They sink the remaining escort. Ade boards the sinking ship, frees the numbers he can. He emerges from the deep as so many meet their death beneath him. The Maroon and the rescued slaves bury those that would wash ashore on nearby Cumberland Bay.
Gouverneur de Fayette, I did not anticipate the extent of his heartlessness.
You tried to warn me. The governor will pay with his own life. My creed demands that I see to it.
Once the fire is gone, another tyrant will take his place.
His death must give this generation of warriors hope. They must not abandon the goal of independence.
And the death of these souls? Some barely knew life.
The Maroons and their allies decide to mourn this great loss for a while before they act. They return eventually to Port-au-Prince. And a time after that, Adewale returns to the Maroon hideout. Tempers have cooled, plans have been made.
The governor grows complacent, his guards lazy. They have already forgotten the terror they wrought.
He will strike at the governor, but this will be Adewale's final act in Saint-Domingue for now.
Once you have removed the fire, you will no longer be safe here.
Nor will the Maroons be if I stay.
It will bring me sadness to see you go.
We will meet again to celebrate Maroon independence.
You know well the grounds of the governor's residence. Choose your moment.
There is no better moment than now, as Governor Lafayette brutalizes his way to finding the Maroons.
I will personally find and kill every last one of you until I find my answer.
He must not. The Maroon fight will be long, to end the greed and the cruelty of people like Lafayette. But the governor's life will end now.
I have killed many men on principle, but never have I wanted one to suffer as much as you. To understand what it is to gasp and beg for your life.
But they're not even human. Without the discipline and guidance of their masters, they turn to rebellion, murder, like you.
I only wish that were true.
It has been 2 years since Adewale washed up on the shores of San Domingue, and it would be many more years, with much more suffering and setbacks before the Maroons would achieve their goal. But they would achieve it. In 1794, 1,000 cuts led to the abolition of slavery in all French colonies. And after that, they would have to fight to keep it that way, amongst many other injustices. The Assassins know the battle for freedom is a lifelong struggle and straddles many generations both in the past and will continue long into the future.
Have you come to say goodbye?
For now.
You will return to your Brotherhood of Assassins.
I will return, yes. But I feel a tide changing within me. I'm no longer young. I must devote my energy to those who struggle for freedom. I will use my conviction and my creed to defend them alongside anyone who will help me.
Adewale found a compass and a calling amongst the Brotherhood. He willingly did the work of the Assassins at their instruction. But being immersed back amongst the chained reminded him of the struggle he has always raged against and must continue to do so. He is an assassin, but this is the cause he must also champion. Before he leaves, he delivers the parcel.
After all this time, you lost interest.
I have no one left to sell this to. I will keep it for memory.
Adewale did not uncover a Templar conspiracy here in San Domingue. They did not have a foothold here. It's unknown why they did not collect the parcel, which is strange, as it was and would prove to be vitally important to them and be fought over in the future and has been protected and fought over in the past. Adewale did not know what he was handing over to Bastien. This is a piece of Eden, known as the Precursor Box. A projector of knowledge that neither the Assassins or the Templars were prepared for. In the story of Rogue, that box would rock foundation and faith. Even those most dedicated to the Assassin cause take pause to question their actions and their allegiances. None so more than Shay Cormac. And recovering this box would be the life's work of Shay, and the effect of doing so would project long into the future. This is the final story in this saga. This is the story of Assassin's Creed Rogue. It has been a year since the security at Abstergo Entertainment was compromised. Snow has arrived on the streets of Montreal, and tempers in the Abstergo hierarchy have cooled. They have taken stock, plugged the leaks, and have plans in place. Melanie LeMay has proved herself capable of running the division and responding well to critical situations. After the death of Olivier Garneau, she is the new CCO of Abstergo Entertainment. And she and the rest of the division are hard at work building their new offering to the world, a cloud-based software called Helix. bite-sized experiences of notable assassins and Templars of the past, sculpted for brevity, entertainment, and doctored to stay strictly on brand. Abstergo Entertainment had already teased the project to the world at a recent expo, and are hard at work to polish before release. The good ship Abstergo Entertainment is sailing on fair winds, and it is vital that there be no more security breaches. Not only for the revenue that it produces, but the opportunity for the Templars, the secret society behind Abstergo, to find more ancient powerful artifacts from the ones who came before. The precursor race, a history kept hidden from the world at large. In order to tighten security, Abstergo's Letitia England has sent two important individuals, Violet da Costa and Otso Berg.
Like DaCosta, you'll be a consultant from Abstergo Industries, there to help bring them up to speed on some new policies.
To the analysts and workers of the division, they were not specifically identified. Their purpose here was not specifically announced, but each knew that if the time came, they were to be obeyed at all costs. Numbskull knew that, an analyst trained in recording memories in the Animus. Numbskull, a name that was to be given eventually by Violet to us, because we are oblivious of what is to come, ignorant of the puppet strings that control the world, this building, and our work. And our work currently is a file within the Helix server to experience the life of a complicated man, a man with an unsettled past, given purpose by a complicated order, but ultimately a man that would always be guided by his own compass. He spent his life in search of truth, peace, and understanding of himself and others.
My name is Shay Patrick Cormac. This is my story.
Somewhere in the North Atlantic, January 1752. Many miles from the colonial assassin headquarters at the Davenport homestead, and 17 years before Radunagerdon would meet Achilles. On the cusp of the 7 Years' War, the British and French in conflict, the Redcoats awash with Templars, and the French, in opposition, are supported by the Assassins. These Assassins were here for a meeting, and Shay Cormac is in the dark.
I still don't understand why you can't tell me what we're doing here.
Because Chevalier decided not to tell you. But this is business. It doesn't concern you, Shay.
Commanding this excursion is the grandly titled
Louis-Joseph Gauthier, Chevalier de la Vérendrye,
Assassin and Noble Explorer. They are here to meet smugglers to receive a valuable cargo. Shay Cormac suspects that being left in the dark has less to do with the mission and more to do with the opinion Chevalier has of him. Both the Chevalier's ship, the Gerfaut, and the smugglers have been attacked by the Royal Navy. The smugglers have been detained.
Where the hell were you two?
Why, Captain Joseph, couldn't you fight them all off by yourself like you're always saying?
You are dreaming if you think any training could make you into a proper assassin. It means obeying your mentor without question. How else will we ensure freedom for the human race?
Them's pretty words, Chevalier, but I don't feel too free at the moment.
Well then, feel educated!
A fistfight long in the making. Not everyone at the Davenport Bureau appreciated Shay's irreverent attitude, his misplaced humour, or his nonchalant disposition. His only true friend in the order was Liam O'Brien.
Gentlemen, stop!
Liam was used to intervening on behalf of Shay. They met and became friends as young Irish working immigrants in New York. Liam, the older, kept an eye on the younger troublemaker, and when Liam found the Brotherhood in 1743, he eventually forged a place for Shay a few years later. Achilles firm in reminding Liam that he is responsible for his well-being and deportment. Shay had flaws, but they all saw his promise and moments of brilliance.
Take these. You'll need them.
That brilliance was needed now. to free the smugglers from the grasp of the Redcoats.
Tread with care, Shay. The Royal Navy be ready for us.
Where are your mates now, you filthy rat?
Bad. Many thanks. I thought I'd be hanged.
Maybe you were not completely useless, Shay.
Speaking of useless, those blockheads won't be needing this vessel anymore.
You want her, Shay. She is yours. Now bring me back to my ship.
For a day going so wrong, it's a shock to Shay for something to go so right. Shay was a competent sailor, knowledge acquired from his time in the merchant navy. He now, out of the blue, had his own ship. And to the other assassins, it made sense.
But next to me, you are the most experienced sailor in the Brotherhood, Shay. Besides, we could use another vessel, even this pitiful one.
The Morrigan was in bad shape, but time and care could fix that.
Some of the men you rescued agreed to join us. They should prove a good crew. Shall we begin, Captain?
Indeed, mate.
Both vessel and crew are up to the task of seeing off the gathering Crown's navy and returning Chevalier to his beloved Gerfo. Not a fleet, but a beginning for this fledgling colonial assassin order.
Sing hearty, lads. Chevalier's pleased with us. Time to report back to the mentor. Wouldn't you agree?
Wise words, Captain.
What the hell did you do? It's some kind of dormant virus?
We are pulled from the memory. The building evacuated, the servers locked down. So is the security. All access revoked. What is going on?
Your session triggered something bad and it's affecting the whole building.
Melanie won't be pleased. This will surely impact delivery dates.
Your job is to prevent things like this.
We need to contain these genetic memories, then we can destroy them.
No. Isolate them. I want to study these memories.
You heard the man. Fine. I need to borrow your numbskull. That okay with you, Ms. LeMay?
The two Abstergo VIPs have taken charge. Violet da Costa and Otso Berg. All our colleagues have left the building. Looks like we'll be here for a while.
Do whatever they tell you to do, okay? Go team!
Instead of purging the virus-laden memories, we are to collect them and experience them and record them. The Helix server is down, so we must restore access and bring each server back online. This man, Otso Berg, sees value in this chaos.
If Shay Cormac is who I suspect he is, then this temporary setback may provide us with an unexpected reward.
At present, we only have access to the server on our floor.
Once everything is lit up properly, the system will reboot. Got it? Give it a shot. Good job.
As we reboot each server, we gain access to its contents that before were above our pay grade. This file is narrated by Otso Berg on the assassin mentor Al-Mualim that turned on his order.
The assassins would have you believe that Al-Mualim was a great mentor who became corrupted with greed. I see instead a shrewd and cunning leader. For if the so-called wise man of the mountain can see things from our point of view, surely the same can be said for other assassins.
Our point of view?
Okay, so I'm not sure you're supposed to see that. You should just get back to your animus.
I know you must have questions about your new assignment, or about me. All I will say is that Shay's story contains the answers. Shay will lead you to a greater understanding.
It's lonely here. Back to the Fellowship of the Assassins. It's 2 months later, in 1752. Spring is emerging and the Davenport homestead is buzzing with the purpose of this young assassin brotherhood. Achilles launched this colonial branch of the Assassins 6 years prior and chose this homestead near Rockport, Massachusetts to base them. He lives here with his family, Abigail and Connor. It's secluded, space for his assassins to train and learn and grow, with ocean access to launch every mission. It was via this port that Achilles welcomes Adewale.
Adewale, how go things in the West Indies?
Very poorly, I'm afraid.
Your countenance tells me we should discuss this. Come.
Shay would listen in. It's been 15 years since Adewale set sail from Port-au-Prince with his new ship, the Experto Crater. He came away with renewed vigour to free those enslaved throughout the West Indies and has applied that vigour in those years. When he left Port-au-Prince, he left a box in the safekeeping of Bastien Joseph. He did not know the power of this precursor box, this piece of Eden, but later Francois Macandal, who would become the mentor of the Saint-Domingue Assassin Brotherhood, would do. He knew that it interpreted and translated language and code and was the only possible way to interpret the precursor language in the Voynich manuscript. The box revealed the location of precursor sites, but this knowledge proved disastrous.
It was terrible, Achilles. The ground shook and the ocean waves crashed over Port-au-Prince.
How many were lost?
Thousands.
To most, this was an earthquake, a natural disaster, but instead it was ignorance. Macandal sent his assassin Vendredi into the site to retrieve what could be within, but he did not emerge, and the result was catastrophe.
And the artifacts that showed the way?
Stolen. The Templars broke in during the chaos. They seized the manuscript and precursor box that gave chase on the sea but lost their trail when they reached New York.
This was colonial assassin territory. They were best placed now to lead the recovery of the box and the manuscript.
But I fear the rest is up to you, my friend.
Farewell, Adewale. Whoever controls the artifacts can access precursor sites of power. We must recover them.
In the coming weeks, it will be the Morrigan that will lead this search under the captaincy of Shay Cormac, but with an ever-watchful eye from Liam O'Brien, charged with keeping Shay in check.
Achilles doesn't really trust me, does he?
Give it time, Shay.
Shay has many mentors within the colonial brotherhood in both name and nature. Liam, Achilles, and Chevalier, of course, but also Hope Jensen, who oversees the crime networks in New York and values subtlety and guile, and the Native American, Kezagawase, who trains all in the wisdom of the land. They all see the natural gifts he possesses, but are oft infuriated by how he applies those gifts.
The boy has so much potential, but so little discipline.
The Morrigan has one lead, a possible sighting of the manuscript. The assassins set sail from the coast of Massachusetts, around Nova Scotia, 1,000 miles to the island of Anticosti, where they meet an ally, a spy working with the pirates here, Le Chasseur.
Gentlemen, I have news. I spied the manuscript you seek. The man who brought it said a man named Washington sent him.
Lawrence Washington has great ambitions that Templars have helped fulfill.
On reporting back to their mentor, they learn more.
Lawrence Washington.
The older brother of a young George Washington, well before his political legend would commence.
Businessman, Virginian politician, and high-ranking Templar.
Lawrence kept his membership with the Templar Order a secret from his brother.
Yes, I recently heard he was back from the West Indies.
Lawrence Washington was there, in Port-au-Prince during the chaos of the earthquake, to take the box and manuscript.
The Templars desire to understand the nature of these artifacts. Their spies have called upon many doctors and other learned people in New York.
They have also approached many tribes with questions.
Shay, figure out what it is and find Washington. And when you do, learn all you can.
They follow leads and track him down at his plantation at Mount Vernon.
Whatever happens, Lawrence Washington must not survive.
I'll make sure he doesn't.
The plantation is hosting a garden party where Lawrence meets some Templar associates. Samuel Smith, the Templar treasurer, James Wardrop, a merchant and politician, and former slave, now Templar tactician, Jack Weeks. Shay listens in on the ailing Lawrence Washington.
My brother is a bright spot in a troubled land. If I may make one request before I depart this life, please leave him in peace. He should have nothing to do with the troubles of the Templar cause.
We all respect that sentiment, sir.
Smith and Wardrop have major roles with regard to the artifacts.
Master Smith, Are you ready to leave on your voyage?
Aye, sir. I shall return with answers.
Master Wardrop, are you likewise engaged with the manuscript?
Yes, sir. We will soon know its meaning.
Then I bid you take your leave.
Washington can barely stand on his own 2 feet. Better be right about him, Liam. Because I'm about to murder a dying man.
Thank you for making my end a quick one.
And thank you for revealing your master plan, you scheming snake.
The plan is that Smith and Wardrop each take an artifact and work with the finest minds to unlock its secrets. Each has gone their separate ways, and now the assassins have 2 targets to take down and relieve of an artifact. Shay is honour bound to despise all Templars, hence the bile of his final words to Lawrence Washington, but he feels no accomplishment in this kill.
You look disappointed.
The sickly way that man looked, he would have been dead in a month anyway.
Cheer up, Shay. It's a rare day we can sow such chaos among the Templars.
But Smith and Wardrop were in the wind. Months would pass.
What?
In another memory, in another time, Rudden of Gairden first met Achilles at the Davenport homestead. Achilles was old, he was broken, and he was grieving, not least of all for the loss of his family. His wife Abigail and his young son Connor were taken by typhoid. That loss occurred in these intervening months as the Morrigan searched for the artifacts.
I've seen Achilles crying.
Why shouldn't he?
It's just that he doesn't look sad. He looks furious.
He's struggling with the loss. We all are.
After months of searching, the assassins regroup in St. John's on the tip of Newfoundland. Le Chasseur has another lead.
My sources inform me that Samuel Smith has searched far and wide, looking for answers on how to make that strange box work. He just returned from Europe.
Where is he now?
Refitting his schooner. If you hurry, you can catch him there.
Shay would admit that the Morrigan was the best thing to happen to him for a long time. He was filling the boots of this captaincy admirably, and along with the extra responsibility from Achilles, he was sensing a change in tone from his fellow assassins. He felt like they were starting to respect him. Even Chevalier was starting to thaw.
You are in a jovial mood, Shay?
Why shouldn't I be? I have a new weapon, and will soon have a chance to use it.
It's been 2 years since Shay first put his hands on the wheel of the Morrigan. Then it was vastly under-equipped for the work it would hope to do. On their search for the artifacts over those years, they had opportunities to improve it. They would upgrade her with a harbour master, using resources taken from the British, both on land and at sea. Better cannons, better mortars, stronger hull, and newly installed for this trip, a puckle gun. And also for this trip, they have installed a ram to cut through the ice in the frozen north.
She's making her way through!
Terra Nova. The Morrigan has Smith in her sights and maybe the precursor box.
Smith must not escape! Think about what you're doing, assassin. Your brotherhood is using you.
It matters not. Some of the greatest scientific minds of all Europe could not make it work.
Now all I need is the manuscript, and all shall be revealed.
Well done, Shay.
Samuel Smith. He could barely hold his sword straight.
Smith was a dangerous man, a Templar. You should be proud of yourself, Shay. We should head for Albany now. James Wardrop, the fellow Lawrence Washington gave the manuscript to, will be there.
Weeks and 1,500 miles up the Hudson River, they arrive.
There's the city of Albany, the greatest frontier town of them all.
So many soldiers posted. Is all this to protect the politicians?
Indeed.
Albany was the location of a major political congress to unite the 7 East Coast colonies against the rising tide of the French and their support from the native populations. One man was here to advocate for such a union, and to further centralise power away from the British Isles. Benjamin Franklin.
The French are an immediate threat. To put it bluntly, the colonies must join or die.
A rousing speech, Master Franklin.
This is William Johnson, Templar, British Army, opposed to any kind of shift of power, but the Templars need Franklin for another purpose.
Let us leave politics for another day. I wanted to thank you for your research.
In the brief time I could examine that box, I could tell it was something unique. Well, as I mentioned in my letter, I am quite ready to electrify it.
Excellent. We will have the box delivered shortly. As for the manuscript...
That is with James Wardrop in the nearby fort. Since the demise of Lawrence Washington, James Wardrop has taken the helm as Grand Master of the Templars.
All the Templar resources are at his disposal now. Shay, find Wardrop. Get that manuscript. He's one of the most devious and ruthless men in the colonies. He uses the letter of the law to serve his purposes. And when the law does not bend to him, he gets lawmakers to bend it for him. Mark my words, Shay. James Wardrop's a bureaucrat. He doesn't care how his actions affect others.
I'll take that.
You have no idea what you're doing, fool!
Keeping the people free from your control. These colonies would be far better off without the Templars pulling the strings.
We bring order from chaos. If everything is permitted, no one is safe.
Shay is doing the work he is trained for, keeping the Templars from ultimate control, preventing them from possessing artifacts of power, but slaying these weak-bodied men in the process is taking its toll.
Seems to me we should just talk to them like men, instead of skulking around.
They're murdering bastards who want to control the world and everyone in it. Never forget.
And we have nothing in common with that, of course.
The assassins have the box and manuscript.
Hope is waiting for you in Sleepy Hollow.
What's in Sleepy Hollow?
Benjamin Franklin.
They now have the artifacts safe from the Templars. But like the Templars, Achilles and his assassins must know its secrets. The best way for this is to enable Benjamin Franklin to complete his experiment. He has no knowledge of the two opposing brotherhoods, so presenting as British Army associates,
William Johnson told us to give you these.
They assist and complete his work. The storm arrives.
Quick! Help me with the rods!
Assisted by the power of lightning, this electrifies the box, which translates the manuscript. It reveals a location.
It's a map! Where is that?
Portugal! Lisbon, I'd stake my life on it!
The location of a precursor site. From his time as a merchant sailor, Shay frequented this part of the world and knew the convent the map indicated. Shay would have a long trip ahead of him.
Given your present knowledge of the site, this duty falls upon you. You understand what must be done?
Find the precursor temple and retrieve the Piece of Eden. Liam and I will leave straight away.
Liam is unavailable at present. Your crew and ship await. Be careful, Shay. Pieces of Eden are powerful relics.
Alone from his friend and first mate, and after weeks at sea, he reaches the convent in Lisbon. Shay discerns its secrets and enters the temple sealed for thousands of years.
The artifact.
It cannot be retrieved. It is part of this temple, vital in its function, catastrophic in its absence. Like Port-au-Prince, Lisbon falls. Like Macandal bid his assassin, Achilles sent Shay here alone, to retrieve a relic he had no understanding of. Despite the knowledge of his counterpart in Haiti, Shay has triggered devastation, homes, infrastructure, lives annihilated. The assassin's responsible for more lost lives in a moment than any other faction has in years, with nothing to show for it.
How could God do this to them?
God had nothing to do with this.
Shay only saw men playing God, and Shay has miles to gather his rage toward the man who sent him.
So what's the next city you want me to smite? Thousands dead next to your damned manuscript!
This cannot be.
You made me slaughter innocents!
How dare you!
Stop this!
The operation was delicate.
Who are you to decide what city falls next?
Get him out of here.
It's unclear if Achilles knew for sure these dangers, if he was willing to sacrifice Shay to find out, but his obsession with these artifacts was palpable, and only peaked when his grief from the loss of his family would have him deflect that pain and direct it toward finding, keeping, and knowing these artifacts. Artifacts containing power beyond the ken of man.
Achilles cannot be trusted. He must never find another precursor temple. There's no excuse for this level of madness. Only one thing to do.
Remove this danger by taking this knowledge from the assassins.
There's no turning back now.
This would be Shay's last moment as an assassin.
I had such hopes for you, Shay. The future of the whole continent, maybe the whole world, is tied up in that manuscript.
But we don't have the right to decide that future. We are responsible for killing innocents and destroying cities. This mad grab for power. It ends now.
I will not let you destroy everything we have built! Assassin, stop him! Stop Shay!
Shay has long grown tired of the black and the white, the pendulum of power, this struggle between the assassin and the Templars. Ignoring the grey in between has led to countless deaths on each side, and at this moment, the assassin's fight for freedom has left a body count far greater than the Templars. Shay has the manuscript, has extricated it and himself from his former brotherhood, and now he has a choice. Not even a choice. No more deaths, except perhaps one.
All those souls lost.
One more hardly matters.
Shay!
What is this?
A glitch in the memories. There seems to be more data.
The virus that fragmented the servers are offering disparate moments in the continuing life of Shay Cormac. Shay, decades later, in Paris.
These memories seem to take place some 20 years after the one we just saw. Shay must have survived that fall.
If he is the man I believe him to be, then he has. I want to know the reason Shay came to this place.
You heard the man. Let's move.
The memory only offers glimpses, suggestions, and cries of familiar acquaintances.
Help! Somebody help!
This is all they have for now. The Abstergo contractors and their captive operative must bring the servers back online to learn more. Despite the destruction in Discord, we feel safer in the Animus than locked on this floor, relieved that the lobby is now open to us. Another server, and more of Shay's memories to bring back online.
I have granted you level 1 security clearance. I trust there will be no further delays.
Along with its activation, the server burdens us with more on the true nature of this organisation, and these people here connected with it. This server and the other workstations of our colleagues would reveal more about Abstergo, the Templars and assassins past and present, and revealed more about this mysterious Otso Berg. Otso Berg was recruited by Warren Vidic to Abstergo, the Templars, persuaded by offering a lifeline.
What is that?
This little pill? It's actually for her. Go on, little one. Have some medicine.
Stop!
Abstergo, the only source of a cure to cure his daughter's cystic fibrosis. But it would prove that Otso Berg, the former mercenary, would find his life's work here amongst the Templars.
I was trained to hunt and kill assassins.
He would align with their view of the world and push the sentiment of hate of the assassins and their quest to disrupt the order that his order put in place. Letitia England would later put him in charge of Team Sigma, an elite force of soldiers tasked with eradicating the assassins. His team caught William Miles, only to lose him again. One of his team was Violet DaCosta, but Letitia England saw the value in Violet for her own ends. Letitia's focus were pieces of Eden, the best way to control the populace and the power to crush the assassins. To her, this is the domino in which all others will fall. Abstergo Entertainment is the biggest resource in finding these pieces of Eden, and these recent security breaches are scuppering that. The assassins, the instruments of the First Will, Juno, this virus, whoever planted it. Letitia needs soldiers to shore it up. Otso needs his soldier back at Sigma Team.
I need DaCosta back.
Impossible.
Send me there.
Oh? I thought you were too good to be wasted on such trivial matters.
I wanted DaCosta back on my team, and if that building is a target, I need to make sure she's looked after. I will also improve their security in my own way.
The sooner Abstergo Entertainment is secure, the sooner he and his team and his shining star, Violet, can get back to hunting assassins. But this assignment is far from a fool's errand for Otso. He's found an expected value within it. Within the lives of the people this division records, Otso notes some of the assassins of the past, and he delights in finding a pattern that strengthens his love of the Order and furthers his disdain of the assassins.
Al-Mualim, Baptiste, Duncan Walpole, Haytham Kenway, Lucy Stillman, Daniel Cross. There will always be assassins who are willing to abandon their cause to serve ours. Yet there is no one who embodies this idea better than Shay Cormac.
This is intense. These are serious people, but their focus and devotion to their work, their order is unparalleled, and we're compelled to help them. We're not sure if it's fear or curiosity, or we're just honoured to be part of it. But we want to know more about Shay and what happened to him after that fall.
I believe Shay may be the most important assassin who ever lived. Your research will help me achieve something I have wanted for a very long time. Shay's story may have something to offer you as well.
Right now, we just settle for answers. June 1756, New York. Shay has been unconscious for a while. Recently became conscious and convalescing under the care of Barry and Cassidy Finnegan.
Good to see you're feeling better.
Thank you.
These were good people. So were the people that rescued him from the rocks all those weeks ago. There are many more to thank that rallied to bring him here and pull him from the brink of death that a fall like that almost guarantees. He is lucky and grateful, and when criminals break and enter and terrorise the Finnegans, he's there to help, weakened though he is.
And don't come back! Mark me words, those gangs are going to be the downfall of this city.
The Finnegans are bereaved. Their son was a member of a secret order, and he died serving it with honours. To prepare Shay for venturing outside, he is given an outfit kept from that time. He doesn't not see the cross he has been taught to hate for so many years. He just sees more, the clothes and tools to help these kind people.
Did I have a book with me?
Just those peculiar weapons.
Thank you both. If you'll excuse me. The manuscript is at the bottom of the Atlantic.
Shay tracks down the fleeing gang members, extracts the location of the gang hideout, slays its leader, and destroys that flag, that symbol. The smoke signalling to this neighbourhood they need not answer to them now. The district is open for business once more. It feels good to truly help people.
Be at ease, Master Cormac. I am Colonel George Monroe. Thank you for dealing with these foul criminals. They were a blight on New York.
What do you care? You redcoats are nothing but landlords. The townsfolk here are grinding away, trying to make a living.
I cannot blame you for having that impression, but I take a different approach.
And what is that?
I care.
Noble words.
Perhaps actions will convince you otherwise, Master Cormac.
Colonel Munro is a friend of the Finnegans. Their boy served under him for the crown and the secret order for which he served. George Munro compounds Shay's warm feeling that you get from service to others.
Now let us use some of that money for the good of the city.
Since the gangs have been stemmed in this district, they can use the money in the hideout to renovate public services, to rejuvenate it further, improve the quality of life.
Freedom from want is the greatest freedom of all. I suspect New York will prosper under your watch, Master Cormac.
And like that, in the blink of an afternoon, this man, George Munro, has guided Shay to a purpose he felt often missing in his life, even as an assassin, to truly help people and grow lives.
A man needs purpose. You can do great things for this city and its citizens.
And to repay this unexpected mentorship, Shay is compelled to help Colonel Munro.
Perhaps you could get a friend of mine out of trouble.
The Colonel's friend is Christopher Gist. He was caught investigating the criminals. Gist was there to confirm a rumour that the New York underbelly were developing weapons to strengthen their hand. He had uncovered bullets used for diversionary tactics, but was sure there were more.
I fear these brutes will hang him like a dog.
I will not let those outlaws have another victim.
Ran them right out of their own den. There may be a few men left on their ship. Look.
The Morrigan. What is Shay doing there?
As Shay convalesced in the home of the Finnegans, he had time to take stock of his time and termination of time with the Assassins. He did not regret betraying them, as Achilles would describe it. Despite having to leave his friend Liam and the others he was close with, he had to strip them of the artifacts, of hurting more people with Achilles' obsession, but he did regret leaving this. There was no finer feeling than captaining your own vessel, and Shay and the Morrigan had history. They had hurt together and healed. The Morrigan was far stronger now than when he took her, and before and since Shay departed, she was an important ship to the Assassin cause. The Assassins had her moored in New York. Shay now had her back. Christopher Gist has the contacts to muster up a crew and covets a spot for himself.
Tell me, Shay, do you have a first mate?
He's long gone.
Then I apply for the post, Captain.
Welcome aboard.
He has back what he loved most before that fall, without the intensity of his former brothers, without the hate and disdain for a group opposed to them, with a care to help the people at large instead of endangering them. Shay does not have a plan after this moment. Until he does, he will go where the wind takes him.
As your first mate, may I suggest our next destination? The Colonel will be expecting me to report back.
The Colonel is in Albany. They head there.
I wonder what he has in mind for us to do next.
Us? I thought you just wanted to check in with Monroe, not sign me up for the army.
Not at all, Shay, but I admire the Colonel's ideas and want to make them happen.
Colonel Monroe is an intriguing man, and he certainly seems honourable. We'll head for Albany. After that, I'll see.
It is a fine vessel, Captain Cormac.
Thank you, Colonel Monroe.
Master Gist, did you learn more about our conspirators and their new weapons?
Well, only that their base of operations is a French fort further downriver.
If the French have installed a fort in our territory, they are likely preparing an assault. New York could burn. Will you join us, Master Cormac?
Aye. Enough innocents have died already.
Ever since he met Munro, they have danced around the facts so clear to them both. Shay knew instantly who he was, the order he belonged to, and Munro the same. Yet, they both instinctively knew that the names of Assassin and Templar are far too loaded with centuries of weight to be useful to them, and to the slowly unfolding future that Shay was content to let happen. Besides, Shay was sick of the polarized world he came from, hating for hating's sake. His instinct was to preserve life, and keep people from pain and suffering, and offer them hope and care. At this moment, he saw his counterpart in Munro.
Now find the fort commander!
In knowing all this, he knew full well who he was now fighting against. The French here on the east coast were supported by the Assassins, and are here to do what they can to undermine British control of the area. And the commander of this fort is the Assassin ally.
Le Chasseur.
Shay, it has been so long.
Don't make me do this, Le Chasseur. We could both just leave.
But then I would tell your brothers that you are alive. You have to kill me, Shay.
Tell me, what are you doing inland?
Special weapons, poisonous gases to use against colonial authorities. I am merely a delivery man.
Then may your final delivery be swift.
The fort cleared. The British take control. Shay returns to New York. Monroe has further intel on poison production.
What you have learned from Le Chasseur was confirmed. Their boss has hired Benjamin Franklin to produce new weapons for them.
The scientist?
You have heard of him. He is making equipment to spread gases among the populace. The ruffians we have arrested refer to an intimidating woman. I believe she is behind these nefarious plans.
I look into this.
As is their way, he uses any name but the one most obvious. He calls them outlaws, brigands, miscreants, ruffians, anything but assassins. And Shay knows who runs the crime element in New York, but Shay can't believe she would put innocent lives at risk to harm the Templars.
Hope, I pray it's not you.
Meeting the oblivious Benjamin Franklin, he confirms it is.
Shay! It is good to see you again. Your friend Hope said you were away.
Hope still maintaining the cover that she works for the British.
Sir, I've come to collect the results of your experiments.
I just finished fixing the prototype. Here you go.
Shay has the delivery device for the poison Hope is producing.
God, Hope, what are you doing with these felons? Turning the city against itself.
The tool they hope to do that with is now his, and Shay will turn it against those plans. Shay's weapons at his disposal have gradually increased over the years. Along with it, his skills to use them. He still has his hidden blade, a tool the assassins almost always keep for themselves. He has his sword, pistols, a rifle he picked up from the Templars more recently. This can distract, sedate, and confuse, but in a singular manner. This new weapon, worryingly, expands on that. It fires projectiles and can affect groups, with explosives, sedative gas, or a gas that enrages to turn on anyone indiscriminately. This is the version that George Monroe fears the most.
But I fear those outlaws are distilling it. A more powerful formula could sicken or perhaps even kill most of New York.
With this new tool, Shay looks to eradicate this assassin endeavour, to limit the threat.
That should discourage those miscreants. New York is safe for now.
It's going to take more than a few explosions to get rid of this kind of trouble.
The boy is right, Colonel Monroe.
Shay, was it?
Shay was in no doubt who these men were. He was there at both of their Grand Masters' deaths before he himself killed them. He eavesdropped on Jack Weeks at Mount Vernon before he killed Lawrence Washington, and did the same months later on William Johnson before seeing off James Wardrop. Before now meeting these men, Shay could rub along and ignore the semantics of the order they belonged to, who he was helping, who his ideals at this moment are more closely aligned. He knew these Templars as enemies. He is now invited to know them as friends.
I'm sure Shay can recount his adventures to us over a pint. Hey, the first round's on the Colonel, huh?
Is something the matter, Master Cormac?
Just a little confused. I must have breathed some of that gas.
Some ale will do you good. Come, we are all friends here. You will be taken care of.
George Monroe has taken care of Shay from the very start. Almost the moment he started his new life away from the assassins. George was there as his body washed up on the rocks.
Men from my regiment found you delirious and half-drowned. I did not know who you were, but what you were was obvious. I brought you to the Finnegans for care.
He also found a book a book important to the Templars. But after a spell and an inability to decipher its meaning, George returned the Voynich manuscript to Shay.
Why return it to me?
Because, Master Cormac, you earned my trust. It could not be in better hands.
They have both realised the need to transition to this partnership as delicately as possible. But there has always been an unspoken transparency. Each intuited how far to push both in conversation and the actions they undertook. The transparency was that the Templars could use a man of Shay's skills and insight, and Shay could use a direction that helped more people than it hindered. Because of all this, a companionship blossomed that spanned from mentor to friend. His other new friend, Christopher Gist, knew of the delicacy in which Munro looked to entice Shay to their cause.
Colonel wanted us to avoid the subject so it wouldn't, influence your decision-making. You saved my life out of pure selfless instinct, and helped countless others besides. If it were up to me, I would have made you an official Templar months ago.
Title, for Shay, is far less important than serving those that aim to live in peace. Over a year after his first meeting with Munro, he looks to repay the man that saved his life, as his British army is surrounded and captured by French forces.
We have requested reinforcements, but I doubt they will be forthcoming.
The French are supported by indigenous Americans led by the assassin, Kezagawase. Munro and his men are at their mercy, and Shay must save his friend.
I commit my life to the British Army and my soul to the Father of Understanding.
Maybe I can finally repay my debt to him.
Kezagawase.
Live! Attack!
Shay and the British fight off Kezagawase and make for the Morrigan.
Loose the sails! You heard the captain, men! Let's get out of here! Move!
Kezagawase is forever scarred, but Shay is now also a marked man. Where once they thought him dead, and now know he lives, and now fights with the Templars. To them, a traitor through and through. He gives back the manuscript.
Respectfully, sir, I'm more of a target than you now.
Amongst all this individual conflict, a global conflict was reaching its zenith. The French, with the help of the assassins, are mounting attacks on troops, native settlements, and British-occupied towns. Shay assists the British in countering this threat, liberating the natives, warding off the French, securing ground, then arriving at a besieged Albany.
Damn the devil! What happened here?
Kezagawase.
The town under attack, the British penned in at the fort. Shay does all he can to mow down the threat and take his former ally, his former brother.
Templar dog! You are an enemy. Achilles will see you dead. What he's doing is wrong. Munro is already dead. Liam.
As Shay was occupied with the French assault, the assassins would track George Munro, surround him,
The Colonel! He's trapped inside!
and set his haven alight. Shay collects Munro from the fire, but not in time.
The manuscript. An assassin took it.
Liam, I'll get it back. I swear it.
But that is not George's final wish. As he gives Shay his ring, he hopes he will commit to what he has always wanted for him. For Shay to give his skills and his compass to the Templar cause. In a ceremony with the disparate members of the colonial rite, Shay honours his friend's dying wish. Presided over by the Grand Master, Haytham Kenway.
You are now a Templar, harbinger of a new world. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
The memory we're experiencing comes to an end.
Shay has seen the true face of the world, and he has chosen his path accordingly. A similar choice will will soon present itself to you.
With none of the tenderness and care that George Monroe showed Shay, Otso Berg seems to have this same goal for us.
I did not think you'd get this far, but you seem to be on the right track.
We are in this now, but what is this exactly? It is Berg's obsession for sure. The reinstatement of systems is an afterthought in comparison to his desire to see the conclusion of Shay's story. To do that, we need bring online the next server.
I've got your animus ready and waiting.
Back to Shay then. But when? Paris, again, 1776. The man screaming for his life in the last memory fragment was Benjamin Franklin. In 1776, he had recently been appointed as America's ambassador to France, and here was being chased by criminals. Shay, decades older and just as deadly, protects him from harm.
Is there anything I can do for you to repay you for this kindness?
Actually, there is. I need to meet a business acquaintance. I heard he would be at the Chateau de Versailles 2 days from now.
And they don't just let anyone inside the royal palace. Very well. I'll see what can be arranged.
Again, just a fragment. What is Shay's purpose?
If we progress further with Shay's life in the colonies, I'm confident we can get better results from these Paris memories. Uploading the next memory sequence now.
Louisbourg, 1758. The war between the French and the British still rages, as does Shay's intent to keep the assassins from causing more pain. The Templars are here to support the Royal Navy, rumoured to be the target of an ambush by the French.
The Battle of Louisbourg could very well be the turning point which will finally bring this war to a close.
I don't know about you, but I've had enough of war.
Since the demise of George Monroe and Shay's induction to the Templars, Haytham Kenway has seen to take Shay under his wing, to guide him, to instruct him. He sees the talent he has on water, with weapons, and wants to direct his energy and knowledge where it can work best. Here, that is directed at the French naval attack, and the French, oft supported by the assassins. The Experto Crater, thousands of nautical miles from its usual domain in the West Indies. Adewale's considerable experience, skill and tactics may tip the balance here. Fire ships. The ambush is immobilised for now.
The tide of war is turning!
It is too soon for celebrations. Adewale is still out there.
And after extensive searching, they tracked him down at a fort in the river valley. Shay remembers how Liam described him back when he first met him at the Davenport homestead.
That man's a living incarnation of the Creed.
The Creed must be stopped. With the fort too well protected to attack from the water, Shay sneaks ashore, flushes Adewale out, runs his ship aground.
He's making a last stand. Let's not disappoint him.
With his Grand Master by his side, they close in on this living legend of the assassins. The man who broke free of the chains of oppression and of greed on the jackdaw, and freed countless others enslaved in the name of the assassins and himself. This living incarnation of the Creed will now only live on in legend. This loss is not lost on Shay.
Forgive me, Adewale.
You have become a monster, Shay.
Perhaps I have.
As he slays Adewale, he does not do so with rage for his enemy. He does so out of necessity of what he must prevent. The assassins already had the box. They took the manuscript from Monroe.
Achilles already has what he needs.
I will kill every last man who defends him if I must.
He must find Achilles. He must take these artifacts. There cannot be another fallen temple.
Come.
Haytham has been tasked with hunting down artifacts of his own for a while now, but these artifacts and temples are different.
Tell me what you have seen.
We haven't found an apple, but a tree. These temples hold the earth together like roots. Disturb them, and Haiti falls, or Lisbon, or any other place the manuscript shows.
And the assassins are blindly interfering with these structures?
Aye. And if we don't stop them, they'll continue destroying cities.
The war has reduced to a simmer. Shay and the Templars can focus on hunting Achilles and all those that will lead them to him. Months of following leads reveals the assassins still have not sourced the next precursor site, but Chevalier is prepped for the voyage, and Hope is close to animating the box. It's only a matter of time.
We must stop them.
The Templars are in New York. Their best hope is to find Hope and take the artifacts. She tops the pile of the criminal underworld here, and the underworld has the city in their control.
The authorities are doing sod all.
Shay and Jack flesh them out by posing as criminals,
You raise the flag, and I'll raise hell.
attacking a crown prison and causing carnage in their name. The Redcoats are forced to take action. Haytham extracts her location.
She's in that big mansion.
The net tightens around the hideaway of Hope Jensen.
Now let us cut off the snake's head.
Shay infiltrates, but it's too late. They have the location.
We have everything we need. Chevalier will be expecting me.
Bon voyage. About time you showed up.
Hope releases the fatal poisons Monroe feared the assassins were working on. Shay escapes from this, but Hope is waiting with a more direct delivery. Hope has the antidote for the fever that engulfs Shay and maybe the location of their voyage. The next precursor temple. He must keep moving.
Hope, I didn't want to do this.
I trained you to do this. Soon Chevalier will be on his way to the precursor site.
I will stop him.
He will see you coming.
But the Templars have to find him first. His last known location was Anticosti, where Shay first met Le Chasseur and where Chevalier refueled for their voyage.
The assassins won't stop their mad quest. They're desperate to find a piece of Eden, especially now that half of their brotherhood is dead.
Shay sneaks into the pirate-controlled fort, steals the plans and charts left there by the Chevalier de la Vérendrye, deciphers its code and finds out the location of the precursor site. But the way is blocked by the Gerfoe.
Prepare for boarding!
Is that all a Templar can do?
It gave Shay no pleasure to take the life of Adewale, or Hope, but there is no love lost between these two. They never did see eye to eye.
So, cabbage farmer, are you still convinced the Templars are right?
Convinced to the end.
The Gerfoe and Chevalier were here to slow the Morrigan down. The last of the assassins are heading north to claim their last opportunity to save their brotherhood, to possess an ancient tool of power to turn the tide for them. The Morrigan pursues.
The world is still standing. If they uncovered it, they have not yet set the earth in motion. I shall accompany Shay. As Grand Master, I must investigate this precursor matter to the end, and witness the death of Achilles' brotherhood.
They traverse the conditions, through the assassin crew, guided onward by the ancient symbols, through the precursor failsafes to the artifact at the centre of the temple. The same design as Shay witnessed in Lisbon, likely the same as in Haiti. Achilles finally sees it for himself.
No, don't touch anything. Shay was right.
What would he know?
More than me, apparently.
Finally you understand. Achilles. This is a structure to hold the world together, not a weapon to control it. This whole calamity could have been avoided if you'd only listened to me.
Right or wrong, Shay? You betrayed the Brotherhood, Achilles and me.
Says the man who shot me in the back.
That was Chevalier.
I don't miss!
Liam, don't!
Dodging the ancient fabric of the temple as he did in Lisbon, this time Shay's mind is not on escape. It is on Liam, carrying the manuscript. But what of the box?
The precursor box is safe, Shay! Chevalier took care of that! You'll never find it!
If Shay can get the manuscript, the assassins will have nothing. No secrets to translate. Disasters like this will be calmed. The world will be safer.
You broke the assassins. Betrayed everyone you knew. You sided with our worst enemies. And for what?
To save the world.
I hope that world is a good one.
The book is saved. His oldest friend is dead. The assassins are all but. Haytham has Achilles.
No!
Why not?
Achilles is harmless now. A mentor with no followers. He understands what these precursor sites are now. Without him, the assassins may continue their search.
Valid points.
Never forget what has happened here.
I won't.
The outcome that Shay describes here is true, and stays true for a decade. But Haytham would come to regret the mercy he showed Achilles this day. In the following years, after the Templars left the site of the temple, they would spend further eradicating the remaining assassins from the colonies. All except Shay. He's given another task.
Although our search for precursor sites is at an end, I want that box. You will find it for the Templar Order, and for me.
It could be anywhere in the world by now. It may take years to find it.
It may take your lifetime. Are you up for the challenge? Good.
Shay transitioned to the Templars because he saw a way to help people. Maybe to make up for all the people he killed doing the bidding of Achilles. A man intent on finding artifacts to gain power for his order. Shay is bid here by another master, Haytham, to do the same. Shay Cormac is a Templar now, and 16 years later in Paris, as he passes through the gates of Versailles, he still is, here to complete his task. He takes his leave from Benjamin Franklin, his key to entry, across the red carpets of the home of Louis XVI and Mary Antoinette, until he sees his target.
That's him. Charles Dorian.
Here with his son, Arno.
Gentlemen, I'll protect this artifact with my very life.
Shay stalks his man.
Arno, where are you?
And as Charles Dorian looks to leave, Shay finally secures the precursor box, as his Grand Master instructed.
I'm just finishing old business.
Connor and his assassins. The American Revolution undid your Templar business.
Then perhaps we shall start a revolution of our own.
That revolution coming soon to the Patient Wolf. Shay Cormac started life as a troublesome child, then became a troublesome assassin. But something about the Templar Order has drawn Shay to it, and held him tight for many years. It's unclear if his compass is still the same as when he first met George Monroe, set towards the peace and the well-being of society. But what is clear is that Shay's loyalty to this order is now unwavering.
I am Shay Patrick Cormac, Templar of the American Right. May the Father of Understanding
guide us all.
It is this outcome that Otto Berg was so intent on capturing. We wake from the Animus.
I have everything I need to complete our assignment here.
What he has is a record, evidence, proof, and he wants that proof to be seen. We are to upload it to the servers.
But not to Helix. I want some very specific people to see what we have found here.
Otto Berg has no interest in searching for pieces of Eden and discovering knowledge of the ones that came before. Something the higher-ups are so intent for him to do. He came to Abstergo Entertainment to expedite getting his Sigma team back together, to get Violet back, to do the thing that brings him most joy, hunting and killing assassins.
I am a Templar Knight. I protect the world from the assassins.
He thought this placement, shoring up security at Abstergo Entertainment, would be a waste of time, but he's leaving with a valuable tool.
Use that terminal to upload Shay's story to the Assassin Network.
Berg sees these memories as the nail in the coffin of the assassins.
The modern-day assassins are weak. It is only a matter of time before I catch the last of them and kill them. But it is not enough for them to die.
Each memory showing Shay rejecting the assassins for their cruelty and accepting the Templars for their hope. And after this, he helped bring the assassins to their knees.
I want them to know how weak they truly are, so on the day they finally meet me, they will welcome the death I offer them.
It was not enough to destroy the assassins. Berg needed to break them first. The message woven into the trajectory of Shay's life will aid in doing that. Our work is complete. Security has been brought back online. Work can recommence as normal. These Abstergo contractors are pleased with us, but of course we know who they really are. To do this work, we've been given the highest access to secrets and revelations that we can never give back. What happens now? We're called to a meeting on the top floor.
It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome you up here today.
Shay's story is a message, one that says that when threatened, what an assassin truly wants isn't freedom, but order.
And we represent the highest order there is.
You have crossed the threshold, and your eyes have been opened. The test of your true worth begins now, and it begins with a choice.
To put it bluntly, we must join or die. May the Father of Understanding guide us. The tragedy that would shape this young boy Arno Dorian begins in our next tale. The story of Assassin's Creed Unity. Members and patrons can watch this right now. Just hit join or the Patreon link below, where you'll find links for other stories in this and other video game worlds. The story of Red Dead, the story of The Last of Us, and the ongoing tale of Grand Theft Auto, to name just a few. The Kenway saga would start with Edward, and branch out over generations to his son Haytham and his grandson Connor, and their legacy would last for centuries to come. Not recorded in the annals of history, but known well through the lineage of the Assassins and the Templars, whose war would rage long into the future, as will my retellings of this franchise. Thank you to those who support my work on the screen now. I'm the Patient Wolf, and this has been the complete story of the Kenway Saga.